world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 901, Return to the Emperor's Path. The demon tattoos were forcibly taken away, and the strength of the five lords was greatly reduced. At the same time, the vitality in their bodies was like a candle in the wind, and their lifespans were not long. They basically became useless. This is the power of the god of death force field, which kills the vitality! The Shura force field oppresses the enemy's flesh, true essence, internal organs, and soul. The god of death force field kills the source of the enemy's life. As for what the Emperor's force field is, Lin Ming still doesn't know, but he vaguely knows that it is the strongest of the three force fields. If the three can be combined to form a complete demon force field, it can suppress the mighty sea of gods. This demon force field is likely related to the Nameless Emperor in the Eternal Demon Pit, and the cultivation level of the Nameless Emperor is unpredictable, and he may even be an extraordinary figure who surpasses the level of the Lord of the Divine Realm. With one thought, 5 lords were destroyed. Lin Ming seemed to have done something inadvertent, and continued to move forward. Today, he has enough strength. If he wants to enter the road of the Emperor, then he will just walk in. Kill gods and Buddhas. As Lin Ming walked, the guards who had surrounded him were so scared that their legs were shaking. With one look, he killed the 5 great masters. Is this still a human? This is simply a demon from the abyss. Facing this kind of demon, they actually thought about cooperating with the 5 great masters to kill the other party and get some credit. Seeing Lin Ming coming, they didn't even have the courage to turn around and run away. Facing this kind of existence, or thought could kill them, even if the speed was 10 or 100 times faster, they couldn't escape. The guards were sweating all over, their limbs were weak, and those who were not strong enough simply collapsed on the ground. When Lin Ming walked over, they were pale and scared. That person is the 12-winged demon. He is actually the 12-winged demon. The 12 wings are a legendary existence, and also a taboo existence. No one expected that the person who came was actually the 12-winged demon. He is Lin Ming, who was wanted by the original owner 5 years ago. How dare he return to the blood-killing plane? Lin Ming calmly stepped onto the 4th floor of the Cloud Tower. Here he was not stopped by anyone. He killed 5 lords with a single glance. At this time, whoever dared to jump out and die, even if all the masters of the Cloud Tower came out together, would be killed in the blink of an eye. The 5th floor. The road to the Emperor is very close. At this time, the news of Lin Ming's appearance had also reached the original owner of the blood-killing plane. Bang! The armrest of the throne, where the original owner of the blood-killing plane sat, was directly crushed into pieces. Lin Ming, he actually dared to come back. He thought that he could surpass me by cultivating supernatural powers. It's ridiculous. I will let him know what a frog in the well is. When Lin Ming left the blood-killing plane, his cultivation was only at the initial stage of Zuanden. To be able to break through the life-death barrier from the initial stage of Zuanden in 5 years must be based on a genius, and then repeatedly experience great opportunities to have a slight possibility. The original owner of the blood-killing field estimated that Lin Ming might really have a good luck and reach the 1st level of life full. And considering his outstanding talent, his true strength might have reached the level of the 5th level of life full. For such a top expert, it is nothing to kill the 5 great masters in an instant. After all, in the blood-killing field, no master would reach the level of life full, or the 4-star demon king, otherwise they might be cursed. The original owner of the blood-killing field lit a sound transmission talisman, and left the Blood Evil Temple, and flew to the Cloud Tower at full speed. What? Let me delay time. How can I delay Lin Ming from entering the Emperor's Road? In the Cloud Tower, the Tower Master of the Cloud Tower overturned the table after receiving the sound transmission talisman from the original owner of the blood-killing field. Although his strength is much stronger than that of the 16 masters, he is definitely not able to kill the 5 great masters in a glance. Facing Lin Ming, he is dead. It's outrageous. Delaying is useless. If I run into a monster like this, I won't get any results, even if I give my life. The master of Qianxue Tower was born in the barbarian tribe. He was extremely powerful and fearless. However, facing this impossible order, he couldn't help but swear. It would take at least a quarter of an hour for the original master of the blood-killing sect to rush over from the Blood Evil Temple. How could he delay for a quarter of an hour? But the master, this is the original master's order. If we don't act, we will be punished. A dwarf demon warrior said beside the master of Qianxue Tower. He was the confidant of the master of Qianxue Tower. Indeed, the original master of the blood-killing sect was very cruel. If you violate his orders, you will end up in a miserable way. Fuck. I'm in trouble this time. I don't know how much real strength this kid has. I'm afraid he can catch up with the quasi-emperor. Let me delay time with such a person. The master of Qianxue Tower cursed, but he could only bite the bullet and go to the road of the emperor. However, just as he walked to the emperor's road, he heard a loud bang, and the restrictions that sealed the emperor's road were blasted open by Lin Ming. These sealing restrictions were added later, and they were not originally in the Tangshan Tower. Otherwise, even if Lin Ming had the strength to seal the emperor, he would not be able to break them by force. Even so, the solidity of these restrictions was astonishing. Being torn open by Lin Ming so easily, the tower master of Qianxue Tower was terrified. Young man, please stay, we can discuss it. The tower master of Qianxue Tower shouted at the top of his voice, trying to make his tone seem polite so as not to anger Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming just glanced at him, and the coldness contained in it immediately made his whole body cold, as if his soul was frozen by the killing force field, destroying his life. Even if Lin Ming did not deliberately activate it, the power generated was not something the tower master of Qianxue Tower could withstand. The tower master of Qianxue Tower originally wanted to hold Lin Ming back and talk nonsense with him, but now he couldn't say anything. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, You don't know the formula to open the Emperor's Road formation, so you can't get in. As he spoke, the tower master of Qianxue Tower took a few steps back to a distance that seemed safe. This distance was just to give him some psychological comfort. If Lin Ming wanted to kill him, he would still die if he thought about it. The tower master of Qianxue Tower was still thinking about how to take a detour when telling Lin Ming the formula to open the Emperor's Road formation, so that Lin Ming couldn't open it for a while, as a way to deal with the order given by the original owner of the blood-killing origin. At this moment, he saw that Lin Ming didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, and had turned to the outer formation of the Emperor's Road. Then he heard a light click sound, and the formation was being unlocked by Lin Ming. What? The tower master of Qianxue Tower swallowed his saliva, his eyes widened, and he was completely speechless. Lin Ming seemed to be omnipotent. In fact, the original outer formation of the Emperor's Road was just a simple door, just like a mortal building a palace and installing an ordinary door. It was not difficult to open it at all. Those who discovered the 12 towers could solve it, let alone Lin Ming. So in just half an incense stick of time, the formation door of the Emperor's Road was opened by Lin Ming. He calmly walked onto the bloody altar and sprinkled a trace of blood. The red light enveloped and engulfed Lin Ming. The master of the Cloud Tower and his several trusted masters were left staring at each other, but they could do nothing. The Emperor's Road could only allow one person to enter at the same time. Once Lin Ming entered, others could not chase him and could only wait for him to come out. The master of the Cloud Tower hurriedly sent a sound transmission note to the original master of the blood-killing origin to report the situation, and then could only wait to bear the wrath of the original master of the blood-killing origin. Just a quarter of an hour later, a sharp sonic boom sounded in the sky. With a loud bang, a huge explosion seemed to sound outside the Cloud Tower. The blood-killing originator descended on Cloud City. The Cloud Tower master and the 11 surviving lords hurried out to greet him. A gloomy murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the blood-killing originator. He knew Lin Ming's plan very well. In fact, after estimating Lin Ming's approximate strength, he did not expect the Cloud Tower master to really stop Lin Ming. Lin Ming, do you think that after you enter the Emperor's path, you can be crowned as an emperor and become stronger than me? You are too naive. The original owner of the blood-killing sect had a sneer on his face. Everyone thinks that they can be crowned as an emperor by passing the emperor's path. But do you think it is so easy? to pass the Emperor's path. You are too impatient. Maybe if you wait another 20 years, when your cultivation reaches the 5th or 6th level of life full, no one can stop you from passing the Emperor's path. But now it is impossible for you to pass. I'm waiting outside, setting up an ambush formation, a turtle in a jar. Let's see how you can escape this time. For more than 10,000 years, except for a few people such as the 8 Fallen War Emperor, no one has passed the Emperor's path, including the original owner of the blood-killing sect himself. To pass the Emperor's path, not only must you have enough strength, but most importantly, you must be recognized by the Emperor's path. Not everyone can pass. The original owner of the blood-killing sect certainly would not doubt Lin Ming's talent, but his cultivation was too low. It has only been 5 years, and Lin Ming is only 24 years old. Even if your talent is recognized by the Emperor's path, your strength is not enough. Come here, set up the formation. When he leaves the Emperor's road, it will be his death. After the original owner of the blood-killing origin gave the order, he sat down in front of the door of the Emperor's road, closed his eyes and rested, adjusting himself to the best state. Lin Ming entered from here, and he would come out from here sooner or later. This time he had to take action personally, and must kill Lin Ming. At this time, in the Emperor's road, Lin Ming stood on a red altar that was exactly the same as the entrance. In front of him was a straight plank road that was 10 feet wide. This plank road was suspended in the air like a ghost road, extending straight, as if it went all the way to the end of the darkness. There was no support along the way. Under the plank road was a 10,000-foot abyss. It was bottomless, and might even be connected to the eternal demon pit. Once you fell in, you would fall into the center of the earth and there would be no return. On both sides of this plank road, every 10 feet away, there was a group of lights. The obsidian carved lamp holders were also suspended in the air, supported by a mysterious force. This was the will light road that Lin Ming had faced when he first comprehended the war spirit. Please like it is very important. Thank you everyone. Chapter 902, Refining the Battle Spirit. After 5 years, Lin Ming once again set foot on the Emperor's road. There was a will lamp every 10 feet. The orchid flames burned slowly and quietly. They had been burning for 100,000 years, but still did not go out, as if they would continue to burn. Under each lamp, there was a portrait of a person, corresponding to a person of extraordinary talent. These people were either emperor-level masters or peerless geniuses who could easily become emperor-level masters, but died during their growth period. Every outstanding person who set foot on the Emperor's road would be forever imprinted here after their death, as if they had left their souls here. This was the mysterious Emperor's road. No one knew who built it in the first place. Every time Lin Ming passed a lamp, it would naturally go out. These extinguished lamps were all geniuses who died young. Their wills were relatively weak. As he slowly moved forward, Lin Ming began to feel the pressure of the Emperor's will. Sure, a purple light came out from a will lamp and enveloped Lin Ming. Then Lin Ming felt his soul and body separated. The next moment he entered the world of will of the ancient mighty, facing the pressure of the war spirit of the Emperor level strong. Kill, kill, kill. A 10-foot tall demon holding a war halberd rushed towards Lin Ming with a surging fighting spirit. Lin Ming's footsteps did not move. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Swoosh. A silver-white divine sword slashed out from his forehead, directly splitting the demon and the world behind it. Crack, crack, crack. The world of will collapsed, and Lin Ming stood still. The gap was too big. Not to mention that these war spirits had been weakened after a long time of 100,000 years. Even if these war emperors were resurrected, they were no match for Lin Ming. The lights went out, and Lin Ming continued to face the next will lamp. This time, a powerful barbarian appeared. His will was a little stronger than the previous demon. However, to Lin Ming, it was just the difference between an ant and a cockroach. He was also killed instantly. Squeak, squeak. The silver-white sword of will kept slashing out. Each time it slashed out, it would shatter a world of will. No war spirit could fight Lin Ming for even one round. Silver-level war spirits are quite rare among the strong men in the Sea of Gods, and they are completely extinct in the Xian'an continent. Lin Ming's forward steps were simply unstoppable, including the will soul of Gu Zhao, which had blocked Lin Ming for 7 days, and made him work hard to kill it. This time, he slashed it with a sword, without any difference. Continuing to move forward, the lights went out one by one, and when it reached the 100th light, Lin Ming came to the fork in the Emperor's Road. Here, the Emperor's Road, which originally led to the endless darkness ahead without hesitation, was divided into two, each leading to a different front. On the Emperor's Road in front of him, there were still lights on both sides, while on the other Emperor's Road, there were many stone tablets around. They were the Will Light Road and the Emperor's Stone Tablet Road. If the trialist could not hold on, this fork in the choice would appear in advance, allowing the trialist to face the choice in advance, and not get nothing. 5 years ago, Lin Ming chose the Will Light Road, while other geniuses such as Fengshen and Duan Muquan wisely chose the Emperor's Stone Tablet Road. However, Lin Ming did not last long on the Will Light Road. Although he finally comprehended the battle spirit, he still retreated early. The will pressure on the Will Light Road would increase rapidly, and no one knew how terrifying it would be in the future. This time, facing the choice again, Lin Ming still stepped onto the Will Light Road without hesitation. He wanted to see which step he could take with his current silver battle spirit. Stepping onto the path of the Emperor, Lin Ming suddenly felt a huge pressure coming down upon him. This was the pressure against the world of will. Lin Ming guessed that this might be a manifestation of the Emperor's martial will. As for what the complete Emperor's martial will would look like, he was still unclear. The heavenly demon's martial will tended to suppress the real world of the warrior, while the Emperor's martial will came from the world of will. If the will and soul were not strong enough, the sea of consciousness would be directly shattered under the cover of the Emperor's martial will, and they would become a walking corpse. In the first world of the Path of Will and Light, Lin Ming faced a war spirit of a two-star demon emperor. This war spirit even contained a trace of the demon emperor's residual soul, and its power was simply not comparable to the previous will body. 5 years ago, Lin Ming had also faced such a war spirit, and was killed instantly on the spot. He had no power to resist at all, and eventually had to withdraw from the path of the Emperor. Sure, the silver-white sword of will flashed, and the opponent was chopped to pieces by Lin Ming's sword, but it was not dead, and instead had a tendency to recondense. This will body seems to have been strengthened under the cover of the Emperor's martial will, otherwise it should not be able to withstand my sword. Lin Ming remained calm, and swung the sword of will again. With a bang, the will body completely collapsed, and turned into the purest energy, to nourish Lin Ming's war spirit. This Emperor's Road is indeed magical. I killed the war spirit that I failed to kill last time on the Emperor's Road. I feel that my willpower has become stronger. If I continue like this, I will soon break through to the silver minor success. Originally, Lin Ming broke through 3 levels of life and death. With the growth of his cultivation, his war spirit was already very close to the silver minor success. Breaking through was only a matter of time. Now that it was stimulated by the Emperor's Road and its potential was tapped, a breakthrough was imminent. 1 lamp, 1 world. One by one, the will lamps were slashed by Lin Ming's sword of will. No one could stop Lin Ming's steps. In just 2 hours, Lin Ming had extinguished 200 will lamps. As he moved forward, the will lamps became more and more vigorous, as if they were going to burn everything. The flame of the light in front of him changed color, like molten metal, emitting a dazzling silver light. Silver war spirit? Lin Ming looked at the silver shining, godlike shadow of the great emperor in the will world, and was stunned. Has it reached the level of silver war spirit? The Emperor's Road remembers the peerless people who have entered the Emperor's Road, and some of them have achieved more than the Sea of Gods. Especially some of the strong people who lived 100,000 years ago. Their war spirits are also in the Emperor's Road, and it is not surprising to reach the silver level. Kill. The great emperor, whose body was shining with silver light, rushed towards Lin Ming with a heavy sword in his hand. Lin Ming's mind moved, and the sword of will slashed out. Crack. The sword of will and the silver sword collided heavily. Lin Ming felt the sea of spirit shook, but he was unable to cut the other party open with one sword. What a tenacious will. After 100,000 years, his will is still so strong. This should be a peerless strong man who has surpassed the Sea of Gods. Chain of stars. Lin Ming's mind turned, and his battle spirit turned into countless star fragments, all flying towards the silver will body. In the will world, any form of moves can be visualized. Bang 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 bang. Silver light shone everywhere, and a series of metal collisions were like a storm, deafening. Lin Ming and the Silver White Emperor battle spirit collided for more than 10 moves, splitting the opponent's body several times, but the will body was able to reorganize. It was not until the 30th move that Lin Ming finally wore out the opponent's will and completely destroyed it. The silver-white battle spirit turned into pure will energy and poured into Lin Ming's body. At that moment, Lin Ming felt that in his spiritual sea, as if a layer of barrier that had been hindering him was broken, and the mist surrounding his battle spirit suddenly converged, and the battle spirit became more condensed, no different from a real silver spear, and the cold spear light became more compelling and unstoppable. Silver battle spirit minor success. Haha, congratulations to Lin Ming. You have reached the silver minor success level. After reaching the 3rd level of life, you can easily achieve the golden war spirit in the Sea of Gods. You can even reach the golden war spirit before reaching the Sea of Gods. This Emperor's Road is really amazing. It can develop the potential of your war spirit. Because your realm progressed too fast before, the growth of your war spirit could not keep up. Although the potential is there, it has not been developed and has not been able to reach the silver minor success level. If it were not for the Emperor's Road, you would have to spend at least a few years constantly tempering your will to release these potentials. In Lin Ming's Sea of Spirits, the soul of the magic light said, the amount of war spirit potential is 80% to 90% determined by the warrior himself. Of course, there are a few natural treasures that can directly increase the potential of the war spirit, such as the companion thunder crystal, but most of these natural treasures are hard to come by and are in short supply. The potential is determined, but not every warrior can fully release this potential. If you want to advance your war spirit, you need constant experience and a long time. The further a war spirit gets, the harder it is to grow. If it does not have enough experience, its potential may not be fully released even after tens of thousands of years. When a warrior reaches old age, his spirit, body, blood, and life force will weaken, but his war spirit will not. Even though Sitabonin is dying, his achievements in war spirit are beyond many geniuses. Lin Ming's war spirit has great potential now, but he lacks experience. The Road of the Emperor is the best place to train his war spirit. After understanding this, Lin Ming is more and more looking forward to this road of will light. The further he goes, the stronger the will body he faces, and his war spirit will grow again. Time passed, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming was immersed in the battle in the will world for these 2 months. At the beginning, all the war spirits were killed by Lin Ming in one blow. Later, it was a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, and now Lin Ming has begun to be suppressed by the war spirit in the will light. It took Lin Ming 20 days, and he was seriously injured countless times before he could barely kill the 215th will light in front of him. Next one. Lin Ming exhaled heavily, his face slightly pale due to excessive consumption of will. His eyes, which were originally slightly tired, suddenly widened when he came into contact with the relief image under this will lamp. The 216th will lamp, Demon Origin Emperor. Demon Origin Emperor is actually the Demon Emperor. Not only Lin Ming was shocked, but Mo Guan was also completely stunned. Chapter 900. Give a thumbs up to this number. Click the orange button on the right and give a thumbs up. Now the maximum number of likes for a single chapter is 100. Can this chapter set a new record for the number of likes? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 903. The Secret of the Emperor's Road. The Demon Emperor was a man of the day and night in the Xianan continent and the Holy Demon continent 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. He founded the Demon God Emperor Palace, a 6th grade sect, and was the undisputed #1 in the world. His strength far exceeded that of the current Old Man of Creation and Yanglu Ocean. The inheritance he left behind casually created the Shura Kingdom, and that inheritance was only a small part of all the inheritances of the Demon Emperor. It's actually the Master's will light. The Demon Light murmured. It felt the breath in the will light, and it was undoubtedly the Demon Emperor. It had been sealed in the magic cube for too long. and now it suddenly felt this familiar breath and pressure, which made it feel a lot of emotions. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ming felt that he had almost recovered and resolutely entered the Demon Emperor's will world. This was a vast plain with bare black land and bones buried everywhere. Kill. As soon as Lin Ming landed, he felt an extremely huge and terrifying energy field covering the sky and the earth. The entire will world seemed unable to withstand this raging energy and trembled in panic. Lin Ming was enveloped in this energy, unable to move at all. He wanted to use the sword of will to break the energy's restraints, but at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a red gold halberd light pierced his forehead. Golden War Spirit. Bang! Lin Ming's will body was shattered into a bloody rain without any suspense, and it was wantonly splashed. What a domineering momentum. Although his body was shattered, Lin Ming's will was extremely resilient and was not destroyed. At this moment, he was very clear. In fact, when he first entered the Emperor's Road, he had his will body shattered countless times in the will world. My will is eternal. Even if you have a golden war spirit, it is not your real body after all, so you can't kill me. If the will world is completely destroyed by others, then the real world will really die. Lin Ming's eyes burst into a brilliant light, and the next moment, his body slowly reassembled. You have the aura of this king. Who are you? In front of Lin Ming was a tall demon shadow, a full 15 feet tall, illusory, with a hideous appearance, shrouded in a hazy golden light, like a fierce god. He was suspended high in the air, and a strong pressure was spreading and covering him. Pressure is actually a kind of force field. When the strong reach a certain level, because the energy in their bodies is strong enough, they will naturally form this kind of force field, making it impossible for people to approach or look directly at it. It is difficult to guess the level that the Demon Emperor reached before his death. If he came in person, even if Lin Ming's cultivation reached the Sea of Gods, he would not be able to withstand the pressure from the other party. But now, the Demon Emperor's shadow in the air is just a will body. Lin Ming has no problem with his silver battle spirit to withstand the pressure from the will. Triple life full, silver war spirit. 2 wisps of blue flames floated in the pupils of the Demon Emperor. He was obviously in disbelief, especially on Lin Ming. He could clearly feel a breath that belonged to him. Who are you? Before Lin Ming could speak, a red shadow appeared on Lin Ming's body and curled up. Master, it's me. I'm Mu Qianxue. Do you still remember me? Facing the double pressure of the Demon Emperor and the Emperor's force field, Mu Qianxue, who was only a soul clone, could hardly support it, so that its voice was obviously trembling. Seeing the Demon Emperor again, it was excited and afraid. Mu Qianxue. The Demon Emperor seemed to be trapped in a long memory. He was not the main soul of the Demon Emperor, but only a residual soul with some spiritual imprints and incomplete memories, so he did not remember Mu Qianxue at the first time. I remember. In the battle at Qianxue Holy Land, I died and you perished with me. I never thought that one day, I would still be able to see this world. The Demon Emperor looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. When he first appeared, he had only murderous intent in his heart. Until now, he has recovered his consciousness. The Demon Emperor is the Demon Emperor after all. Even if there is only a trace of residual soul, he can find himself again. Where am I? The Demon Emperor suddenly asked, and Lin Ming was shocked. He didn't know where he was. He said truthfully, Senior is on the Emperor's Road, sleeping in the Lamp of Will. The Lamp of Will, the Emperor's Road. The Demon Emperor showed a thoughtful expression. After a long time, he finally remembered. The Emperor's Road. I remember. This is the road of reincarnation. The road of reincarnation? Lin Ming was shocked. The word reincarnation made his heart tremble inexplicably. What road of reincarnation? The road of reincarnation created by Qianxue. The Demon Emperor sighed at this point. Reincarnation. Reincarnation. Qianxue. You are one of the strongest kings in the god realm. Your heart is as high as the sky. But unfortunately, you go against the will of heaven, and you have never achieved the Tao fruit. The Demon Emperor suddenly sighed, which made Lin Ming's heart skip a beat. Qianxue? Could he be the owner of the heart of the great emperor? The real name of the Emperor's Road is the Road of Reincarnation? Lin Ming took a deep breath. The Emperor's Road was extremely magical. All the talented people who entered it would leave a lamp of will here after death. Under the lamp, a relief of their own portrait would be formed. Such a bizarre thing had already surprised Lin Ming. Now that he heard the demon emperor call the emperor's road the road of reincarnation, he vaguely felt that the emperor's road, the eternal demon pit and the sea of miracles seemed to be related to a huge secret. However, why did Hunio and Xianzhen descend to the plane where Xianan continent and Shengmo continent were located? Is there something special about this plane? He couldn't wait to ask Senior. Please tell me clearly, what exactly is the path of reincarnation? Reincarnation. Reincarnation. The demon emperor mentioned these two words and seemed unable to calm down. The so-called reincarnation means that after death, one can reincarnate in the 6 paths, and life and death continue. However, this is actually just a legend, or maybe there really was reincarnation in the infinitely ancient times, but now, it doesn't exist. What? Lin Ming was shocked. Whether reincarnation exists has always been doubted, but no one dared to say that it really doesn't exist. Therefore, after the death of a warrior, he would take care of his soul, hoping that his soul would not be scattered and still remain in the world, holding a hope of entering reincarnation again. Therefore, the soul extraction and marrow refining of the demon path is an extremely vicious method of killing, and the death curse that several demons burned their souls and cast on Lin Ming before was a taboo move that would never be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Because after using these, it is destined not to enter reincarnation. But now, Lin Ming learned from the demon emperor that there will be no reincarnation after death. How could he not be shocked? HMPH. Few people know what reincarnation is like. There is also a saying that mortals can only reincarnate after death, but warriors cannot. Martial artists practice martial arts against the will of heaven and will be punished by heaven after death, so they will not enter reincarnation. When their bodies die and their ways disappear, they will perish forever and turn into nothingness. Lin Ming had not yet recovered from his shock, and when he heard the second words of the demon emperor, he was even more shocked and speechless. Mortals can enter reincarnation, but martial artists practice martial arts against the will of heaven, so they will not enter reincarnation after death. Is practicing martial arts destined to be a road of no return, a desperate battle, and a doomed annihilation if you don't reach the peak of martial arts? But from ancient times to the present, are there really people who have reached the peak of martial arts and are said to be with heaven and earth? Even if there are, how many people can there be? No warrior would not be shocked when suddenly hearing the theory of the demon emperor and would even feel inexplicable fear, even if Lin Ming was determined. Hey, kid, everything I said is just speculation. No one can be sure what it is. However, even these speculations are one of the supreme secrets of the God realm. The Emperor's road under your feet is the road of reincarnation created by Hunio and Xianzhen. He laid down the road of reincarnation and the Yellow Spring River, wanting to create a way of reincarnation for countless warriors in the universe. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. What? Lin Ming was stunned. There are so many planes in the universe, it's simply countless. So how many warriors are there in the universe? I'm afraid we have to use Genghis Khan and Naruto to describe it. Creating a way of reincarnation for so many people. What a boldness. What realm did Hunio and Xianzhen reach? The Yellow Spring River you mentioned is the Yellow Spring River in the Eternal Demon Pit. Yes, it is that Yellow Spring River. The Demon Emperor nodded. The soul of a warrior is the same as the body. Once the lifespan is up, the soul will be scattered and cannot be immortal. Therefore, the soul cannot be used for reincarnation. The old soul is integrated into the new body. That is called possession, not reincarnation. Once the soul's lifespan is up, it is destined to die. The only thing that can almost last forever in the world is the will of martial arts. That is, the war spirit. A powerful war spirit can exist for millions or even tens of millions of years. Hunio and Xianzhen created the road of reincarnation to store the will of martial arts so that the spiritual imprint can be carried in the will of martial arts, forming a lamp of will and sealed forever. Save it for reincarnation. This samsara path is actually a divine tool. It just hasn't been refined into shape. When it is refined into shape, it may really create the path of reincarnation. Let the war spirit carry the spiritual imprint and achieve the purpose of reincarnation. In other words, Hunio and Xianzhen can only make warriors who have comprehended the war spirit reincarnate. To really achieve this goal, there is a long way to go, but he failed to defy the will of heaven after all. The demon emperor sighed here, as if he was lamenting the failure of this generation of god emperor. What the demon emperor said today was like a morning bell and an evening drum to Lin Ming, shocking him inexplicably. He never thought that the reason for the existence of the emperor's path was like this. Senior, I want to know why Hunio and Xianzhen failed. I don't know. The demon emperor shook his head. Then why did Hunio and Xianzhen create the Samsara path in the holy demon continent, one of the countless worlds, instead of creating it in the god realm? I don't know. The demon emperor shook his head again. Junior, I have told you everything I know. I don't know anything else. Now tell me why you have my aura. The demon emperor asked this, and Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. Speaking of which, if he swallowed the demon emperor's ownerless soul fragment, would he be retaliated by him? Please like it. Thank you everyone. Chapter 904, 10,000 Ghosts Devouring Souls Formation. In response to the demon emperor's question, Mo Guang said nothing. In fact, although it was the demon emperor's contracted beast, its status was not high. With the demon emperor's peak strength, Mo Guang basically could not be on the battlefield, and was just a supporting role in the back. Lin Ming groaned slightly. Senior, I'm sorry that I can't answer this question. Lin Ming concealed it not, because he was afraid of the demon emperor. In fact, the shadow of the demon emperor in front of him was just a wisp of the demon emperor's will combined with a wisp of the demon emperor's residual soul. The spiritual imprint had lost more than 90%, and it had lost its threat to Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's will was still no match for the demon emperor's will, Lin Ming could withdraw from this world to protect himself. The more important reason why he didn't answer the demon emperor was because of the magic cube. This magical item had caused a fight between the two superpowers in the god realm. If people knew that it fell into his hands, it would be a very bad thing. Really? Even if you don't say it, I can guess a little bit. The magic light was shattered with me, and was sucked into the magic cube of the divine crystal. Now it follows you. I guess you have something to do with this matter, The demon emperor snorted coldly. This snort actually contained great unwillingness. Back then, he followed Xian Ming's army, and fought into the Qianxue Holy Land together, but he got nothing, and lost his life. Even the demon emperor didn't know what the magic cube of the divine crystal was, and what functions it had. The existence of the magic cube of the divine crystal was originally a mystery. Xian Mingzi must have obtained some information, so he spent such a huge price, and asked so many masters to fight for it. This secret is not even known to many realm masters and heavenly masters. But now, this opportunity may be obtained by a junior in front of him. It is impossible for him not to be jealous. What an enviable fortune. You have a silver war spirit after a triple death. You have a solid foundation, practice both magic and body, and have opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu. You are 100 times better than I was in my time. Although I have completed the path to become an emperor, I have only extinguished 113 lamps of my will, which is a world of difference from you. The demon emperor sighed here. Lin Ming's growth to this point cannot be explained by the word genius alone. He must have had a great opportunity. Of course, opportunity alone is not enough. He must have great perseverance and wisdom. There is no opportunity that can guarantee a person to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The starting point of warriors in the lower realms is lower than that of warriors in the divine realm. Because of the catastrophe 100,000 years ago, Qian'an continent and Shengmo continent have become one of the lower worlds in the 3000 worlds. If I had half of your qualifications back then, why would I have fallen to such a state? If I had not dispersed my cultivation and rebuilt my life full, I would have wasted a lot of time. Even if I can't become a saint lord now, I can still become a quasi-saint. The demon emperor's voice was full of unwillingness. Lin Ming was stunned when he heard it. Disperse cultivation and rebuild life full? That's right. I achieved the divine sea with the 7th level of life full. I'm a leader in Qian'an continent, but it is nothing special in the divine realm. The 7th level of life full is destined to have limited potential. The only way is to disperse my cultivation and rebuild life full. The words of the demon emperor shocked Lin Ming. It is difficult to achieve the divine sea. If one has already cultivated the divine sea, but disperses the cultivation to rebuild the life and death, how much of a detour would it take? It is difficult for the demon emperor to come down to it, and he has achieved good results. He is too strong. He probably encountered a heaven-defying opportunity when he was in the Xianan continent. It seems that not only the demon emperor, but I'm afraid that Emperor Shakyamuni is facing the same choice. This is the suffering of the ascenders from the lower realm. Lin Ming is glad that he has a solid foundation and does not need to take such a big detour. Forget it, forget it. After all, you are also a warrior from the Holy Demon continent, and you are of the same origin as me. I'm dead, and this remnant soul can't even keep lasting memories. My heritage is inherited by you, and you can be considered half of my descendant. You can cultivate to such a realm at the age of 24. You will definitely be a figure in the future. This is not a big deal. The main thing is that you have inherited some great opportunity related to the magic cube. With it, you even have a little hope of becoming a saint or a world master. By then, if you can inherit the will of Hunio and Xianzhen and establish the way of reincarnation, it will be a blessing for warriors. You come here to train your fighting spirit, and I will pass on the energy of the lamb will that I control to you. When the demon emperor said this, his body exploded with a bang, turning into golden light rain that sprinkled down. This time, all the light rain merged into Lin Ming's will body, nourishing his fighting spirit. Lin Ming felt the mist surrounding the spear-shaped war spirit and the sea of spirit slowly thickening, and the energy of the war spirit increased rapidly. When the mist thickened to a certain degree and condensed again, Lin Ming could step into the silver war spirit. The energy in this light rain came from the Emperor's path, not the soul of the demon emperor. The Emperor's path was originally intended to be sacrificed and refined into a divine weapon, so it was not surprising that it could nourish the war spirit. The light rain slowly dissipated, and Lin Ming also withdrew from the Demon Emperor's will world. Demon Emperor, in such adverse circumstances, he dispersed his cultivation and rebuilt his life, but he was still able to reach this level. He is really a great hero. It's a pity that he still died in the end. It's a pity. Lin Ming sighed, and the magic light remained silent. Seeing its master again, it was filled with emotion. He passed the Demon Emperor's will lamp without any battle, and Lin Ming also had a general understanding of the eternal demon pit and the sea of miracles. He continued to move forward, but found that after the Demon Emperor's will lamp, there were only 3 will lamps left. And these 3 will lights, especially the last 2, were much bigger than the previous ones, like blazing torches, illuminating a space. On the road in front of Lin Ming, there stood a stone tablet several feet high, engraved with a line of large characters in the language of the ancient gods. Each character was very large, occupying most of the stone tablet. The characters were written vertically, from top to bottom. Who is the master of the vast galaxy? I will write the eternal history. 14 words. The strokes exuded a majestic momentum, making people feel lost at a glance. Even if Lin Ming had the silver war spirit, it was difficult to look directly at it. Such an arrogant tone, such a vigorous stroke. Could it be the handwriting left by the Hunio and Xianzhen mentioned by the Demon Emperor? Lin Ming took a deep breath, and then looked at the blazing will light at the end of the Emperor's road. His heart was inexplicably touched. Could the last light be the war spirit left by the Hunio and Xianzhen? How powerful would it be? If Hunio and Xianzhen wanted to create the way of reincarnation, he should also leave himself a chance for reincarnation. Before the last and most vigorous will lamp, there are the first 2 lamps. Who left them? Outside the Emperor's road, at the entrance of the Yangxiao Tangshan Tower, 4 old men were busy, holding black flags in their hands, arranging the big formation. Each flag was as black as ink, and the ghostly aura seemed to contain countless evil ghosts, suffering from sacrifice in the abyss. There were a total of 360 flags in this set of formations. The ghostly aura was overwhelming, and the nearby space was filled with millions of resentful spirits. Waves of demonic flames burned, making it impossible for living people to approach. HMPH, this set of 10,000 ghosts devouring souls formation is set up with 360 formation flags. Each formation flag is equivalent to a top grade treasure, and the formation plate that suppresses the center of the formation is a top grade treasure. I don't know how much energy I spent on these 360 formation flags. I took the fire of the abyss and repeatedly forged them before I sacrificed them. Once they are set up, and with my presidency, even the late stage sea of gods of mankind will have to suffer. I will use them to deal with you today, and you can be proud, even if you go to hell. The original owner of the blood-killing origin had a grim smile on his face. The 10,000 ghosts devouring souls formation is actually just a defensive formation. It takes too much time to set it up, and it takes half a month, so it is impossible to use it for attack. Usually, the 10,000 ghosts devouring souls formation is set up in the Blood Evil Temple to protect the blood-killing origin. Even if the 8 Meteorites War Emperor comes, although he cannot defeat him, he can still hold on for a while, giving the original owner of the blood-killing origin enough time to escape. This is the life-saving method that the original owner of the blood-killing origin has kept at the bottom of his box, but now he has brought all of them here to suppress Lin Ming. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. The original owner of the blood-killing origin used all his means to prevent the 1 in a million chance that Lin Ming would pass the Emperor's path and truly become an emperor. Now that he had the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul formation, even if he took a step back, if Lin Ming really became an emperor, he would still die. The gap between being an emperor and a late-stage divine sea expert was huge, and he had no power to resist in the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul formation. HMPH, you have only one level of life-destroying cultivation at most. It's a dream to want to pass the Emperor's road. Even if you pass, your actual combat power is comparable to the weakest Emperor. You are a genius. If you hide in the sea and endure for 20 years before coming to me, I'm afraid I really have to avoid you. But now, you are eager for quick success and try to enter the Emperor's road to improve your strength, but you are courting death. I'll be sorry if I don't help you. After 16 days, the 4 old men finally arranged the 10,000 ghost soul devouring formation. Then they guarded the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, and each spit out a mouthful of their own life essence blood. Suddenly, the whole formation was filled with 10,000 ghosts howling, sharp and piercing. The 4 old men who spit out their essence blood were a little pale. Their life essence blood was so precious that spitting out a mouthful would consume their lifespan. In order to ensure the success of killing Lin Ming, the original owner of the blood-killing formation had tried every possible means. This was indeed his last chance to kill Lin Ming. He was not worried at all that Lin Ming had the capital to fight against him. He was just afraid that Lin Ming was cunning and had the ability to escape. Once he escaped this time, it would be impossible to catch him. After the formation was set up, the original owner of the blood-killing origin personally guarded it and never left. In this way, half a year passed, and there was no movement in the Emperor's road. However, the original owner of the blood-killing origin did not lose his patience. Lin Ming entered the Emperor's road for a full 7 months for the first time. This time, if nothing unexpected happened, it would only take longer. He had been guarding it personally, waiting for the thunderbolt. For a demon emperor level strongman who could retreat for more than 10 years or even decades, such a short time was nothing. The second chapter will be later. Please like it. Please click the like icons on the right. It is very important. Thank you everyone. Chapter 905, The Ice Goddess. Boom. In the world of Will of the Emperor's Road, Lin Ming's will turned into a stream of light and hit the golden statue in front of him. The violent impact broke Lin Ming's body into pieces. Shatter. Lightning, the power of space, the power of fire, and the law of time poured down like a violent storm, all hitting the golden statue. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the golden statue. Lin Ming fought for 600 moves, constantly attacking and breaking. His will broke more than 10 times. After using all his moves, he finally ground the golden statue in front of him. It's finally over. Lin Ming's broken will reassembled. He only felt dizzy and his steps were weak, as if he had been seriously overdrawn after the first engraving of the body talisman. This will light following the demon emperor trapped him for half a year. Over the past 6 months, Lin Ming has been fighting all the time, fighting a life and death battle with this golden war spirit. This nameless great power obviously existed 100,000 years ago, and his realm before death was higher than that of the demon emperor. If his complete will body was left here, Lin Ming would have no room for resistance. Lin Ming relied on his will body to persevere, constantly breaking and reorganizing, continuing to fight, and polishing bit by bit, before he killed the opponent. In the process of this battle, every time Lin Ming's will body broke, it seemed that his war spirit gained a bit of experience. After 6 months, his war spirit became more condensed and sharper, and there was a tendency to break through the silver level. Lin Ming's war spirit is like a treasure gun. The materials used and the engraved formations are all top notch, but they are not sharpened. The foundation is there, the potential is huge, but the sharpness is not enough, and there is not much power. Now this endless battle is the process of sharpening, polishing, and sharpening the treasure, so that Lin Ming's war spirit can quickly bloom with a terrifying brilliance. The best way to hone a battle spirit in the world is probably the Emperor's Road. It was created by the god realm Heavenly Venerable, and can even be refined into a divine weapon. After the golden battle spirit was shattered, it turned into pure energy, to nourish Lin Ming's battle spirit. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the mist surrounding the spear-shaped battle spirit became thicker and thicker, with a tendency to condense into droplets. He is now only separated from the silver great success by a thin film that seems to be there and not there, as if he could break through at any time. At this time, there are only 2 will lights left. Lin Ming looked at the back of the Emperor's Road and exhaled heavily. The second to last light had a deep blue flame. Looking at this light, it is easy for the will to fall into it, just like facing the vast ocean. The light contains a holy breath, calm, deep, but awe-inspiring. Lin Ming meditated and adjusted his breath, entered the ethereal martial spirit, and adjusted his mental state to the best. Then, he resolutely entered the will world of the dark blue light. This world of will is actually in the deep seabed. The azure water is like the purest gemstone. There are beautiful little fish swimming in the water. Lin Ming knows that these fish are all transformed from the purest will energy. Under the seabed, the sand and gravel are like crystal clear pearls, and there are some shells like beautiful jade scattered among them, which are beautiful as a dream. Among these sand and gravel, there is a piece of blue ice more than 1 person tall quietly lying here. Lin Ming looked at it and was stunned. A girl in a light gauze was trapped in the ice. The girl's arms were around her knees, her body huddled up, her slender legs were crystal clear and round, her beautiful face was placed between her knees, and her long black hair fell down like a waterfall, covering her body. This girl is exactly the same as the goddess who appeared in the eternal demon pit. The second to last light actually sealed the will and spiritual imprint of the goddess. So did the last light seal the Hunyo and Xianzhen? Lin Ming took a deep breath. The last 2 lights were actually these 2 great powers. I wonder how powerful their wills are. Hunyo and Xianzhen sealed the will of the goddess here. Did he want the goddess to enter the reincarnation after death? And in the eternal demon pit, the heart of the emperor sealed in the goddess body killed all the resentful spirits that intended to harm the goddess body, and kept the goddess's body alive after 100,000 years. Many years flashed through Lin Ming's mind in an instant. He approached the ice, where the goddess was sleeping with respect. The goddess inside seemed to be asleep, and even her long eyelashes seemed to be trembling slightly. The sun shone through the blue sea, casting a faint light, as if a thin layer of broken silver covered the girl's crystal clear skin. Everything was beautiful like a dream. Senior, Lin Ming tried to contact the will of the goddess, but failed. His perception could not penetrate the layer of ice. Even so, he could still feel the powerful will contained in the body of the goddess. It was definitely not at the level of the golden battle spirit, but an existence beyond the golden battle spirit. Mo Guang, what is the realm above the golden battle spirit? Lin Ming suddenly asked. It is a green soul battle spirit. The battle spirit is hazy like smoke, and it has returned from gold to its original color. I can't see the realm of this goddess at all. Mo Guang spread his claws. It is a small role in the god's domain, and it can't see the realm of the goddess at all. Lin Ming's heart moved. If the spiritual imprint of the goddess sealed in the will lamp is taken out and combined with the remains of the goddess sleeping in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, will the goddess be resurrected? There is no doubt that the great Emperor Hunyuan has made sufficient preparations for the resurrection of the goddess. Could it be that he wants the later to resurrect the goddess? Even the great Emperor Hunyuan may have left his lifelong inheritance in the eternal demon pit in the Sea of Miracles, waiting for the destined person to open it. The great Emperor Hunyuan regards the life of the goddess as more important than his own. I wonder who this goddess is to him. A lover? A daughter? Lin Ming shook his head. Both explanations might not be accurate. A generation of Heavenly Lord, with an infinitely long lifespan, who has experienced everything, would he really be obsessed with a love affair? As for his daughter, it didn't seem to make sense. A martial arts master could produce thousands of offspring in his long life, as long as he wanted. If I can reach a high enough level in the martial arts, maybe I can really change my fate and revive the goddess. At that time, I will know what the reincarnation of the great Emperor Hunyuan is, and what secrets are contained in this eternal devil pit. Lin Ming thought so, and withdrew from the world of the goddess. The will of this goddess was completely different from the previous one. She did not attack him, and he could not contact her. He could do nothing in it, and could only withdraw. But just as Lin Ming exited this world of will, he felt a surge of will energy rushing into his body. The battle spirit in his spiritual sea quickly condensed, and thick mist gathered on the surface of the battle spirit body, constantly condensing. The barrier of the silver great success was instantly broken, and it continued to move forward. From the beginning of the silver great success, it quickly climbed to the peak of the silver great success. Chapter 906, Shattered Pill and Recondensed. Silver Great Perfection Peak. Boy, you are going to break the trend of the Golden War Spirit before the Sea of God. Mo Guang sighed in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. There is still one last will light. Let's see what's in it. Lin Ming nodded. The last will light, as expected, was the spiritual imprint left by Hunyuan Qianxue. Hunyuan Qianxue wanted to establish the way of reincarnation, so it was impossible for him not to leave a hope for resurrection. Will connected to the last will light, Lin Ming came to a world of will, but what he saw was a chaotic space. Grey chaotic airflow filled the entire space, boundless, and there was nothing else. Lin Ming did not find the spiritual imprint of Hunyuan Qianxue at all. Is this Hongmen? Mo Guang was suddenly shocked. With its knowledge, it was naturally impossible for it to come into contact with the energy of the original law of Hongmen, but Hunyuan Qianxue, the chaotic space and the grey airflow were combined, and it could guess a little. The word Hunyuan is equivalent to chaos, and also to Hongmen. Hunyuan Qianxue is Hunshan Qianxue and Hongmen Qianxue. Hongmen. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew Hongmen. It is said that when the universe was first formed, it was nothingness at first. There was nothing in the space, which was called Taie. Then the energy was initially formed, but it did not condense into a solid entity, which was Taichu. After Taichu, it was chaos. Yin and Yang were not separated, and the heaven and earth were not opened. The universe was filled with a group of chaotic vitality. This natural vitality was called Hongmen. Hongmen once filled the boundless space of the universe, but later condensed into Yin and Yang Taiji, the sun, the moon, the five element, and all living things. These breaths were consumed. Now a wisp of Hongmen is something that is extremely close to the origin of the Tao. Its value can be imagined. However, Hongmen is completely beyond the ability of Lin Ming at this stage to refine. Even if he wants to collect a little bit, it is a luxury. This Hongmen seems to have been refined by Hunyuan Qianxue. It is related to the source of Hunyuan Qianxue's law, so don't even think about collecting it. Because the Hongmen condenses too much matter, it is like a black hole in the universe. The material energy is highly compressed and heavy. It is unimaginable. A trace of Hongmen can crush the mountains, and a wisp of Hongmen can cut the stars with its own weight. Even if Lin Ming can move some Hongmen and put it into the Zumi ring will collapse directly. Because space can't bear this weight, the black hole can collapse space because it is too heavy for space to bear. Forget it, Lin Ming. Let's go. These things are not for you to get. Hunyuan Qianxue's reincarnation heavenly way failed. Maybe he had an enemy, but he dared to leave the will lamp and the primordial spirit here. He must have relied on something. With your ability, don't think about taking them, of course. I guess Hunyuan Qianxue should have left a will. If you can inherit Hunyuan Qianxue's will in the future and try to establish the way of reincarnation, you may inherit all the inheritance left by Hunyuan Qianxue here, and even resurrect Hunyuan Qianxue and the goddess in the future. Mo Guang's speculation was reasonable, but Lin Ming pondered slightly. After a moment, he suddenly moved his mind, and a group of brilliant light suddenly burst out from his eyebrows, and the gun-shaped battle spirit in the sea of spirit whistled out, "Lin Ming, you." Mo Guang was startled, and saw Lin Ming's gun-shaped battle spirit flew into the extremely heavy primordial spirit, trembling slightly, as if it was about to be crushed by the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was destined not to be taken, but Lin Ming planned to use it to train the battle spirit. Battle spirits are invisible and intangible, and originally they cannot be tempered by physical objects. They can only be tempered and grown in the competition of wills in the world of wills. However, the primordial spirit is different. All things in the world, except for space and time, are condensed by the primordial spirit, including battle spirits. The primordial spirit is the origin of all things, and it is also the origin of battle spirits. It can certainly temper battle spirits. Battle spirits are said to be immortal, but being tempered by the primordial spirit that can crush the stars is full of dangers. Lin Ming did not dare to take risks, and controlled the battle spirit to wander at the edge of the primordial spirit, absorbing the primordial spirit that was like a gossamer. Even so, Lin Ming's battle spirit trembled violently, as if it was about to break. Lin Ming himself was pale, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Such a huge pressure was difficult for him to bear even with his strong will. Crazy. What level will a war spirit reach after being tempered by the Hang Meng Qi? Mo Guang dared not imagine. This was the last lamp on the road of will lights. Before Lin Ming, no one had ever been able to reach here. This lamp itself was not a test, but a great opportunity. Lin Ming himself also sat on the edge of the Hang Meng Qi and was preparing to practice here. Although the Hang Meng Qi could not be collected, if one could comprehend the origin law here, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Mo Guang, I will retreat here and break through the 4th level of life in one fell swoop. You will protect me. Speaking of protecting, there is actually no need for protection. It is absolutely safe on this road of the Emperor. Lin Ming just retreated, tempered the war spirit, comprehended the Hang Meng Qi, and broke through the realm. There were enough spiritual medicines and top-grade Yuan Ling stones in his Zumi ring. As long as he did not encounter a bottleneck, he could continue to practice. Time passed slowly, spring went and winter came, and flowers bloomed and withered. In the blink of an eye, another half year had passed. Lin Ming had already spent a full year on the Emperor's path. Together with his previous training on the Xianan continent, Lin Ming had been training continuously for 2 years, and he was now 25 years old. In the past 2 years, his martial arts realm has gone from close to the 3rd level of life fall to now impacting the 4th level of life fall. The hazy flesh and blood was shrouded in the chaotic space. In this flesh and blood, there was a dark crystal core, which was Lin Ming's Duandan. The most perfect way to cross the life fall is to temper the body in the first 3 levels of life fall, break the Dan and recondense in the middle 3 levels of life fall, and recast the soul in the last 3 levels of life fall. From the 3rd level of life fall to the 4th level of life fall, the Dan is broken and recondensed. Although it is not a big realm, it is a bigger gap than the general small realm. Lin Ming has accumulated strength for more than half a year for this, consuming 2 top-grade Yuan Ling stones and some natural treasures, and finally accumulated enough vitality to impact the 4th level of life fall. Now his body has exploded into blood mist, but there is still a black crystal core that has not been broken. This is Lin Ming's black hole spinning pill. The black hole spinning pill has a solid foundation. While highly compressing energy, it is also more indestructible than ordinary spinning pill crystal cores. If someone kills Lin Ming now and obtains his spinning pill crystal core, then this spinning pill crystal core itself is a treasure that can be used to sacrifice the top level alchemy furnace. It is much more difficult to enter the 4th level of life fall from the 3rd level than the 3rd level from the 2nd level. This is especially true for Lin Ming. He can actually blast his own spinning pill crystal core to pieces, but it is not easy to break it thoroughly. Many geniuses in the god realm, after the black hole spinning pill, need the elders to help them when they cross the 4th level of life fall. Lin Ming naturally did not have this treatment. With a thought, he actually used the war spirit to draw a trace of Hang Meng Qi, which slowly overflowed onto the spinning pill. Using the extremely heavy Hang Meng Qi that can crush the stars to crush the spinning pill. This is a crazy approach. But it was not that Lin Ming was reckless because of his imagination. The Hongmenki was the origin of all things, and it would not conflict with any material energy, and of course it would not conflict with the energy in the Zuonden crystal core. At the same time, the Hongmenki contained a large amount of matter, which was equivalent to a black hole. The Zuonden crystal core in Lin Ming's body was also similar to a black hole, and the laws they possessed were also very similar. Although there would be some risks in using the Hongmenki to urge the broken pill to recondense, it also meant a huge opportunity. Once the Zuonden was recondensed, the condensation of the Hongmenki would refine Lin Ming's black hole Zuonden more thoroughly, and it might even be compressed into a real energy black hole. Cracks appeared on the Zuonden, and then it broke completely. Then, the wisp of Hongmenki also merged into it, affecting the rules of energy operation. The Hongmeng energy did not conflict with the thunder and firepower compressed in Lin Ming's Zuonden crystal core. The law of chaos is undoubtedly more powerful than the law of the five element, because chaos gave birth to all things. Time, space, and chaos came first, and then the five element. This is why the law of time and space is superior to most laws. Even the geniuses in the god realm cannot have this opportunity to break the pill and recondense it with the Hongmenki. Time passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Lin Ming only took a few days to cross the first 3 levels of life, but this 4th level of life took 3 months. During these 3 months, the energy in Lin Ming's Zuonden crystal core and the Hongmenki underwent countless incredible changes. Until one day 3 months later, a vast breath like the master of heaven and earth flowed out, and the energy of Lin Ming's broken Zuonden, together with the Hongmenki, began to condense into a cyclone. This cyclone rotated, gathered, compressed, and began to burst out with blazing light and heat. This heat, was actually blue, and its temperature was comparable to the center of the sun, although it was only a little bit. The light continued to shine for several hours, the color of the light changed several times, the volume continued to expand, and when it expanded to a certain critical point, it suddenly began to collapse. After collapsing to the smallest, it suddenly exploded. With a loud boom, the magic light that had been guarding on the side was startled. However, the extremely blazing light could not only make people blind, but also kill perception. The magic light was a soul body, and could only stick to the origin of the soul at that moment. It could not see anything, and could not help. After several quarters of an hour, the magic light slowly recovered its perception, and opened its eyes. In front of it, there was a walnut-sized Zuonden crystal core, which was as black as ink. After a few breaths, it seemed to disappear in the void, and the light near it was completely distorted, and could not be seen. When the magic light was in astonishment, a powerful and familiar voice sounded in its mind. "Mo Guang, I have cultivated to success, we can go out." Chapter 907, Coming Out of Seclusion, the Emperor's Force Field. Go out? Lin Ming, you are not going to take the Emperor's Steely Road? Mo Guang was stunned for a moment. Lin Ming still had the Emperor's Steely Road to complete. This road seemed easier to walk. Those strong men who had passed the Emperor's Road in the past probably took this road. But Lin Ming chose a different road and walked the Wool Light Road to the end. If he wanted, he could go back and walk the Emperor's Steely Road to the end. By then, both roads would reach the end, and Lin Ming's cultivation would reach another level. What level he would be at by then, Mo Guan could not imagine. Let's go, but there's no rush. I can enter the Emperor's Steely Road to comprehend it next time. I've been practicing for 2 years and 3 months now, and I've gained too much. Many things cannot be verified by fighting. If I continue to comprehend, my sea of consciousness won't be able to digest them. This will have a bad effect. Lin Ming said so, and Mo Guang nodded. The life of a warrior is fighting. Theoretically, if a warrior has enough elixirs and top-grade Yuan Ling stones, and has a solid foundation in practice, does not encounter bottlenecks, and has the guidance of a famous teacher, he can continue to practice. But even in the super holy land of the god realm, I have never heard of a genius who started to retreat from the Xiantian period or Zuonden period, prepared enough medicinal materials, and retreated to the Sea of Gods in one breath. Just like comparing martial artists to generals and marshals in the mortal world, the rules, understanding, and cultivation are like learning the art of war, and fighting is the on-site command of actual combat. If you only learn the art of war without actual combat, it is just empty talk. No matter how much you understand, or how good your teacher is, it is useless. Instead, because of excessive understanding, you will be self-righteous, and deviate from the correct path and go astray. Many generals who only talk about war on paper are unmatched in debate, but they fail miserably when they go to the battlefield. The same is true for martial arts. Yes, you have been practicing for too long this time, 2 years and 3 months. It has never been so long before. It would not be bad to spend another year or 2 to comprehend the road of the Emperor's stele. Well, not only the road of the Emperor's stele, but also the last lamp on the road of will, and the chaotic world created by Hunio and Qianxue. I will come again. This is a wonderful place. What I have gained here is simply indescribable. Lin Ming communicated so much with Mo Guang using his consciousness. He had not yet condensed his form. His Zuandan crystal core was still in midair, sometimes hidden and sometimes emerging. Mo Guang was not sure what was going on, but Lin Ming knew that in the vast universe, the celestial body called black hole, which was similar to the Hongmen, was actually not black, but invisible. It devoured all matter and energy. Even if the Holy Lord of the Divine Realm accidentally fell into it, he would be doomed. Light that shot into it would also be devoured. In addition, its force field was too strong, which would distort the light passing around it, so that he would hide in the distorted light, and could not be seen at all. This warrior used a similar principle to hide himself by twisting space, but it was more sophisticated. Even if the perception was probed, it could not be detected, because perception is also a kind of energy. If you mistakenly enter a black hole, you will be sucked in, and lose this perception forever. Lin Ming knew this, because he comprehended it in the chaotic space. The black hole is a high-level law that involves the laws of chaos, space, and time. At the beginning, Lin Ming heard the old man of creation talk about the 10 levels of the law of space, twisting space, separating the sky, dimensional slash, shattering the void, Sumeru mustard seed, space storm, black hole vortex, 10-dimensional space, destroying the world, and creating the world. The black hole law occupies the 7th level of the space realm, the black hole vortex. This is the 7th level of the law, a height that Lin Ming can only dream of, but in the chaotic space, he saw some clues. During the 3-month process of breaking the pill and recondensing, Lin Ming's perception has been in a state of transcendence. He seemed to stand at the height of the great power of the God realm, and saw many things he dared not imagine, including part of the natural changes of the universe, including the formation of black holes. Although these things cannot directly improve strength, they can broaden Lin Ming's horizons and mind. They are extremely rare experiences, and they have an immeasurable effect on Lin Ming's future understanding of the origin of the Great Dao. It can even be said that Lin Ming's gains in the chaos space this time are greater than those of any previous secret adventures, including the ancient Phoenix City and the Miracle Temple. Most of the other gains are natural materials and treasures, which shorten Lin Ming's cultivation process. If there is enough time, Lin Ming can make up for it. Only in the chaos space, Lin Ming was fundamentally changed. Just now, Lin Ming used the Hongmen key to recondense the black hole spinning pill, from the energy cyclone to the blazing spinning pill crystal core, emitting light and heat like the sun, expanding and then collapsing to form the black hole spinning pill crystal core, which simulates the formation process of natural black holes in the universe. Black holes slowly condense into large stars from material cyclones, and then ignite element to become the sun, burning themselves until they are burned out, and collapse under gravity to form black holes. If Lin Ming had not seen this process, he would not have been able to condense the Zuandan crystal core to this extent, which is similar to the effect of a real black hole, and can even swallow light, and become invisible at a certain moment. All things are connected. The human body is a small universe. The rules of the changes of stars in the universe can also be reflected in the human body. This makes Lin Ming particularly impressed by the incredibleness of the universe and the human body. Of course, Lin Ming's current Zuandan crystal core can only be regarded as a macro black hole of energy, which is still a world away from a real black hole. If it can really reach a double black hole of matter and energy, it will be incredible. At that time, if someone kills Lin Ming, takes out his Zuandan crystal core and throws it on a star at will. Then this Zuandan crystal core will continue to swallow the matter in the star until the star is destroyed. It is a real blow that destroys the moon and sinks the star. Let's get out. As Lin Ming's voice fell, his body, which had turned into countless tiny particles, condensed around the Zuandan crystal core as the center, and quickly took shape in the energy storm. Bones, muscles, skin, and then to facial features, hair, and sweat hair. Everything is restored to its original state. Compared to the triple death, Lin Ming's appearance has not changed much, but his temperament is more introverted, and no terrifying aura can be felt. However, if you use perception to explore him, you will find that his body seems to have sealed a universe, deep and boundless. At this time, Lin Ming looks like a weak scholar, but his body is like a sleeping ancient dragon. Once it erupts, the world will tremble. Sure. At the end of the Will and Light Road, a dark portal appeared. In the portal, invisible energy condensed to form a force field storm, suppressing all consciousness, soul, and perception. The magic light only took a look at the portal, and it was scared to death. It had no doubt that, if it really passed through this portal, it would die without a burial place. Are you kidding me? Whoever dares to go through this kind of portal, even if I stay in your spiritual sea, I'm afraid I'll die. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming smiled, and he said softly, "This is the ultimate reward of the Emperor's Road, the Emperor's force field. Humadan Xianzhen is indeed a Xianzhen, and only he can refine the Emperor's Road to such a degree, and even use the force field as a reward." Yang Xiao Tong Shanta. Outside the Emperor's Road, more than a dozen people gathered here and bowed. Even the original owner of the blood-killing field restrained his usual arrogant aura, and showed a slightly respectful attitude. There are not many people in the entire Holy Demon continent who can make the original owner of the blood-killing field show this kind of demeanor, because he is hiding in the blood-killing field, and no one can do anything to him. Those who can enter the blood-killing field cannot beat him, and those who have beaten him cannot enter the blood-killing field, but there are always a few exceptions, such as the 8 Meteorites War Emperor, and the man in front of him. In front of the original owner of the blood-killing origin, there were 4 stunning fairies, all of whom were at the initial stage of Zuandan. They were all tall, and had the same appearance. They were quadruplets. It was extremely rare for quadruplets to all reach the initial stage of Zuandan. However, if the Emperor conferring masters were to train them with all their strength, as long as their qualifications were not bad, it would not be a big problem. The 4 women were dressed in rare silk and satin, with spring light looming in their eyes. They were carrying a sedan chair in their hands. Next to the sedan chair, a maid slowly opened the thick curtain, revealing a dwarf demon elder who was only 5 feet tall, 1.15 meters, and looked old. He held a peachwood cane, and slowly got off the sedan chair. He looked like an old man in his twilight years, but the original owner of the blood-killing origin did not dare to despise him at all, because he also condensed the 12-winged demon, and had served as the original owner of the blood-killing origin. He had been in charge of the blood-killing origin for 2000 years. Later, he was unable to break through the realm, so he left the blood-killing origin, and practiced in seclusion, seeking opportunities. Although he is only 1,000 years away from his lifespan, and his strength has long been declining, his cultivation has reached the 3-star Demon Emperor, equivalent to the late stage of the Sea of Gods, but not as good as the late stage of the 7th layer Sea of Life. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the dwarf demons are good at soul attacks, and their soul power and willpower are extremely strong, and these things do not weaken with age. Therefore, if they really fight, the current blood-killing origin owner believes that he is no match. 1 year after Lin Ming officially entered the path of the Emperor, the blood-killing origin owner had an uneasy premonition in his heart. Even though he arranged the 10,000 ghost soul devouring formation, and he was in charge personally, he still couldn't let go of his worries, always feeling that something was missing. He didn't think he would lose to Lin Ming, but was afraid that he would not be able to kill Lin Ming and let him escape. Then his position as the blood-killing origin owner would really come to an end. In addition to the 8 Meteorites War Emperor, there are a few other powerful emperors who possess the 12-winged sky demons. They are all powerful people from the dwarf demon tribe, giant troll tribe and barbarian tribe. However, these people are of terrifyingly high seniority and have long since retired. Some of them are even unknown, whether they are alive or dead. The original owner of the blood-killing sect spent a lot of money to ask the old man of the dwarf demon tribe in front of him to take action to ensure that everything is foolproof. The 10,000 ghost soul devouring array, the old man of the dwarf demon tribe, and himself, the original owner of the blood-killing sect, believes that with such a Linoop, no matter how talented Lin Ming is, he can't escape such a law. Please like it. Please forgive me for writing so many likes. It's really because it's attached to the remarks and the position is not obvious. I wrote less, and you can't see it. I will make up for yesterday's today, which is the third update. Please click the like icon on the right. Thank you. Chapter 908. You are chaos. What am I? The original owner of the blood-killing origin believed that Lin Ming was not a fool. He dared to enter the Emperor's road under his nose. Most likely he had a way to escape. However, the plan was afraid of changes. The original owner of the blood-killing origin invited this old man of the dwarf demon clan, which was a change. Lin Ming could not expect this change, and he would die very ugly. Lin Ming? Luosha boy, you are really getting more and more useless. Just a human youth of 25 years old who died of low-level death has made you so ostentatious. The 10,000 ghost soul devouring formation, plus this old man, and you personally sitting in charge, preparing such a large formation. If it gets out, won't it make all the major holy places laugh at us, the blood-killing origin? The old man of the dwarf demon clan directly called the original owner of the blood-killing origin Raksha boy, and his words were full of reprimands, which made the surrounding lords and the supervisors of the blood demon temple feel cold in their hearts. They dared not say a word, for fear that Luosha would be angry. Unexpectedly, Luosha was not angry, but patiently explained that Luosha was able to become a 12-winged demon in the past, of course, relying on his talent and hard work, but also with the support of the old man of the dwarf demon tribe in front of him. Not every descendant of an emperor-level powerhouse can become an emperor-level powerhouse. This old man of the dwarf demon tribe is a tragedy. Although he was lustful and had countless women, none of his descendants lived up to his expectations. He could only pass the position of the original owner of the blood-killing origin to others. Otherwise, even if he gave it to his own descendants, they would not be able to control the situation, and would be destroyed in the end. Therefore, Luosha always respected the old man of the dwarf demon tribe, and even scolding him was nothing. You don't know, this Lin Ming's talent is too terrifying. It can be said to be the best in the holy demon continent, and his origin is strange, very difficult to deal with. My most outstanding son died in his hands, and before I could react, he had already escaped from the bloody killing origin. At that time, he was only in the early stage of Zuandan cultivation. Facing the siege of many 3-star Demon King level masters, he was able to kill most of them, became a 12-winged demon, and escaped unscathed. Such a cunning character must have a way to save his life, and his strength will inevitably increase again when he enters the path of the Emperor. I'm not afraid that he will threaten me, but I'm afraid that he will use strange means to escape. So please use soul attacks to lock his sea of consciousness when the time comes, so that he can't use any means. Suffering a loss will lead to progress. Luosha, the original owner of the bloody killing origin, will not look down on Lin Ming, but the dwarf demons have never come into contact with Lin Ming. No matter how others describe him, they will not believe that a junior in the life-destroying period can stir up any waves. Isn't this admitting that he is 7 or 8,000 years old, but is not as good as a brat? 25-year-old kid, I have walked more bridges than he has walked. Since you insist on letting me out this time, I will see what kind of supernatural power this kid has. I will capture him, extract his soul, and refine his marrow, and see what opportunities he has experienced, and what secrets he has. This kind of genius must have great luck and many treasures on him. In my eyes, he is just a treasure boy. I will let him know the gap between the 3-star demon emperor and the low-level life-destroying strongman, which is like a natural chasm. The old man of the dwarf demon clan said disdainfully. Of course, despite his disdain, he still entered the 10,000 ghost soul devouring formation to meditate and adjust his breathing, waiting to kill Lin Ming. And as if to let him verify his bold words, only on the third day, after he came to the Yangxiao Tower, the space above the blood-colored altar at the exit of the Emperor's Road suddenly fluctuated. Hey, this kid is finally coming out. 1 year and 3 months. I want to see how much he can grow. Boom. The blood-colored altar trembled more and more violently, and even the cloud tower seemed to tremble. Above the blood-colored altar, a black vortex appeared out of thin air, and a majestic momentum flowed out, causing the faces of the lords and supervisors to change drastically. If there were no emperors sitting here, they would have turned around and fled. The smile on the face of the old man of the dwarf demon tribe froze slightly. Could it be that this kid really passed the emperor's way? This thought flashed through his mind quickly. In a flash, the black vortex suddenly shrank, and a young man in white stood in the air on the blood-colored altar. In 2 years and 3 months, his long hair had fallen to his waist. Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly appear, Luosha, the original owner of the blood-killing origin, burst into a hateful light. As the original owner of the blood-killing pagoda, of course he hoped to pass the position to his descendants in the end, but Lin Ming killed his most outstanding son, the master of the Polar Star Pagoda. How easy would it be for him to train another descendant who could achieve the divine sea in the future? The 10,000 ghosts devouring soul array, rise. With the blood-killing pagoda's original owner's stern shout, all 360 array flags trembled violently. Lin Ming then discovered that the blood-colored altar of the Emperor's Road had been surrounded by a large array. Woo woo woo. 10,000 ghosts cried together. Countless ghosts and resentful spirits filled this space, and the energy of death blocked everything. Senior. I know, humph, with the 4th level of life falling cultivation, even if you have the strength of the initial stage of the divine sea, what does it matter? The old man of the dwarf demon clan's black robe fluttered without wind, and a huge 6-armed ancient demon phantom appeared behind him. This ancient demon had 3 sharp horns protruding forward on its head, a green face and fangs, and each of its 6 claws held a magical weapon, including a war drum, a copper bell, a rosary, an iron nail, a hammer, and an ancient mirror. None of the 6 weapons were mainstream weapons, which was very strange. However, around the 6-armed ancient demon phantom, there were countless creatures, including humans, demons, goblins, and various fierce beasts, who bowed down to the ancient demon with a look of piety on their faces. Even the surrounding lords, tower masters, and supervisory deacons could not bear the pressure of the 6-armed ancient demon phantom and half knelt on the ground. The force field around it was like a mental storm, which was too terrifying. Chaos Great Demon Art. Senior, have you cultivated the Chaos Great Demon's natal incarnation? The original owner of the blood-killing original was shocked. This was the supreme magical power of the dwarf demons. It was necessary to refine the soul power and will power to a very high level to cultivate it. Once cultivated, the 6-armed ancient demon phantom alone could crush the enemy's spiritual sea with infinite power. No wonder the senior is so confident. It turns out that he has cultivated the Chaos Great Demon's natal incarnation. Once the incarnation appears, no gods or ghosts will stay. The original owner of the blood-killing original suddenly became confident. Having this natal incarnation was enough. Youngster, you are so proud of yourself for dying under my Chaos Demon's incarnation. The old dwarf demon laughed crazily, and the phantom of the ancient demon behind him rushed out. I think your soul power is not bad, so just be a good food for my Chaos Demon's incarnation. Eating you is also a great tonic. The Chaos Demon used the 6 weapons in his hand at the same time, and the copper bells rang, the war drum sounded, and the magic sounds covered the sky and the earth. The first to bear the brunt was Lin Ming. Chaos Demon. Lin Ming's mouth curled up with a sneer. I just returned from the chaos space. For a full 8 months, I only dared to take a few strands of Hongmen to practice my body. When did the word chaos become so worthless? A ghost head condensed by a small magical power dared to call itself chaos? If you are chaos, then what am I? While Lin Ming was speaking, in his sea of spirit, a spear-shaped war spirit whistled out. After 6 months of tempering in the chaos space, Lin Ming's battle spirit has reached the peak of silver, but its power is far more than that. Swoosh. The originally silver-white spear-shaped battle spirit, after condensing a trace of Hongmen Ki, turned into silver-gray, plain and dull, but extremely heavy. Hongmen Ki, a ray of crushing stars. The chaos world was sacrificed by Hunio and Xianzhen. The space is extremely stable. Of course it can seal Hongmen Ki. But how can the space of the lower world withstand it? especially when the battle spirit is full of speed. The space collapses wherever it passes, and large pieces of space fragments cannot withstand the impact of Hong Meng Qi and directly shatter. This scene shocked the supervisory deacons and tower masters present. They have seen a move to break through space, but crushing space with only the battle spirit? How is this possible? The battle spirit is the will, the void. That is to say, this is equivalent to Lin Ming's mind moving and breaking the space. Exclamation mark. What? This is a bronze perfect level war spirit. No, it's silver level? The old dwarf demon's eyes suddenly widened. This was the first time he had seen a silver grey war spirit. Bronze war spirits are blue grey, and silver war spirits are silver white. There has never been a silver grey war spirit between the two. And most importantly, why can Lin Ming's war spirit crush the void? The speed of the spear-shaped war spirit was too fast. Although the old dwarf demon realized that something was wrong, he had no time to react. The spear-shaped war spirit had already hit the shadow of the six-armed ancient demon with a bang. With a click sound, the shadow of the six-armed ancient demon shattered like glass. Countless fragments flew out like flowers scattered by a fairy, and then a considerable part of them were sucked in by the spear-shaped war spirit. The density of Hong Meng Qi is amazing, and the greater the density, the greater the gravity, just like a black hole. Lin Ming's spear-shaped war spirit directly absorbed a small part of the old dwarf demon's will energy and shattered it. Of course, the will energy of others cannot be directly absorbed, but it is no problem to use it as nutrition to nourish oneself. This is just like you cannot transfer the power of a tiger to yourself, but eating tiger bone soup is a great tonic. Puff. The six-armed ancient demon phantom was connected to the sea of consciousness of the old man of the dwarf demon tribe, and was broken by Lin Ming in an instant. The old man of the dwarf demon tribe vomited blood and his face was as pale as paper. Lin Ming's attack was equivalent to breaking the magical power he had practiced hard. At the same time, his will and soul were greatly damaged. The bronze perfect war spirit in his sea of consciousness actually dispersed a lot of mist, and the light was dim, and it regressed to the bronze minor success. Falling two small realms at once, the soul was shattered, and countless cracks appeared in the sea of spirit. The old man of the dwarf demon tribe was stunned, and he couldn't believe that all this was true. In fact, if a troll warrior from the late stage of the Sea of Gods came here, Lin Ming would not be able to beat his opponent so badly. This was mainly because the dwarf warriors specialized in cultivating will and spirit, and meeting Lin Ming was like running into a gun. To describe it in 2 words, it was seeking death. Please give me a monthly ticket and a like for this chapter. Zuanhuan month, please help me. I still owe 1 more chapter after 2 chapters, and I will make up for it. Chapter 909, 3 Force Field Superposition. Yao Yao, the old man of the dwarf demon clan, had a pale face and bloodshot eyes. Behind him, everyone, including the original owner of the blood-killing sect, was completely dumbfounded. The old man of the dwarf demon clan was a 3-star demon emperor. His strength was at the first-class level in the entire Holy Demon continent. In terms of soul attack, the dwarf demon clan was the best in the Holy Demon continent. However, even so, the Chaos Great Demon incarnation condensed by the old man of the dwarf demon clan was actually shattered by Lin Ming's battle spirit. After a short period of stagnation, the original owner of the blood-killing sect suddenly came to his senses, and threw the formation plate in his hand. Kill all ghosts together, exterminate the red blood. Whoosh whoosh, countless resentful spirits rushed towards Lin Ming. At the same time, the original owner of the blood-killing sect drew a war spear from the Zumi ring. As soon as this war spear appeared, it attracted endless bloodlight, as if countless red fireworks exploded, stabbing towards Lin Ming with the sound of thunder. For a time, the blood mist was surging. This attack, with the endless resentment of the 10,000 ghosts soul devouring formation, can be said to have taken full advantage of the terrain. The original owner of the blood-killing abyss was only a 2-star demon emperor, and was not as powerful as the old man of the dwarf demon clan. However, because of the power of the 10,000 ghost soul devouring formation, the power of his attack could be comparable to that of a 3-star demon emperor to a certain extent. Most importantly, this was a material energy attack, not a soul will attack, and was not restrained by Lin Ming's battle spirit. In other words, it was more difficult for Lin Ming to face the attack of the original owner of the blood-killing abyss than to face the chaos demon of the old man of the dwarf demon clan. After all, he was only at the 4th level of life falling cultivation, which was a shortcoming he could not make up for. At the moment, when your gun was about to pierce Lin Ming in the blood mist, a red lotus blossomed behind Lin Ming. The red lines formed an energy-based red divine lotus, which slowly blossomed. This red lotus seemed to contain the power of the great Dao law, but also contained an indescribable sense of oppression, as if the center of the red lotus led to the abyssy hell. A lotus, along with the faint red mist around it, evolved into another world, unfathomable, and full of the breath of the great Dao. It is the so-called one flower, one world, one leaf, one god. The last kind of heavenly demon martial will, Emperor's Lotus. As soon as the red lotus appeared, another law space seemed to be formed around Lin Ming, and all the laws, rules, and energy were even difficult to apply in it. Completely control a space-time, formulate the laws of space-time, become the master of this space, and become a god. This is the Emperor. When Lin Ming truly comprehended the Emperor's martial will, he discovered that his previous speculation about the Emperor's martial will, thinking that it was only biased towards the world of will, was wrong. The Emperor's martial will actually formed an independent world, and both the material world and the world of will were only part of it. In fact, the essence of the Emperor's Lotus is the primordial space of the chaotic era before the formation of all things. At that time, yin and yang were not separated, and the 5 elements were not formed. Everything in the world existed in the form of primordial energy. There was no heaven and earth energy in true essence. In this way, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the artistic conception of life and death, the artistic conception of vibration, the artistic conception of starlight, the martial arts skills, and the will, and fighting spirit all lost their functions. Of course, the premise is that Lin Ming's strength is strong enough, and he cannot let the other party break through this primordial space, otherwise everything is free. According to rumors, after Hunio and Qianxue used the Emperor's Lotus, he could make the entire world fall into the primordial space, truly reproducing the scene at the beginning of the formation of the universe. Even after a long period of refining, he could restore the objects shrouded in the primordial space to primordial energy. That was not a realm that Lin Ming could imagine. And Lin Ming's Emperor's martial intention could actually only cover the void of 10 feet in radius. Although it was only 10 feet in range, when the original owner of the blood-killing origin really rushed into this void, he felt that it seemed endless. What is this? The blood-killing origin's eyes widened. He felt that the vitality of the heaven and earth around him was drained away in an instant, and no longer used by him. At the same time, the blood power attached to him quickly dissipated, and the power of the move was weakened by half before it hit Lin Ming. The blood power is also the blood realm, which belongs to the life realm. When the universe was still in the chaotic space, the heaven and earth were not opened, so where did life come from? If Lin Ming's realm was improved a little bit, he could completely make the blood-killing origin's moves invisible, and then there would be no need to fight. Once the blood-killing origin's original owner stepped into it, he would completely lose his combat power, and be slaughtered by Lin Ming. Bang bang bang. Lin Ming's mind moved, and groups of resentful spirits exploded into dust, and annihilated in the space covered by the Emperor's Lotus. Since there was no life, how could there be resentful spirits? At the moment when the original owner of the blood-killing origin rushed towards Lin Ming also made a move. His strength was not weakened by the Emperor's Lotus, because he was the owner of the Emperor's Lotus. To a certain extent, he had refined the primordial energy, and came into contact with the law of chaos. A halberd thrust out, with a wanton sweeping halberd light, a silver-grey spear-shaped war spirit attached to the war halberd, the entire great wilderness blood halberd, all changed from blood red to silver-grey. Its weight became more terrifying, and its power was greatly increased. After being tempered by the primordial energy, Lin Ming's war spirit has gradually changed from an invisible substance to some tangible properties. The great wilderness blood halberd and the war spear of the original owner of the blood-killing origin collided. There was no fancy collision. The silver-grey dazzling light burst out, like the Milky Way pouring down, magnificent, blinding people, and the destructive breath spread wantonly, as if to tear everything apart. Compared to this light, the blood-colored light emitted by the original owner of the blood-killing origin was much weaker, like white snow under the scorching sun, and was drowned by Lin Ming's halberd. At that moment, the sounds between heaven and earth were swallowed up. There was no medium in the Hongmeng space, so it naturally swallowed up all the sounds. What was left was only the terrifying energy like a storm, sweeping the whole place. If this was not in the Babel Tower, but in an ordinary building, it would have been blasted into powder long ago. The original owner of the blood-killing origin groaned, and his body flew backwards, and fell directly out of the Hongmeng space. With a light cracking sound, the war spear in his right hand actually cracked. A heaven-level top-grade treasure was broken just like that. Looking at the broken weapon, the original owner of the blood-killing origin had an unbelievable look on his face, and destroyed his treasure with one blow. The Great Wilderness Blood Halberd was originally a holy weapon level, much more powerful than the treasure of the original owner of the blood-killing origin. In addition, Lin Ming infused the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd with a war spirit tempered by the Hongmeng Key, which made it even sharper and sharper. It was not surprising that it destroyed the treasure with one blow. Original Master. When several Tower Masters and Lords saw the original Master of the blood-killing origin flying backwards in one round, and even his treasure was broken, their faces all changed color. If the original Master of the blood-killing origin lost the battle, their fate could be imagined. But if they were asked to escape now, they did not have the courage to do so. What if the original Master of the blood-killing origin took revenge later? Just as these thoughts came to their minds, the situation in the field changed drastically. Lin Ming had already taken a step forward and rushed straight towards the original Master of the blood-killing origin. Behind Lin Ming, the red lotus bloomed, and the majesty of the Emperor emanated, which frightened the Tower Masters, Lords and supervisory deacons present to death. No one dared to believe that Lin Ming left the blood-killing origin with the cultivation base of the initial stage of Zuanden. In just 6 years, he would grow to such a point that he could face a 2-star demon emperor and a 3-star demon emperor head-on, and fight against the 10,000 ghost soul devouring formation, but beat them to pieces. Seeing Lin Ming rushing over, the pupils of the blood-killing origin owner shrank, and he stretched out his hand to grab the array plate of the 10,000 ghosts devouring soul array. He was shocked to find that the array plate had lost a lot of spiritual energy, and the 10,000 ghosts sealed in it were also destroyed by Lin Ming's attack just now by 1/3. 10,000 ghosts may not sound like a lot, but these 10,000 ghosts were all refined by the top geniuses of the Xiantian period, Zuanden period, Demon King period, and Monster King period. There are many emperor level geniuses among them. They were outstanding people in their lifetime and ghost heroes after death. Such a 10,000 ghosts devouring soul array cannot be practiced even by a holy land. They can't find so many geniuses, but it is not a problem for the blood-killing origin owner. Guarding the 12 Tangshan towers is equivalent to guarding the graveyard of 12 geniuses. However, even such a 10,000 ghosts devouring soul array was broken by a quarter by Lin Ming in one blow. 10,000 ghosts destroyed, explode. A sinister look flashed in the eyes of the blood-killing origin master. He suddenly crushed the array plate. The thousands of ghosts remaining in the array plate all rushed towards Lin Ming's Hongmeng space at the same time. They all exploded at the moment they approached the Hongmeng space, but did not enter the Hongmeng space. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying airflow swept out wantonly. When the warriors present saw the blood-killing origin master using the 10,000 ghosts destroyed, they were about to escape, but it was too late. In the closed space, the terrifying airflow caught up with them. Several of the lowest level masters were directly torn apart and exploded into a ball of blood mist. This is the terrifying destructive power generated by the simultaneous explosion of the soul and origin energy of the 7,000 geniuses. It is also one of the strongest killing moves of the blood-killing origin master. Once used, the 10,000 ghost soul devouring array will be destroyed. Boom boom boom. 360 formation flags collapsed at the same time. All the energy, under the intentional control of the original owner of the blood-killing origin, was poured into Lin Ming's Hongmeng space. The Hongmeng space trembled violently, and Lin Ming, who was in it, also endured tremendous pressure. The Hongmeng space can annihilate the laws in true essence, but it cannot withstand the impact of energy infinitely. In an instant, Lin Ming felt that his emperor's force field was like a small boat in a storm, which could capsize at any time. Even the interior of the Hongmeng space had already broken into tiny cracks. The emperor's force field can't hold on any longer. Senior, good opportunity. The original owner of the blood-killing origin shouted loudly, and the old man of the dwarf demon clan, who was seriously injured because of the destruction of his magical powers, burst into a monstrous hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. He naturally hated Lin Ming, who had knocked his battle spirit down by 2 small realms. Demon's Claw. Not daring to use soul attacks again, the old man of the dwarf demon clan used energy attacks. A huge black claw slapped Lin Ming on the head. The 2 Emperor level masters attacked together, but at this time, Lin Ming's Emperor force field was about to collapse. He focused his eyes and circulated all his energy to the extreme. Ashura force field. Killing God force field. Open. At that moment, destructive energy burst out from Lin Ming's body and superimposed with the Emperor Lotus. Finally, before 12 o'clock, it was not too late. It was a close call. Please like it. Please vote for the monthly ticket. The monthly ticket is a bit bleak. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 910, Killing the Emperor. The Shura force field suppresses the opponent's true essence, body, and soul, and oppresses the internal organs in the sea of spirit. The warriors who are covered by the Shura force field have insufficient cultivation, and their sea of consciousness collapses directly, and their hearts stop beating and die. The Killing God force field is condensed with infinite murderous aura. The murderous aura itself is a kind of energy field. It is the invisible energy emitted by the warrior when he generates the will to kill. It is also a thought. The murderous aura is so strong that it can kill life. The Emperor's force field reappears in the Hongmeng space, suppresses the laws, suppresses life, suppresses the soul, suppresses everything, and makes most of the magical powers collapse without attack, so that the true essence, fighting spirit, will, soul, everything returns to nothingness, returns to chaos. The 3 major force fields are now superimposed together to form a complete demon martial intention. Although this is just superposition, not a fusion of the 3, it is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. After being supplemented by the other 2 major force fields, the original cracks in the Emperor's force field completely disappeared, and the Emperor's lotus behind Lin Ming became more colorful. The Hongmeng space suddenly exploded. You are just bluffing. I will break your force field. At this point, the original owner of the blood-killing origin had already burst out with a fierce force. He had a premonition that, if he could not kill Lin Ming today, then he would definitely die. Great demon assassination technique, doomsday catastrophe. As the original owner of the blood-killing origin, Luosha's martial arts were endless. Seeing that the blood realm was restrained by Lin Ming, his moves changed and became a rolling demon cloud, covering the sky. Behind him, the demon claws, sent out by the old man of the dwarf demon clan, were infinite and swallowed everything. A 2-star demon emperor and a 3-star demon emperor, working together to attack, energy condensed, destroying everything. At this time, Lin Ming, the power of the evil god, was activated, and the 4 gates of escape armor were opened at the same time. Deep in the center of his eyebrows, a blazing red light flashed out. Indistinctly, a red phoenix shadow soared into the sky, turning into pure energy and merging with the Hongmeng space. While Lin Ming activated the power of the evil god, he suddenly burned the blood of the ancient phoenix. He used all his strength in one breath, just because it was too costly to support 3 force fields at the same time. Now Lin Ming's Emperor's force field covered a space of 50 feet, but if he really entered it, it would span 1,000 miles, no less than a world in one of the thousands. Hongmeng battle spirit, merge, whoosh. As the 2 demon emperors rushed into the Emperor's force field together, a silver gray spear-shaped battle spirit burst out from Lin Ming's brow. As soon as this battle spirit appeared, it naturally shattered and merged with the Hongmeng space. Battle spirits cannot kill enemies directly, but they can be added to any object, including matter, true essence, and force fields. Although the Hongmeng space isolates the laws and invalidates the will, it is not a problem for Lin Ming, the owner. The Hongmeng battle spirits are superimposed, and the Emperor's force field expands another 300 miles. Boom. Boom. There were only 2 loud noises. At the moment when the original owner of the blood-killing origin and the old man of the dwarf demon clan rushed into the Hongmeng space, all laws became invalid, and the rolling demon essence raised by the two people quickly melted like snow under the scorching sun. The deeper they went, the faster the energy melted away, and the protective magic essence of the blood-killing original master and the dwarf demon clan elder also melted away. Oops. The blood-killing original master saw the protective magic essence being melted away by this unknown space, and was shocked. Crack. The black spear light of the blood-killing original master exploded first, followed by the demon claws of the dwarf demon clan elder. The two great magical powers and the attacks of the emperor-level strongman had naturally collapsed, before they hit Lin Ming. Retreat. The figures of the blood-killing original master and the dwarf demon clan elder retreated violently. In this Hongmeng space, unless the space can be torn apart by brute force, the laws and energy will become invalid. For warriors of the Juan system, energy is the foundation of battle. What is there to fight without energy? The blood-killing original master thought that, by gathering the power of the two emperor-level strongmen, he could tear open Lin Ming's emperor's force field, but he didn't expect that he had melted away before the attack arrived. Seeing that the original owner of the blood-killing origin and the old man of the dwarf demon clan were about to escape from the Hongmeng space, how could Lin Ming let them do so? With a thought, the Hongmeng space spread out in the front. At the same time, Lin Ming also used his body skills to catch up with the original owner of the blood-killing origin and the old man of the dwarf demon clan. In fact, the original owner of the blood-killing origin and the old man of the dwarf demon clan were unable to call upon the magic essence in their bodies. If Lin Ming could use a move of Guanhong, he could kill them both with one shot. However, the complete heavenly demon martial will that supported the three great forces was too energy consuming, so that when Lin Ming activated the power of the evil god and burned the blood of the ancient phoenix, it was just enough to make the true essence enough, and there was no energy to spare for attack. Crack, crack, crack. The magic essence of the original owner of the blood-killing origin was the first to crack, and it could no longer support it, which made his face change greatly. Escape separately. The old man of the dwarf demon clan roared at this time, and the two immediately chose different directions, and flew away separately. Lin Ming's Hongmeng space was only 1,000 miles long and wide, and the two strong men were also a long way from the center of the force field. With their speed, they could fly out in an instant. Seeing the border right in front of him, the blood-killing original master's eyes turned bloodshot. He had reached his limit. Lin Ming's eyes turned cold, and he locked onto the blood-killing original master. Kill him first. His divine thoughts burst out, and more force field energy enveloped him. At that moment, the blood-killing original master felt that the last bit of energy in his body had completely collapsed. With a bang, his body protecting magic element finally exploded. The blood-killing original master's face changed drastically. Boy, I will die with you. The blood-killing original master was already desperate. He knew that after Lin Ming locked onto him, he would not be able to fly out at all. He turned around and rushed towards Lin Ming. However, facing the blood-killing original master's desperate struggle, Lin Ming was not moved at all. More force fields enveloped him. The blood-killing original master raised a mouthful of magic element and wanted to perform a move, but his body was empty. How could there be energy? The original owner of the blood-killing origin screamed, but his screams were all swallowed up by the Hongmeng space. He watched his clothes crumble and disappear into powder as if weathered. Then his flesh and blood began to break apart, his meridians burst, and blood mixed with broken flesh flew into the Hongmeng space, instantly annihilated and turned into nothingness. Then his muscles, bones, bone marrow, internal organs, brain. In the Hongmeng space, all matter is disordered and chaotic. Even time and space will be affected. It is easy to collapse into the singularity. Yin and yang are not separated, and the five elements are not formed. In this case, once the protection of energy is lost, how can orderly flesh and blood and life exist? It will be directly turned into nothingness by the Hongmeng space. In just a few breaths, the original owner of the blood-killing origin was like a weathered sand sculpture. His body completely dissipated and turned into countless tiny dust particles, leaving nothing behind. There was no sound during the whole process, but sound needs a medium to be transmitted. Only the sound emitted by the warrior himself can be heard. Of course, other places cannot hear it. Even if there is a medium in the Hongmeng space, it is the Hongmeng key, which is as heavy as the stars. How can it be vibrated to transmit sound waves? A generation of Emperor level strongmen just died in the strange silence, died completely, and no bones were left. This horrible scene made the surviving masters and tower masters feel cold in their backs. What kind of move is this? Just the force field covered it, and it killed the 2-star demon emperor! Exclamation mark. The moment the original owner of the blood-killing original just died, the old man of the dwarf demon clan shouted and rushed out of the emperor's force field. After all, he was a 3-star demon emperor. Even though he was old, his magic essence was deeper than the original owner of the blood-killing original. He rushed out in one breath, and his body protecting magic essence just exploded. Bang! His clothes were ripped apart. The old man of the dwarf demon clan had also felt the scene of the death of the original owner of the blood-killing sect before. He was so scared that his soul was about to escape. After rushing out, he immediately ran wildly to the depths of the Yangxiao Tongshan Tower. The Yangxiao Tongshan Tower was cultivated by the Hunyuan Xianzhen. The tower body was extremely solid and there was no way to break it. In addition, there were various protective formations, and there were also many traps inside. The old man of the dwarf demon clan was the previous original owner of the blood-killing sect. He was naturally very familiar with the Yangxiao Tongshan Tower. He was confident that with his familiarity with the Yangxiao Tongshan Tower, as long as he kept a certain distance, he could escape through several hidden teleportation formations. And now, because Luosha attracted Lin Ming's killing move, he had won enough time for him. With his speed, in this short breath of time, he was like a nimble mouse, shuttling up and down in the passage of the Polestar Tower, and in the blink of an eye, he ran 10 miles away. This monster. It's a monster. How could I encounter such a monster? The old man of the dwarf demon clan roared hysterically in his heart. How could a 25-year-old young man be so powerful? This was beyond common sense. The 8 meteorites war emperor, the demon emperor, and the 6-fingered evil demon who was known as the greatest emperor in the history, but died in the eternal demon pit were all scum in front of Lin Ming when they were 25 years old, or at the same level. If he had known this, no matter how much Luosha gave him, he would never come here to die. Seeing the old man of the dwarf demon clan disappear in the blink of an eye, like a mole, he drilled into the overlapping and interconnected corridors of the Tongshan Tower. Lin Ming's mouth curled up a little. Comparing speed, what he was least afraid of was speed. Not to mention the Jingmen and Jinpeng Park Su, Lin Ming had just comprehended the third law of the realm of thunder, extreme speed. There are 7 kinds of energy: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Among them, the wind system is famous for its speed, but wind is not the fastest. The fastest is thunder. Golden peng breaks through the void, mysterious lightning and shadow. 12 lightning symbols that are integrated with lightning threads of various colors light up on various parts of Lin Ming's body. The glittering lightning threads are fully integrated with Lin Ming's flesh and blood, making it impossible to look directly at them. While opening the Jingmen and performing the golden peng breaking through the void body technique, he also used the auxiliary secret technique, mysterious lightning and shadow. At that moment, Lin Ming's body dragged out countless lightning flashes, and his body suddenly disappeared, so fast that it was unbelievable. The few surviving warriors present almost collapsed to the ground after seeing this scene. Fighting alone, Lin Ming is a monster among monsters. He wants to escape, but he has such a ghostly speed. Even if he can temporarily suppress Lin Ming with his cultivation, as long as he can't kill him, he will grow up in 2 years and come back for revenge. How can such a person let his opponent survive? Chapter 911 The 6th Rubik's Cube Opening. The tens of miles of chaotic and complicated corridors of the Polestar Tower completely lost their meaning under Lin Ming's feet. They flashed by in just a few flashes, leaving only the purple lightning phantom. The teleportation array, we are here. The old man of the dwarf demon clan saw the teleportation array appear, and his eyes lit up. He was lucky to be able to escape at this time, so he didn't care about the weakening of his battle spirit. The battle with Lin Ming just now reduced his lifespan by 200 or 300 years, but after deducting these, he still had 1,000 years of life left. How could the old man of the dwarf demon clan be willing to die? Just when the old man of the dwarf demon clan was about to step onto the teleportation array in one breath and get away from the monster Lin Ming, he suddenly felt a murderous intent behind him. Immediately, the spatial laws around him changed dramatically, and he was once again shrouded in the Emperor's martial will. The teleportation array that was originally close at hand became hundreds of miles away. It only took a few breaths for an Emperor-level strongman to pass through a distance of hundreds of miles, but with an evil star right behind him, how could he be given so much time? Suddenly turning back, he saw Lin Ming holding the great wilderness blood halberd, moving as fast as a ghost, and in the blink of an eye he was already in front of him. What? How could it be so fast? Seeing Lin Ming rushing towards him, the old man of the dwarf demon clan widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. He had just rushed out for only 1 or 2 breaths, but was caught up by Lin Ming in an instant. How fast could he be? Wait a minute. The old man from the dwarf demon clan was so angry that his eyes were red with anger and his heart was burning with anxiety. I have no grudge against you. I'm just taking money and helping others to eliminate disasters. I'm employed by Luoxia, and there is no conflict of interest between me and you. If you let me go, I will give you great benefits. I will teach you the dwarf demon clan's great chaos magic art, tell you where the dwarf demon clan's treasure is, and give you a large number of demon god bones. If you kill me, you can only get the things in my Sumeru ring, and the treasures I just mentioned are all in my cave. Don't even think about searching my soul. My soul power is strong, and I can completely destroy my sea of consciousness before I die. If you kill me, you won't get any of these. The old man from the dwarf demon clan threw out several conditions that he thought were quite tempting, especially the great chaos magic art. He thought Lin Ming should be interested in it. This method is a means of soul attack. The old man from the dwarf demon clan found that Lin Ming's soul was very strong, but he did not practice soul attack martial arts. If he had this great chaos magic art, his means of attack would be greatly increased. Hearing the temptation from the old man of the dwarf demon clan, Lin Ming just chuckled. I don't want any of these things. I just want one thing. What do you want? The old man of the dwarf demon clan had an idea. As long as Lin Ming was willing to put forward conditions, there would be a chance. After some bargaining, as long as he could save his life, it would be worth it to give Lin Ming everything. Lin Ming grinned. I just want all your blood and essence. I want to use it to open something. The body of Luoxia, the original owner of the blood-killing origin, had collapsed in the Hongmeng space, which made Lin Ming unable to use his blood and essence to open the magic cube. Fortunately, there was still the old man of the dwarf demon clan left. As a 3-star demon emperor, his blood and essence were of higher quality. You are looking for death. The old man of the dwarf demon clan was furious. If all his blood and essence were drawn, the fire of life would be extinguished. Lin Ming was completely playing a trick on him. I will fight you to the death. The old man of the dwarf demon clan roared, bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, the shadow of the chaos demon appeared again, but it was much weaker than the last time. The chaos demon art was his innate magical power, and the strongest soul attack was restrained by Lin Ming. Now he could only use material attacks. Suppress the heavenly demon. The old man of the dwarf demon clan stretched out his dry palm and slashed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's great wilderness blood halberd was lying horizontally, and the emperor's lotus flower bloomed again. He deliberately let the force field avoid the body of the old man of the dwarf demon clan and poured it towards the shadow of the chaos demon behind the old man of the dwarf demon clan. Boom. The shadow of the chaos demon behind the old man of the dwarf demon clan broke into cracks, which also weakened the old man of the dwarf demon clan's attack by a large margin. Not fully activating the emperor's lotus flower also allowed Lin Ming to call up enough energy to attack. Thunder and fire state of mind, piercing the rainbow. The highly compressed thunder and fire power in the evil god's young blood gushed out crazily, and the great desolate blood halberd suddenly smashed out, heavily hitting the shadow of the chaos demon. In an instant, like a sledgehammer smashing glass, the shadow of the chaos demon exploded directly. Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd had not yet dissipated its remaining power and smashed it into the chest of the old man of the dwarf demon clan. The protective magic essence exploded instantly, and the old man of the dwarf demon clan was hit by Lin Ming's halberd, causing his chest to dent and spit out blood. With a successful strike, How could Lin Ming give the other party a chance to breathe and escape? The Emperor's force field dissipated, and the blood halberd in his hand turned, and the space collapsed inch by inch. Law of destruction, chain of stars, crack. Countless space fragments slashed across the body of the old man of the dwarf demon clan like sharp knives, and blood was splashed wantonly. The old man of the dwarf demon clan was first broken by Lin Ming's war spirit, and then the war spirit grade was reduced by 2 realms. He was also injured in the Hang Meng space, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Now facing Lin Ming, his best soul attack was ineffective, and he had no power to resist at all. The old man of the dwarf demon clan had blood all over his face, and his body was like a broken water bag, full of space fragments, like a resentful ghost who was executed by slow slicing. How miserable it was. If you let me die, I won't let you have an easy life. The old man of the dwarf demon clan bit his tongue fiercely, and actually bit off his tongue directly. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the energy of his whole body burst out. He wanted to burn the blood and essence of his whole body, so that even if Lin Ming killed him, he would not be able to get the blood and essence to open the magic cube. And the Emperor level strong, even if the body is shattered, can leave a thought, survive for a while, mobilize the energy of the body. It is not easy to kill them instantly. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming sneered, and suddenly punched out. This punch was silver grey, and infused with the Hang Meng war spirit, the state of slowness. At that moment, the flow of time around the old man of the dwarf demon clan suddenly slowed down. He felt as if his body was frozen, and his consciousness slowed down. The energy flowed in his body meridians like a snail crawling. He wanted to burn his whole body's blood and commit suicide, but he was unable to do so. The state of time. He also comprehended the state of time. The old man of the dwarf demon clan's eyes were full of unwillingness. The body crushing fist. Bang. Lin Ming punched the old man of the dwarf demon clan between his eyebrows. Millions of vibrating true essences, while containing the Hang Meng war spirit, rushed into the old man of the dwarf demon clan's body, shattering his meridians and his sea of consciousness. With Lin Ming's current understanding of the state of slowness, the flow of time can be slowed down many times in a short period of time, enough to completely kill the old man of the dwarf demon clan, and even shatter his soul. No matter how strong the vitality of the demon emperor is, he will be completely finished if his soul is broken. Bang. After the effect of the slow state of mind wore off, the old man of the dwarf demon tribe fell to the ground like a pile of rotten meat, and blood splattered all over the ground. Seeing that the old man of the dwarf demon tribe was completely dead, but retained 90% of his blood essence, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If he really let his blood essence burn, it would be troublesome. In that case, he would have to open the magic cube, and find other emperor level strongmen in the holy demon continent to kill. Lin Ming was not a bloodthirsty person. He had enough reasons to kill everyone he killed, and he would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. I didn't expect that the so-called obtaining the Emperor's force field through the Emperor's road, and after fusing it with the heavenly demon force field and the Shura force field, you can kill the Sea of Gods would be such a killing method, directly using the Hang Meng space to annihilate all laws, annihilate energy, annihilate the order of flesh and blood and life, and let everything return to the state of nothingness and chaos. And completely kill, leaving nothing behind after death. Even the Sumeru ring was annihilated. What a pity. Before Lin Ming obtained the Emperor's martial will, he had never thought that the so-called killing meant this. This method of killing should not be used indiscriminately, otherwise, except for some solid holy tools, nothing will be left. Lin Ming shook his head. His 3 martial wills have not yet been fully integrated, but just superimposed. The power is already very powerful, plus the Hang Meng battle spirit is poured into it, and the power of the evil god in the burning ancient phoenix blood are fully activated, which is enough to kill the emperor level strongman whose comprehensive strength is weaker than his. As for enemies, who are stronger than him, close to him, or equal to him, the Hang Meng space can weaken their strength and increase Lin Ming's chances of winning in the battle. The result of the battle can be imagined by weakening the enemy's attack and defense by 60% to 70% at one time. The only drawback is that activating the complete heavenly demon martial will consumes a lot of true essence, which is not easy for Lin Ming. Lin Ming took out a small jade bottle from the purple extreme ring, collected the whole body blood of the old man of the dwarf demon in one breath, and then smeared this small bottle of blood on the position of the magic cube on his chest. Until now, Lin Ming has not been able to drive the magic cube, and can only wait for the passive defense of the magic cube. Lin Ming is very clear that the magic cube is a treasure that many strong men in the god realm fight for with their lives. Of course, its function is not as simple as just accommodating soul fragments. As for what its function is, Lin Ming still does not know. Hiss. The blood of the old man of the dwarf demon was indeed absorbed by the magic cube. The next moment, Lin Ming felt dizzy and came to the magic cube space again. 6 years have passed since Lin Ming killed the life-destroying strongman and opened the magic cube. In 6 years, Lin Ming's strength has finally crossed the threshold from the life-destroying level to the Sea of Gods level. You know, Lin Ming got the magic cube at the age of 15, and it has only been 10 years since then. In the first 4 years, Lin Ming practiced from the physical training stage to the Zuanden stage, and it took 6 years to go from the life-destroying stage to the Sea of Gods. It can be seen that it is difficult to take this step. The magic cube space is still as hazy as before. Countless soul fragments are slowly rotating around the central light ball-like stars, looking like a mysterious galaxy. Lin Ming sensed it and quickly found the two largest soul fragments in it. The width and height are more than 1 foot, larger than a human head. These two soul fragments are naturally left by the ancient demon head leaning over Yang Yun. They contain exquisite time laws, dark laws, and quite complete memories, which may involve the weaknesses of the ancient demon head and the secrets of the eternal demon pit. Of course, what Lin Ming wants to choose this time is a soul fragment of the ancient demon head. Chapter 912, Fusion of the Three Martial Intentions. It would have been better if the ancient demon hadn't self-destructed at that time. Otherwise, the two soul fragments could be combined into one, and the memory would be more complete. When Lin Ming was in the body refining stage, he had to be very careful when absorbing soul fragments. He would pick the smaller one. Now it is different. Except for the light ball in the center, Lin Ming would pick the larger one. Even if the complete soul of the ancient demon was swallowed, he would have the confidence to absorb it. Lin Ming did not choose the two fragments randomly, but used his perception to observe for a while. He found that there was a slight difference in the size of the two soul fragments. The first one was about 10% larger than the second one. However, around the smaller soul fragment, there was a faint black light flowing out, and even the time rules around the soul fragment had a slight change. Relatively speaking, the law fluctuation of the other larger soul fragment was much weaker. There is no doubt that the smaller soul fragment contains more of the ancient demon's understanding of the law. This is it. Lin Ming grabbed the smaller soul fragment. A large part of the memories of these soul fragments were about the life experiences of their owners. These memories were of no use to Lin Ming. Only the memories about skills, laws, and cultivation could help Lin Ming's strength reach a higher level. Swoosh. The soul fragment was completely swallowed by Lin Ming and merged into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. As Lin Ming's cultivation increased, he also understood that it was impossible for other warriors to directly devour other people's memories like him, because every soul fragment, no matter how small, had a spiritual imprint left by the owner. The spiritual imprint was the original characteristic of a life. If you absorb the spiritual imprint of others, you will have a disordered personality, lose yourself, and eventually go crazy and become a walking corpse. However, it is impossible to erase the spiritual imprint, because the spiritual imprint penetrates every tiny part of the soul and merges with the soul. If you use violence to destroy it, you will destroy the soul fragment itself. The Rubik's Cube seemed to have a magical power. Any soul sucked into the Rubik's Cube would immediately have its spiritual imprint erased, becoming the purest memory and directly absorbed by Lin Ming. Thinking back to when Lin Ming first entered the Rubik's Cube space and saw Mu Qianxue using the divine crystal Rubik's Cube to draw in the soul fragments of tens of thousands of powerful beings in the divine realm in one breath, Lin Ming guessed that this Rubik's Cube was probably a divine artifact about the soul, and its grade was beyond his cognitive scope. As soon as the spiritual fragments of the ancient demon entered Lin Ming's brain, a violent mental storm immediately set off. Even though Lin Ming was determined, he was also hit by this terrifying mental storm and felt as if his head was about to explode. You know, this is 1/3 of the ancient demon soul memory of more than 100,000 years. How many things can be experienced in more than 100,000 years? How much information should be? It is difficult to estimate. Lin Ming has only lived for 25 years. He can't remember anything before he was 3 years old. In fact, his real memory is only 22 years. With 22 years of memory, accommodating 1/3 of the memory of more than 100,000 years, its impact can be imagined. Even though Lin Ming's soul was stronger than that of a divine sea warrior due to his practice of alchemy and the Tai soul art, he still felt that his sea of consciousness was about to be shattered by such an impact. The capacity of a person's sea of consciousness is limited. The stronger the soul power, the larger the capacity of the sea of consciousness. You must know that when one reaches the innate realm, one has the ability to remember everything at a glance, and when one reaches a realm above the divine sea, one can use divine thoughts to quickly browse the jade slips and memorize the knowledge in the jade slips. What one can memorize in 1 or 2 days is enough for a mortal to remember for a lifetime. If one lives like this for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, the amount of information that his sea of consciousness has to accommodate can be imagined. Therefore, if the soul is not strong, the sea of consciousness is not enough, and one has to selectively forget some information and only remember things that are useful to oneself. However, this ancient demon has a lot of memories that are useless to Lin Ming. When he feels that his sea of consciousness can no longer support it, he directly activates the reincarnation martial will to grind up a lot of useless memories and discard them, leaving only some memories that are very beneficial to cultivation, such as skills, artistic conception, cultivation comprehension, experience, etc. It was not until several hours later that Lin Ming finally devoured all the memories of the ancient demon. More than 90% of these memories were removed, leaving less than 10%, which were compressed in Lin Ming's sea of consciousness, and he had not had time to look through them. After obtaining the memories of the ancient demon, Lin Ming first looked at not the artistic conception technique, but the ancient demon's memories about the eternal demon pit and the sea of miracles. Unfortunately, this ancient demon followed several Xianzhen to kill Hunyuan Xianzhen and the forces he established in the Holy Demon Continent 100,000 years ago. At the beginning, he was just a small soldier among the many powerful people led by Xianzhen, and he had no idea why he wanted to kill Hunyuan Xianzhen. Not long after the battle began, his body was shattered by someone, and later he was inexplicably sealed in the Sea of Miracles. The Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit were both blocked by Hunyuan Xianzhen with great magical powers. The Yellow Spring River was the magic weapon used by Hunyuan Xianzhen to block the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit. Legend has it that this Yellow Spring River was refined from the corpse of a real dragon, and its power was incredibly powerful. The corpse of a real dragon. Lin Ming took a breath. A real dragon is a divine beast of the divine realm, on the same level as a phoenix. Its power is so strong that it is difficult to estimate. He only got a drop of blood from the reverse scale, and he benefited a lot. He got 100 drops of blood from the ancient phoenix, and he gained a powerful power. The bodies of real dragons and phoenixes are thousands of miles long. How much blood do they have? It is simply unimaginable. Just imagine a phoenix with a body length of tens of thousands of miles, burning billions of pounds of blood in its body, or even its own essence. To what extent would its power rise? I'm afraid that destroying the world is nothing. It turns out, the reason why it has become difficult to ascend to the Xianan continent is that Hunyuan Xianzhen used the Yellow Spring River to seal the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit, which also affected the passage from the Xianan continent to the Divine Realm. Since that battle, any strong man in the Divine Realm, who is above the Divine Sea, cannot descend to the plane where the Xianan continent is located, because this plane is sealed by an invisible energy field. Only a strong man in the Divine Sea like Old Man Zaohua can enter the Xianan continent through the gap in the energy field, because of his weak cultivation. The Xianan continent will gradually turn from its heyday to decline because of the battle 100,000 years ago, which affected the rules of heaven and earth. At the same time, the seal of the Yellow Spring River also cut off the connection between the divine realm and the Xianan continent, so that the vitality of the divine realm is difficult to penetrate into the Xianan continent, resulting in the fact that in the past 100,000 years, no strong man who has exceeded the divine sea realm has been born on the Xianan continent. The late stage of the divine sea is already the limit, and it is an unbreakable curse. Because of the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, even for me, it is not so easy to break this rule in the Xianan continent plane, but ascending to the divine realm is inevitable. There is no doubt that the warriors in the god realm have a much higher starting point than the warriors in the Xianan continent, because the god realm has a vast amount of vitality, and it is much easier to achieve the god sea in the god realm, unlike the warriors in the Xianan continent who work hard to absorb that little bit of barren vitality to practice, but often fail at the end of their lives and turn to ashes. Lin Ming did not blame others for not being born in the god realm. The fact that the warriors in the god realm were born in the god realm is their luck. Being born in the lower realm can only mean that you are not lucky enough. But Lin Ming is an outlier. He got the magic cube in the body refining period. If he was not in the Xianan continent, but in the god realm, where did he get such luck? How could he have achieved what he has now? Therefore, the warriors in the lower realm should not have the idea of if I was born in the god realm, otherwise they will admit defeat psychologically before they have even started practicing martial arts, thinking that no matter how hard they try, they are not as good as the warriors in the god realm, and it is difficult to achieve great success. You have to know that even in the semi-abandoned Xianan continent, there have been outstanding figures such as the Demon Emperor and Empress Akamuni in the past 100,000 years, including Yang Yun. He once said that he would restore the Xianan continent to the heyday of 100,000 years ago. To restore that heyday, I'm afraid we must first break the seal of the Yellow Spring River and reconnect the vital energy connection channel between the divine realm and the Xianan continent. Regardless of whether Yang Yun can succeed, his ambition alone is shocking. Born as a bastard, he endures humiliation and has a heart higher than the sky. The martial arts path of a warrior is to go against the will of heaven. He refuses to admit defeat, does not accept fate, and refuses to obey the heaven and earth. Only in this way can he go against the will of heaven. Lin Ming wanted to understand this, and he felt that his soul seemed to have been sublimated. In the dark, his soul power went one step further, and the Emperor's martial intention, Shura's martial intention, and the god of killing martial intention in the sea of consciousness had a tendency to slowly merge. The fusion of martial intention is itself a process of comprehension. If you can't comprehend it, no matter what natural materials and treasures you eat, it will be useless. Thinking back to the time when Emperor Sakaya sat in meditation under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, 7 kinds of martial intent merged into one, and martial arts broke through the void. At that time, he was only 7 lives. Such a talent, without experiencing a great opportunity, has come to this step only by comprehension. How amazing. Also born in the semi-abandoned Xianan continent, Emperor Sakaya can merge 7 kinds of martial intent. I can only merge 3. Can't I merge? How can I, Lin Ming, be so different from others? My martial arts heart is like the sun, moon, and stars, immortal and indestructible. My martial arts will is unprecedented and eternal. Although my body and soul have not reached immortality, when I step onto the peak of martial arts and reverse the reincarnation of heaven and earth, I can also live as long as heaven and earth. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly realized his thoughts were extremely clear. He only felt a thought in his heart rushing straight into the 9 heavens. Although Lin Ming had not thought of it would be nice if I was born in the god's domain before, he still had awe for the warriors and geniuses in the god's domain. He knew that there were always people better than you, and he knew that the world was big and he was small. For Lin Ming, being able to realize these things was a sign of broadening his horizons. But now, Lin Ming's thoughts have been sublimated one step further. Even if there are always people better than you, even if the god's domain is boundless, there are more than a billion worlds, and there are endless small worlds. What does it matter? My path to martial arts is to conquer everything, cut through thorns, and go against the will of heaven. I want to go against the will of heaven. I want to become a demon and an immortal. I want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and achieve an existence that surpasses the heavenly lord. Chapter 939 The Emperor. At that moment, a great passion surged from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. There was a loud bang, as if something was broken. The Emperor's martial will, Shura's martial will, and God of Killing's martial will all danced in the sea of consciousness, setting off a rumbling storm and slowly merging. Shura, who roamed the battlefield, survived hundreds of battles, condensed the aura of killing, and the pressure formed, could oppress the enemy's soul, body, and true essence, making the enemy tremble before the battle. That is Shura, God of Killing, who killed countless people, walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The force field formed by the murderous aura could cut off the enemy's vitality, and took countless lives without moving. That is God of Killing. Emperor, who completely controlled the world, formulated the laws of this world, became the god of this space, dominated life and death, dominated everything. That is Emperor. War and killing are the life of a warrior. No one can leave them, and a single closed door practice cannot make a king. A person who embarks on the road of martial arts and wants to achieve the peak of martial arts must first survive thousands of battles and become a Shura, then kill countless people, step over mountains of corpses and seas of blood to become a god of killing. Finally, rule a world, comprehend the laws, and become an emperor. I understand. No wonder Shura's martial intention comes from the king's cage. The god of killing's martial intention must defeat all the geniuses in the blood-killing original to become a 12-winged demon. The last emperor's martial intention must pass the emperor's road, gain the recognition of the emperor's road, and become an emperor-level powerhouse. The three major martial intentions seem to be parallel, but in fact they are one step at a time, mutually causal. First become Shura, then become a god of killing, and finally become an emperor. The heavenly demon martial intention created by Hunio and Qianxue itself contains a causal relationship, the laws of martial arts. At that moment, Lin Ming understood many things. He unknowingly entered a state of enlightenment. The main memory of the ancient demon has not been studied yet, but only those memories about Qianxue continent and God's domain have made Lin Ming understand. The road of martial arts is not just about practicing. Experience, knowledge, and vision can actually allow martial artists to suddenly break through bottlenecks and understand the truth of heaven and earth. This is why Duan Mukwan and others insisted on coming to Qianxue continent to gain knowledge. With more knowledge, combined with their own martial arts practice, they can verify one by one and have the opportunity to enter the state of enlightenment. In the past, Emperor Sakyamuni also had an epiphany under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, and ascended to the realm of gods. Lin Ming sat quietly in the Yangxiao Tongshan Tower, completely entering a state of emptiness, and all changes in the outside world were far away from him. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Guang sighed in his heart that Lin Ming's talent, opportunity, and understanding were envied by the sky. He had just obtained the Emperor's martial intention, and the three martial intentions began to merge. Once the three martial intentions merged to form a complete demon force field, I wonder how powerful it would be. This boy's luck is in Qianxue continent. He obtained the magic cube in Qianxue continent, and obtained many opportunities in Qianxue continent. Before he reached the peak of Qianxue continent, and brought this luck to the extreme, he is not suitable to ascend to the god realm, otherwise it will be a waste of his great luck. These secret realms, inheritances, and opportunities. By then, the cause and effect will not be resolved, and his cultivation will even be affected. At least it will not reach the extreme. Cause and effect, luck are illusory things, but they do exist. Luck is part of genius. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, or how high your comprehension is, you are destined to have no chance to reach the peak of martial arts. Even having talent and comprehension is also part of luck. When Lin Ming was in the ancient Phoenix city, Feng Xianzi and the city lord Lan Yanshangren calculated this point, and determined that Lin Ming's luck was in Qianxue continent. Returning to Qianxue continent can inherit the luck, and at the same time, settle the grudges and the cause and effect. After achieving the Sea of Gods in the future, he will surely soar into the sky. This is not to say that Lin Ming will lose his luck when he goes to the god realm. It is just that, if the cause and effect of Xianan continent is not resolved, it will cause a lot of impact. You should know that many warriors in the god realm encounter bottlenecks after their cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds for a period of time, and even have to return to the lower realm before their ascension, to settle the cause and effect. Doing so will of course take a big detour. The witch god that Lin Ming saw in southern Xinjiang was a great man in the god realm. He ascended to the god realm, but before the death retreat, the cause and effect was not resolved. He descended again, and his cultivation was limited to the late stage of the Sea of Gods. It took a lot of effort to pass through the energy barrier and return to Xianan continent. He left behind a set of holy tools, the 72 Witch God Tower, which was guarded by the Eye Taper, to bring some blessings to the descendants of southern Xinjiang, and settle the cause and effect. Of course, no one except Lin Ming knew the secret of southern Xinjiang. It was even more impossible to refine the set of holy tools of the witch god, and no one could see that the 72 Witch God Tower was transformed from holy tools. Lin Ming entered the Witch God Tower and went all the way to the 7th floor. He obtained the blood of the reverse scale and comprehended the meaning of reincarnation. However, the meaning of reincarnation martial arts was comprehended by Lin Ming through his comprehension after watching the reincarnation of 100 generations. It was not directly granted by the Emperor's path. From this point, we can see the horror of Hunio and Xianzhen. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lin Ming had been sitting cross-legged beside the teleportation array of the Yangxiao Tower, with his eyes closed, his consciousness completely out of his body, and wandering outside the 9 heavens. In the state of enlightenment, remember not to be disturbed, otherwise once you wake up from the enlightenment, it will be difficult to enter this state again. During this period, many Tangshan Tower masters discovered Lin Ming's location. Seeing this evil god sitting here, they all hid far away. As for saying that they came to destroy Lin Ming's enlightenment, that was completely a joke. They would not dare to do it, even if they had the courage. In fact, even if they wanted to approach Lin Ming, it was impossible. Although Lin Ming seemed to be sitting here normally, he had actually fallen into a different dimension of time and space. An invisible force field spread around his body, the power of the law was imprisoned, and the energy was extracted. Tiny primordial spaces were constantly bred in the chaos, and then annihilated into nothingness in an instant. Even if a strong man who had reached the half-step Sea of Gods mistakenly entered this chaotic different dimension, he would be torn apart by those suddenly appearing macro-primordial spaces, and then turned into nothingness. Until the 5th day, Lin Ming, who was in enlightenment, suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, the light of countless torches in the corridor of the Tower of Babel was actually sucked into Lin Ming's eyes and disappeared. The surrounding space suddenly became dark. In Lin Ming's eyes, there was no longer black and white pupils, but a primordial space filled with primordial energy, chaos and disorder, as if there were great laws and new stars being bred in it. Chaos divides into yin and yang. Chaos gives birth to the 5 element. Chaos breeds all things. If I control the power of chaos, I will be the emperor. At that moment, Lin Ming's momentum suddenly converged, and the invisible force field and countless miniature primordial spaces in the space suddenly disappeared. Lin Ming, have you really integrated the 3 force fields to form a complete heavenly demon martial will? The soul of the magic light jumped out of Lin Ming's spiritual sea. It can be regarded as a complete heavenly demon martial will. There are still a few places that need to be strengthened. I finally understand how to apply the heavenly demon martial will. If I had realized this earlier, it would be much easier to kill the original owner of the blood-killing origin and the old man of the dwarf demon clan. Lin Ming said as his mind moved, and he flicked his finger. A ball of grey energy light burst out from his fingertips and shot directly at a torch beside the corridor of the Tangshan Tower. The grey energy light shot at the torch, and then, an incredible scene happened. The torch was completely broken apart under the cover of the grey energy body, and then further shattered into nothingness, as if it was something condensed from countless dust particles, and was blown away by the wind. This is. The magic light suddenly widened its eyes. It certainly understood that what Lin Ming had just sent out was a small ball of the Emperor's force field, and it was fused with the heavenly demon martial will, and the killing god martial will. A small ball of energy can decompose matter into nothingness and completely annihilate it. If it hits a person, How terrible it would be. I didn't expect that after you merge the 3 force fields, your control over the Hongmeng space has reached such a level. The magic light side, who will be your opponent from now on. As long as you send out a ball of force field energy, the opponent will be reduced to ashes. The magic light knew very well that, if a force field of this level hit it, even if it was only a ball the size of a grain of rice, it would be able to scare it away. And the most abnormal thing is, that the Hongmeng space can not only kill life and soul, but also kill the true essence, kill the will, kill the moves, and kill most of the laws. It can be said, that one move can break all laws. Who can stop it? Facing the exclamation of Mo Guang, Lin Ming still looked calm. He shook his head and said, my Hongmeng space also has a power limit. If the opponent is too strong, it can't be killed. Look at the wall of the Qianxue tower. The demon marshal will hit it, and there was no reaction at all. The torch that Lin Ming extinguished just now was added by later generations. It was destroyed in one move, but the main body of the Qianxue Tongshan Tower was personally sacrificed by Hunio and Xianzhen. If Lin Ming guessed correctly, the 12 Tongshan Towers itself is a set of extremely high-grade magic tools, but whether it is a spiritual tool or what level, Lin Ming does not know. It is not surprising that a high-quality magic tool has its own space inside, and it is suppressed to form a pagoda. The treasure refined by Hunio and Xianzhen was, of course, not something that Lin Ming could destroy, so the small group of heavenly demon marshal will just now exploded directly on the wall of Qianxue Tongshan Tower, without even a trace left. You should be content. What kind of person is Hunio and Xianzhen? That's Xianzhen, a person who is stronger than the realm master of the divine realm. Let alone Xianzhen, I can't even imagine the realm master. Below the realm master is the Holy Lord, and the demon emperor didn't even seal the Holy Lord back then. You can't even reach the divine sea to refine the pagoda of Xianzhen, and you still want to leave a trace? Your current Hongmeng space, against top powerhouses, even if you can't suppress them to death, you can devour their true essence and greatly weaken their every move and every style. Compared with your current heavenly demon martial will, the famous purple extreme realm, the emperor's pure land and the like in Xianan continent are all weak. Mo Guang shook his head and said, seeming extremely excited, as if he saw the scene of Lin Ming returning to Xianan continent, and he had had enough of the life of hiding from place to place during these days. Chapter 914 Becoming the original owner. Lin Ming was not in a hurry to return to Xianan continent. He was now at the 4th level of life, with 4 gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia opened. He still had not yet comprehended the memory of the ancient demon. If he could comprehend its memory, he could at least make further progress in the realm of time and the realm of darkness. Even if the rest of it could not be transformed into strength in a short period of time, it would allow Lin Ming to see through the weakness of the ancient demon. This was Lin Ming's greatest reliance on dealing with Yang Yun. Otherwise, even if his strength had improved so much, he would not be sure of facing Yang Yun. Seeing Lin Ming taking the heavenly demon martial will into his body, Mo Guang suddenly had an idea in his mind. I suddenly feel a little strange. The 3 force fields of Emperor Zun, Shura, and God of Death merged to form a complete heavenly demon martial will. Why is it called heavenly demon? I think it is more appropriate to call it chaos, Hongmeng, or Hunayan. Mo Guang pinched the red hair on his chin and said so. Lin Ming pondered for a while and said, the Hongmeng martial intention you mentioned may really exist, and the so-called Xianmo martial intention is probably only a small part of the Hongmeng martial intention. When the 3 martial intentions merged into one, Lin Ming had a feeling that the Xianmo martial intention was not complete. From Shura, god of killing, to Emperor Zun, the Xianmo martial intention proved the Dao with killing. Although fighting is the life of a warrior, it is not necessary to be bloodthirsty. In this world, there are demons, there should be Dao, people, and gods. The 3 Xianmo martial intentions should only be a part of it. If you can comprehend the complete martial intention, you can achieve the real Hongmeng martial intention. What? Such an awesome Xianmo martial intention. You said it was just an incomplete small part? How strong would the complete martial intention be? Mo Guang was stunned. This was beyond his imagination. It's not surprising. Hunayan Xianzhen is such a great man. Emperor Shaka meditated under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights, and 7 kinds of martial intent merged. so it is reasonable that Hunio and Xianzhen can merge more martial intent. Don't forget that the three martial intents separated by the heavenly demon, Emperor Zun, god of killing, and Shura, are all martial intents of domain and force field nature, and martial intent is not just force field. Mo Guang nodded in agreement. What Lin Ming said made sense. However, the three martial intents under the heavenly demon martial intention are not ordinary martial intents. They are extremely powerful and relatively rare force field martial intents. Although only 3 kinds of martial intents are merged now, it is probably better than the 7 kinds of martial intents merged by Emperor Shaka back then. After all, Emperor Shaka relied on his own exploration, and the martial intent he comprehended must have limited power. When Mo Guan was talking to Lin Ming, 3 men in black walked towards Lin Ming tremblingly. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and he naturally noticed the 3 men in black. They were all at the peak of the 3-star Demon King level, 1 step away from becoming a 4-star Demon King. Their true combat power was probably comparable to that of the weakest life-destroying warrior. Who are you? Lin Ming shouted softly. After he condensed into the heavenly demon martial will, his pressure became even heavier. Even if he didn't infuse any true essence into his shout, it sounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of others, shocking people's souls. How could the 3 men in black bear Lin Ming's pressure? They knelt on the ground with a plop. Master Lin, we are the supervisory elders of the Blood Demon Temple. Master Lin was in seclusion before, and we didn't dare to disturb him. Now Master Lin has achieved great success in his divine power, so we are here to listen to your instructions. After the 3 men in black said this, Lin Ming understood that these 3 people came to show their loyalty. Once Luosha died, the position of the original owner of the Blood Demon origin would be vacant. In their view, since they killed Luosha, they would of course be the original owner. The blood killing plane was occupied by the trolls, dwarves, and barbarians. The people of these races were afraid of Lin Ming, a human being. However, these 3 people did the opposite and came to curry favor with Lin Ming, hoping to become Lin Ming's confidant and gain benefits when the original owner took over the throne. Although Lin Ming did not like such people, they would be very useful subordinates if he could subdue them. Reporting to Lord Lin, the former owner of the blood killing plane, Luosha collected a large number of treasures in the blood killing temple, all of which were sealed by formations. Now some villains are planning to open the formations of the blood killing temple and escape from the blood killing plane with the treasure. There is no eternal alliance, only eternal interests. In order to curry favor with Lin Ming, the 3 men in black sold out their companions in a blink of an eye. Escaped with the treasure? Lin Ming's mouth curved. After obtaining the treasures in the miracle temple, he was not very concerned about the things of the original owner of the blood killing plane, but he would not give them away for no reason, otherwise he would be regarded as a fool. Lin Ming grabbed the 3 men in black with his big hand and put them into the purple extreme ring without paying attention to their screams. Then he took the Sumeru ring of the old man from the dwarf demon clan, stepped on the void, and flew straight to the blood demon temple. After staying in the blood killing plane for so long, Lin Ming certainly knew the location of the blood demon temple. It was 20,000 miles from the Yangtze Tangshan Tower to the blood demon temple, but for Lin Ming, this distance was only an incense stick of time. Lin Ming flew into the blood demon temple like a ball of lightning, and with a flick of his hand, the 3 men in black were thrown out of the purple extreme ring. At this time, in front of the Rakshasa treasure house, there were indeed several tower masters, lords, elders, and supervisors who joined forces with several array masters to try to crack the Rakshasa treasure house. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly appear, they were stunned for a moment, and then they were scared to death. Luosha was not good at arranging formations, so most of the arrangement of the formations in the treasury was done by others. Now the formations have been cracked by the formation master. It seems that they are about to succeed. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of Lin Ming's retreat to quickly run away with the treasures. Now the fate can be imagined. It's true that people die for money and birds die for food. Lin Ming's mouth showed a sneer. A group of warriors were frightened, and their breathing was stagnant. As long as Lin Ming had a thought, they would die without a burial place. You 3, plant slave marks on all the lord level strongmen. Lin Ming said to the 3 black-clothed men who first surrendered to him. Lin Ming did not intend to kill these people. The blood killing was originally a piece of fat meat, which generated huge profits every year. He would ascend to the god realm in the future. He did not need these prophets, but he could send them to Shenhuang Island. After all, when Lin Ming ascended, his family would stay in Xianan continent. He wanted to build Shenhuang Island into a divine country, so of course he needed a lot of financial support. He planned to break through the barriers between Xianan continent and Shengmo continent before ascending to the sky and build a new teleportation array. If he could take in the power of blood-killing Yuan, it would undoubtedly guarantee the prosperity of his family. The 3 supervisory elders did not react to the situation at first until they saw the scene in front of them. They realized that they had come to the blood evil temple from Yangxiao Tower in just a short time. My god, what a speed. They did not care to marvel and were dumbfounded when they heard Lin Ming ask the 3 of them to plant slave seals on other lord level powerhouses. Plant slave seals on these people. The strongest supervisory elder among the 3 swallowed his saliva and immediately saw the hatred but fear in the eyes of the people present. Now even a fool would understand that these 3 people betrayed them. Yes, plant slave seals, and those who resist will die, Lin Ming said with murderous aura. For warriors, planting slave seals is not much better than being killed. These tower masters and lords who can reach this point are all talented people. Even if they are afraid of Lin Ming, they will never be willing to be controlled by others. Let's run away separately. The master of the giant axe tower suddenly roared, but just as he shouted out most of his voice, his body suddenly shook, and then, a scene that made people's souls tremble occurred. In full view of the crowd, the burly body of the master of the giant axe tower was scattered and disintegrated into fine powder, dissipated in the air, and completely turned into nothingness. The whole process was silent. Only the distorted face of the master of the giant axe tower and the painful expression that seemed to be screaming with all his strength were permanently imprinted in the hearts of the people, becoming an indelible nightmare. Be loyal to me, and there is still a possibility that I will give you freedom one day. Otherwise, die now, Lin Ming said calmly and indifferently. Killing these people was just a little troublesome for him, and it didn't matter. A lord was the first to be unable to bear Lin Ming's pressure, and was willing to accept the slave mark. With the first one, there will soon be a second and a third one. Lin Ming's strength is strong enough, and becoming Lin Ming's slave is also acceptable. There is indeed a chance to gain freedom in the future, which is better than dying immediately, and then there will be nothing. In this way, more than 10 lords were all planted with slave seals by the 3 supervisory elders, while the remaining tower masters and elders were planted with slave seals by magic light. After all this was completed, Lin Ming flicked his fingers and 3 grey lights instantly penetrated into the bodies of the 3 supervisory elders. They were shocked. Master Lin, these are 3 heavenly demon force fields sealed by my power. Once you betray me, as long as I have a thought, the force field will explode in your body, and your fate will be the same as that of the tower master just now. Lin Ming said this, and the 3 supervisory elders were sweating coldly. They had no courage to betray Lin Ming. In any case, these 3 heavenly demon force fields are still much better than slave seals. At least they will not affect themselves, and even their thoughts will be controlled. From today on, I'm the new owner of the blood-killing origin, Lin Ming said slowly and forcefully. Everyone present knelt down and prostrated themselves. At this moment, Lin Ming did not dare to raise any thoughts of resistance. Facing Lin Ming was much more stressful than facing Luosha. Lin Ming threw out a few spiritual herbs from the Zumi ring and threw them directly to the 3 supervisory elders. These spiritual herbs were collected by Lin Ming in the wild of the miracle temple. They were not precious to him, but they were treasures of heaven and earth to others. Sure enough, when the 3 elders saw these things, they were overjoyed. They were also wealthy, but after all, their realm was limited. How could they compare with Lin Ming, who had encountered many adventures? Follow me, I will not treat you unfairly, Lin Ming said indifferently. The 3 supervisory elders knelt down hurriedly to show their loyalty. Their cultivation was only equivalent to the late stage of human Zuundan to the stage of life and death. Being able to become the subordinates of an emperor-level strongman would save a lot of detours. Even if they were planted with restrictions, it was worth it. Ignoring everyone, he turned to the treasure house that had been cracked 80% to 90% and punched out. Break. Boom. With a loud bang, the layers of formations outside the treasure house of the Blood Demon Temple exploded directly, and the treasure house of Luoxia was completely opened. Chapter 915 Black Pearl. With Lin Ming's understanding of the formation, coupled with the Hang Meng space that annihilates all laws, it is easy to break this formation, that only has 1 or 2% left. This scene made everyone present silent. Breaking the formation is like tearing paper, killing people is like killing chickens. This Lin Ming is a bad star. It is hard to imagine that he is not even 30 years old now, and he just broke through the Zuandan 6 years ago. After Lin Ming sensed and confirmed that there was no problem with the temple treasury, he strode into it. As a gathering place for geniuses, the warriors who enter here every year are all wealthy people. In addition, they guard the eternal demon pit, make money, hunt for treasures and other means, so that the masters of the blood killing plane are all rich, and as the master of the blood killing plane, the wealth of the treasure house can be imagined. You know, ordinary warriors don't need to build a treasury at all. One Zumi ring is enough. Unless it is a large sect or a giant like the original owner of the blood killing sect, who has too many collections and wealth and needs a lot of things to reward his subordinates, and even the heaven grade Zumi ring can't hold them. They will build a treasury. In the treasury, there are 30 or 40 metal racks connected one by one. On each rack are placed heaven grade treasures, including some of the middle grade heaven grade, and even a few of the top grade heaven grade treasures. Although Lin Ming can't use these things, they are very useful for giving them to others, or strengthening the strength of Shenhuang Island. Lin Ming waved his hand, and put all the things into the purple extreme ring. The interior of the purple extreme ring is a real world, with palaces, suns, and grasslands. The capacity is amazing, and can hold anything. Behind the weapon rack, there are a lot of blood evil crystals. The dazzling red blood evil crystals are piled up into small hills, one after another. Most of them are middle grade blood evil crystals, and the smaller crystal mountain in the middle is a top grade blood evil crystal. Blood evil crystal is the common currency of the trolls and dwarfs. Lin Ming used this currency to buy items in the Tower of Babel. One piece of top grade blood evil crystal is worth 100 mid grade blood evil crystals, and its purchasing power is equivalent to 20 or 30 low grade Yuanling stones. Lin Ming estimates that there are at least tens of millions of mid grade blood evil crystals here, and nearly 1 million top grade blood evil crystals, which can be converted into at least 30 million low grade Yuanling stones. Such a large amount of wealth is the accumulation of the original owner of the blood killing Yuan for thousands of years. It would be painful for the 4 great divine kingdoms to take it out in one go. Of course, Lin Ming was not polite about these, and put them all into the Zumi ring. The next thing was the bones of the demon gods. The large and small bones of the demon gods looked like black colored glaze, filling up to large boxes, which were also collected by Lin Ming. As for other elixirs and exercises, Lin Ming was not interested. In terms of wealth, the blood killing Yuan was rich, but in terms of alchemy and inheritance, they were not as good as the 4 great divine kingdoms. What is this? Lin Ming suddenly had an idea, and found that in the box of the demon god's bone, there was a baby's fist-sized bead, which was grey in color, and the material was like wood but not wood, like stone but not stone, and there were many strange magic patterns on the surface. This is definitely not the demon god's bone. Lin Ming felt that the fist-sized bead did not have any energy fluctuations. He sensed and explored it, but found nothing. He wanted to take the bead in his hand and observe it carefully. When he took it, his eyes almost popped out. My goodness, the baby's fist-sized bead was heavier than the great desolate blood halberd. What is this? Lin Ming was completely stunned. With his strength of 1 million jin, he couldn't pick it up. As a last resort, he opened the wound gate and used 2 million jin of strength to take the bead in his hand. At least 1.5 million jin, or even 1.5 million jin. This is definitely the heaviest thing I have ever seen. The volume of the black bead is only 1% of the great desolate blood halberd, but its weight is twice that of the great desolate blood halberd. Lin Ming then discovered that the base under this strange bead was special. It was made of metal that was enough to make a heavenly treasure. The ground was also engraved with various formations, so it could steadily support the weight of the black bead and not crush the ground. According to the evolution of the universe I saw in the Hongmeng space, only some special stars that were compacted by their own huge weight could achieve such a heavy weight. In the Hongmeng space, Lin Ming knew that the sun, moon, and stars could not exist forever. The sun would slowly burn out its energy and gradually extinguish and evolve into a dark star. Only the matter on the dark star had such a weight. It was understandable that the things on the dark star were heavier than this. Even the Hongmeng key was tens of millions of times heavier than the dark star. But the key point was that the black bead in Lin Ming's hand was obviously not a dark star. Lin Ming even felt that there was a trace of the breath of the fire of life in the bead. Although it was extremely weak, it was indeed not Lin Ming's illusion. If it weren't for his increasingly powerful soul, he would not be able to sense it at all. Is this thing alive? Lin Ming was shocked and almost wanted to throw the black bead away on the spot. A life that might be alive is as heavy as a dark star in the universe. What kind of existence is this? It can't be a dragon egg. Impossible. How can a dragon egg be so small? The body of a real dragon is tens of thousands of miles long, so it's not surprising that a dragon egg has a diameter of dozens of miles. Lin Ming used many methods to explore the black bead, and also asked the magic light, and even searched the memory of the ancient demon, but in the end he found nothing. He was basically sure that this black bead was something that Luosha got out of the eternal demon pit. The existence in the eternal demon pit was no longer something that Lin Ming could guess. Luosha had been the original owner of the blood killing pit for more than 1,000 years. Every 10 years, he would organize the lords and geniuses to explore the edge of the eternal demon pit. It was reasonable that any lord who picked up the strange things erupting from the depths of the eternal demon pit would give them to Luosha first. There is no doubt that Luosha didn't know what it was, but he thought it was magical, so he kept it, and kept it for a search. Maybe one day, it will be confirmed to be a treasure. Put it away first, and then ask Senior Feng Xianzi. She should know. Lin Ming wiped his left hand, and put the black bead into the Ziji ring. After scanning Luosha's treasure house in one breath, Lin Ming searched for the Sumeru ring of the old man of the dwarf demon clan. This guy also served as the original owner of the blood-killing origin, and his total wealth was even greater than Luosha. It's a pity that most of the wealth of the dwarf demon clan was hidden in the treasure house, and only a small part was in the Sumeru ring. Lin Ming explored and searched bit by bit, but he did not find any more strange things like black beads. They were all regular items with a total value of between 10 and 20 million spirit stones. Among them was the jade slip for practicing the great chaos demonic art. Lin Ming took a casual look and found that this set of skills was much more advanced than he had imagined. Its exquisiteness was even higher than the great wilderness halberd art, and it was no less than some inheritances of the god realm. It was a pity that the old man of the dwarf demon clan could not exert its power due to the lack of some artistic conception laws. It seems that this set of skills was also obtained from the eternal demonic pit. The eternal demonic pit is really a treasure land. I don't know how many people have gained opportunities here. This great chaos demonic art is useful for me to learn. It adds a means of soul attack. Lin Ming's soul is also very powerful, but it is much inferior to his battle spirit. The battle spirit is will and intention, which is different from the soul. Will is the energy wave emitted by the brain, similar to force field energy. There are even mortals with strong will, who can take objects from a distance, and are called superpowers. If such people have extraordinary martial arts talent, it is easy for them to condense into war spirits before the sea of gods. War spirits cannot attack physical objects directly, but they can be attached to any object to enhance their power, including attaching to true essence, force field and soul. Now Lin Ming has a war spirit attached to his soul, plus the reincarnation martial will. His defense is incredibly strong. Anyone who uses soul attack to deal with Lin Ming is looking for death. For example, the old man of the dwarf demon tribe, after a soul attack, the shadow of the chaos demon behind him was shattered. Lin Ming's soul defense is abnormal, but it's a pity that he can't actively use soul attack to kill the enemy, because he doesn't have a set of suitable soul martial arts. Now this set of chaos demon art can still be used. With Lin Ming's soul foundation and his understanding, plus the assistance of the reincarnation martial will, and the holy wristband, it will only take 10 days or half a month to learn this set of martial arts. Mo Guang, you control these people to clean up the blood killing plane in the next few months. Those who stay must obey me, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. I will use this time to retreat and sort out all the gains. The day I come out of retreat is the day we return to Xianan continent. In Lin Ming's mind, Yang Yun is one of the few people he can't see through. The enemies Lin Ming has faced before are basically greedy people. Their main purpose is to collect money and treasures, and they want to cultivate to a higher level and have a longer life. Zhu and Wuji and Sita Haoshan can be classified into this category, but Yang Yun is different. He is an ambitious person. He has ideals, crazy ideals, and he is working hard in that direction. He will do anything to achieve his goals. Such people are the most terrifying. Lin Ming always felt uneasy when he let Yang Yun stay in Xianan continent. He didn't know what he would do. In the following time, Lin Ming retreated in the secret room of the Blood Evil Temple. He spent most of his time to comprehend the memory of the ancient demon. What surprised Lin Ming was that this ancient demon was actually an excellent array master, and he was proficient in the magic array. Although Lin Ming had absorbed the memory of a formation master before, he was biased towards the righteous path. The complementarity between the righteous and the evil can help Lin Ming's formation level to a higher level. Zhaoshan Demonic Array, Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array, Huangquan Burial Ghost Array, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Array. Lin Ming read it bit by bit. Whenever his mental strength was exhausted and his mind was slightly confused, the holy wristband on his wrist would send a burst of coolness, which made him feel like he had been enlightened, and his mind was extremely clear. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Most of Yang Yun's skills come from the ancient demon, and they will inevitably fight together. The ancient demon attached to Yang Yun can enhance Yang Yun's strength. As long as Lin Ming understands the moves of the ancient demon, he will win half the battle. I will return to Xianan continent tomorrow. Please give this chapter a like. The likes of this chapter are displayed in the lower right corner. A like only costs 2 cents. If you can reach 200 likes before 12 o'clock tomorrow, the silkworm cocoon will be updated. We have nearly 2,800 subscriptions in 24 hours. As long as 14 out of 14 people like it, I think it won't be difficult. Of course, I also want monthly tickets. Zuan Hidden Month. Monthly tickets are very important. Chapter 916 Return to Xianan. On the boundless sea, a group of sharks shuttled through the wind and waves, looking mighty and powerful. The leader of this group of sharks was a giant shark that was 70 to 80 feet long, with a grey-blue back, shark fins like sharp knives, and a bloody mouth that could swallow an elephant in one bite. On the back of such a giant shark, there was a little girl sitting, with a round body, chubby face, and a pink body, looking like a newborn rat. She was wearing a small red bellyband and a shiny silver collar around her neck. Her hair was wet by the seawater, her bangs were stuck to her forehead, and crystal water droplets hung on her cheeks. The flesh on her arms was squeezed together, like 2 overly plump lotus roots connected together. The little girl looked only 7 or 8 years old. She was not afraid at all when sitting on the back of the giant shark. Instead, she giggled non-stop. Her voice was like a crisp silver bell, with a particularly strong penetrating power. In the rolling sea, it was particularly clear. This is understandable, because the little girl looks like a porcelain doll, but in fact, her cultivation has reached the bone tempering stage, and she is only 1 step away from the vein condensation stage. Zoi, swim faster, faster, rush over that wave mountain. The little girl hugged the dorsal fin of the great shark that was taller than her and shouted, her smart black eyes full of excitement and mischief, and the great shark Zoi under her seemed to listen to the little girl very much, and shuttled through the wind and waves more and more. At this moment, a red light lit up, and a red pug appeared beside the little girl, with red curly hair all over its body, floating in the air. It was the original soul of Mo Guang, sent by Lin Ming to preside over the giant kun. Little ancestor, we should go back, Mo Guang said slowly, trying to keep his voice majestic. Ah, Zhao Hang, play with me. The little girl clapped her hands excitedly when she saw Mo Guang appear. Hearing the little girl calling out Zhao Hang's name, Mo Guang immediately pulled down his dog face, but facing this little ancestor, it was helpless. She was Lin Ming's sister, Lin Xiaoj. With the many natural treasures brought back by Lin Ming, Lin Xiaoj began to use various potions to regulate her body. Since she was a child, she started practicing martial arts at the age of 6 and has now reached the 5th level of physical training and bone forging. If this happened in Xianan country, it would be a big deal. Because the children of Xianan country lack these priceless natural treasures, they often have to grow up to 12 years old. Only when their bones and muscles have a certain strength can they start practicing martial arts. Otherwise they will strain their underdeveloped bodies. Mo Guang frowned and said seriously, "Go back immediately. We have to return to Xianan continent now." More than 3 years have passed since Lin Ming fought with Yang Yun. In the first year, Lin Ming was in seclusion in Xianan continent. In the middle year and 3 months, Lin Ming sharpened his will in the Emperor's Road, comprehended the Hongmeng space, and improved his realm. In the last 10 months, Lin Ming comprehended the memory of the ancient demon in the secret room of the Blood Evil Temple, and learned various magic arrays, dark artistic conception, and time artistic conception. The arrays in the God realm are complicated and profound. The ancient demon has a very high attainment in the array. Even if it accepts an apprentice and teaches him hand in hand without reservation, it will take hundreds or thousands of years to teach the apprentice to its level, provided that the apprentice accepted by the ancient demon has good comprehension. This is also unavoidable. Which of these auxiliary skills, such as refining medicine, refining equipment, inscriptions, and arrays, does not require understanding a lot of principles and then slowly comprehending through a lot of practice and failures to practice? But Lin Ming didn't need to do this. He directly inherited the memory of the ancient demon, which was equivalent to inheriting all his experience in setting up formations and his understanding of the essence of formations. He only needed some time to integrate these memories and adapt to his body, and then he could transform all these knowledge of formations into his own. In addition, without too much practice, Lin Ming could become a master of formations. In just 10 months, Lin Ming's ability in formations has improved a lot. In addition, Lin Ming originally had the foundation of righteous formations, and his achievements in formations were even better than those of the ancient demon. In addition to the improvement in formations, there are also space artistic conception and dark artistic conception. The ancient demon's understanding of these two artistic conceptions was also thoroughly understood by Lin Ming. Lin Ming now has the confidence to fight Yang Yun head on. Even if he loses, he can escape calmly with his extraordinary speed. Since he already has this confidence, he decided to return to Xianan continent. In the South China Sea, over the past 3 years, the giant Kun has penetrated 30 million miles into the South China Sea, and the water depth here has reached thousands of miles. The pressure under the water is unimaginable. The vast South China Sea, even with the size of the giant Kun, is just a bigger fish here. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack for Yang Yun to find them. How easy is it? So these days, Mo Guang has been leisurely, and from time to time, he lets the giant Kun float to the shallow water layer to breathe. Under its care, Lin Xiaoj has also grown rapidly. The little girl is not big, but she is surprisingly brave. Now she dares to ride a shark to swim, just like a little witch in the sea. Return to Xianan continent? Lin Xiaoj's eyes widened. Although she was young, she understood a lot of things and knew why they were fleeing. Now Mo Guang said that he wanted to go back. Obviously there was only one possibility. She asked excitedly, "My brother is coming back?" "Yes, he is back. We have already reached the territory of the South Sky region. It is too early for us to swim back. Maybe when we really swim back to Xianan, your brother will have solved everything." A wisp of Mo Guang's soul always follows Lin Ming, used as a mouthpiece, and knows Lin Ming's location very well. At this time, Lin Ming had just passed through the ancient teleportation array and stood alone above the vast South China Sea. Looking at this sea area that he was extremely familiar with, his heart was filled with extremely complicated emotions. He grew up in the Southern Sky region, but was forced out of here several times by powerful enemies. This is the path of a warrior. Although he may not be enemies all over the world, he will inevitably encounter powerful enemies one after another. He will either advance on their corpses or be trampled under their feet and die. With a thought, Lin Ming flew straight out in the direction of the 4 great kingdoms. Now he no longer needs any tools like the godly boat to travel. No tool has a maximum speed that can catch up with 1/5 of Lin Ming's speed. Moreover, Lin Ming can maintain this speed without consuming any physical strength. He can fly continuously for 10 days and half a month. The teleportation array from here to the 4 great kingdoms is probably controlled by Yang Yun. As soon as I show up, Yang Yun will definitely get the news. Well, I'll come to meet you and see where your strength limit is. While flying, Lin Ming explored the war spirit tracking mark that he had left in the body of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. He didn't know where Yang Yun was now. If he wanted to find him quickly, the fastest way was to go through the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. He believed that the middle-aged man surnamed Sun must have told Yang Yun about the tracking mark in his body and asked Yang Yun to protect him. Yang Yun would most likely not help the middle-aged man surnamed Sun erase the tracking mark, but would deliberately leave him as bait. Once he found out that he was going to kill the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, he would definitely rush there as soon as possible. Although this bait was not very attractive to Lin Ming, it was better than nothing. Closing his eyes, Lin Ming calmly felt the location of the war spirit mark. He guessed correctly. Yang Yun did not erase the tracking mark and let it remain in the body of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. It's just, how can it be so close? That middle-aged man surnamed Sun is in the southern sky region, and that location is Qianxue country. Lin Ming was shocked. There was no doubt that Yang Yun had already found out his identity in the past 3 years. Qianxue country. Qianxue country. Lin Ming murmured and repeated. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun appeared in Qianxue country, which made Lin Ming panic. That was his base camp, but fortunately Qinzhengsun, Mu Qianxue and his parents had been transferred to the depths of the South China Sea by him, and Mo Guang had said that they were all safe. What I still miss in Qianxue country is the Lin family. Lin Ming's eyes turned cold when he thought of this. From an emotional point of view, Lin Ming did not have much sense of belonging to the Lin family. They were just collateral branches and could not inherit the family property at all. His parents only relied on renting a small industry of the Lin family restaurant, to make a living. When Lin Ming first practiced martial arts, he did not get the support of the Lin family, otherwise he would not be so short of money. However, despite this, the Lin family is his family after all, and the ancestral hall here is his root. He was able to come to this world because of the Lin family. As for the Lin family's indifferent attitude towards him at the beginning, Lin Ming had nothing to resent. After all, if a family wants to exist, it must understand the survival of the fittest and reasonably allocate resources. Otherwise, if it eats from the same pot, the family will perish in a few years. Yang Yun, you are really unscrupulous. You can't find the most important people in my life, so you reach out to the Lin family, which I have no deep relationship with. Yes, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun is not to the point where I have to kill him. It doesn't make much sense to set a trap around him. But if the middle-aged man surnamed Sun is placed in Qianxue country, it is equivalent to using the war spirit mark to tell me his location and tell me that the Lin family is completely under your control. In this way, I have to come. Lin Ming's face was gloomy. He could tell with his toes that the Qingsang city had already laid an ambush, waiting for him to jump in. But this is exactly what he wanted. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountain, he still goes to the tiger mountain. This is the confidence brought by strength. I'll just see what you have in store for me. Lin Ming snorted coldly and flew straight towards the direction of Qianxue country. Qianxue country is only a few 100,000 miles away from the South China Sea. With Lin Ming's speed, he soon saw the endless coastline. When he stepped on the coast, he was in the wild southern border. Beyond the southern border, it was Qianxue country. First update, please like this chapter. It is very important for the cocoon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 917, Anger of the Old Friend. Xi'an country is an inconspicuous small country in the Kixuan area under the Shenhuang state of the southern Sky region. It has a population of only tens of millions and is a standard mortal country. In such a country without sect inheritance and only secular system, it is very difficult to give birth to a congenital strongman because there are no resources and no one to teach. If you want to practice martial arts, you can only explore on your own, and geniuses will be buried. Now, when Lin Ming approached Qianxue City, he obviously found some unusual energy auras. This kind of energy operation method with implicit rules of the avenue naturally came from the hands of top strongmen. Sure enough, you are waiting for me here. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a thought, his figure disappeared out of thin air and calmly hid in the distorted space. With his current understanding of the laws of space, it is really easy to use distorted space to cover up his body. Except for a few people such as Yang Yun and the old man of creation, no one in the world can see where his body is. Following the instructions of the war spirit Mark, Lin Ming came to the Lin family in Qianxue City. As expected, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun was in the family. The area within a radius of 10 miles of the Lin family was completely blocked by a formation. As mortals, no one in the Lin family could get out. Lin Ming was thinking about how to start, but at this moment, he saw the figure of a woman, which shocked him suddenly. He felt an inexplicable sense of bitterness, and even the hidden distorted space trembled for a while, almost revealing a flaw. The woman was wearing a green cloth, with a delicate appearance and good skin. The hair on her temples was wet, and stuck to her face. The left sleeve of her clothes hung down, covering her hand. She was carrying a heavy wooden bucket, and drawing water from the well. This woman was Lan Yunyu. Lan Yunyu. Lin Ming was absent-minded for a while, as if he was lost in a long memory. When he parted with Lan Yunyu, she was still 15 or 16 years old, and her face was still childish. But now Lan Yunyu's face can no longer find the childishness of the past, but more tired and sad. She was wearing a simple blue cloth dress without any lace decoration. Her hair was casually rolled up and tied with a blue cloth strip. It was winter in Xi'an country. The leaves had fallen. The Lin family's yard was cold and deserted. The cold winter wind blew, blowing Lan Yunyu's clothes, with a special sense of desolation. 10 years. When Lin Ming broke up with Lan Yunyu, he went to the 7 Zuanwu mansion in Xi'an City when he was less than 16 years old. It was not for Lan Yunyu, but for himself, to fight for his pride and prove that he was no worse than anyone else. Now, he is almost 26 years old, and his strength is infinitely close to the number one in the world in ancient times. He has fulfilled his promise, and done it incredibly well. However, Lan Yunyu, who was beautiful and charming, with a little ladylike temperament and a little vain and proud, has become like this now, giving people a sad feeling. Although she is still beautiful, and has a more plump figure than then, her slightly dim pupils and haggard face make people feel sad. She seems to have become the most ordinary woman in Xi'an country, working and living every day. Even if someone bullies her, she will be silent, tolerant, and submissive. Lan Yunyu poured the water in the bucket into the water tank, started a fire, added firewood, and boiled water. She was silent throughout the whole process, just staring at the rising misty water vapor in a daze, as if she was lost in memories. Occasionally, when she thought of something warm and beautiful, she would smile slightly, but then she couldn't help shaking her head, and then she sighed softly. The past is like dust in the wind, and in this misty dust, whose broken dream is buried? 10 years of life and death, even if the broken dream is unforgettable, but we meet without knowing each other. The water is boiling. Lan Yunyu uses hot water to make a pot of tea, and brings it to the front hall of the Lin family. There are 2 young people sitting in the front hall of the Lin family. The man and woman are very handsome. Next to them, there is an old woman with wrinkles on her face. There is a trace of viciousness in her eyes. This old woman is the eldest princess of the Shura kingdom, Situ Yeoxi, and the man and woman are the hidden power of the Shura kingdom, just like Situ Yeoiu. They have been supplying young talents who have practiced since childhood with various resources, but their strength is much worse than Situ Yeoiu. Situ Yeoxi saw Lan Yunyu bringing tea, and put the tea bowl on the table with a sneer on her face. Little bitch, you are so slow to make a pot of tea. As she spoke, the young woman next to Situ Yeoxi slapped Lan Yunai without any warning. This young woman was also a genius of the Shura Kingdom. Her name was Situ Miayu. She was a 6th level life falling cultivator. Her strength was slightly weaker than Situ Luosha, but she also had the hope of impacting the Sea of Gods. Even if it was a casual slap without using the true energy, Lan Yunai's thin body flew far away like straw and fell to the ground. She didn't say a word, just covered her face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Grandma, it seems that this little bitch is insignificant in the eyes of that beast Lin Ming. That's right, this is his girlfriend in the secular world, and they broke up a long time ago. It was this little bitch who betrayed first. Even if she was killed, Lin Ming would not feel anything. The young woman looked at Lan Yunai with disdain. In her concept, the martial arts path of a warrior is destined to be lonely, and the family affection is very weak. Not to mention that there is no relationship between Lan Yunai and Lin Ming. It is impossible to use her as a bargaining chip to threaten Lin Ming. Lan Yunai bit her lip tightly. Situ Miao's words twisted her heart like a knife. Indeed, she knew that she was insignificant in the eyes of Lin Ming. She originally thought that she would not have any intersection with Lin Ming in the future, but she didn't expect to be imprisoned by Lin Ming's enemies and used as a bargaining chip to threaten Lin Ming. She vaguely knew what realm these people were in, which was beyond her imagination. Even that young woman could make the great elder of the 7 profound valley vomit blood and die with just one look, let alone the unfathomable old woman. With such a terrifying enemy, Lan Yunai didn't want Lin Ming to appear here at all. He would fall into their ambush and trap. No matter how powerful Lin Ming was, he would be in danger. What are you looking at, little bitch? Believe it or not, I will dig out your eyes. You are nothing but an ant in my eyes. We are from 2 different worlds. If it weren't for Lin Ming, we would never have the slightest intersection. It would be your honor if I slap you now. Situ Miaoyu said coldly, with a look of sarcasm and disdain in her words. She was a proud daughter of heaven who had the hope of achieving the Sea of Gods in the future. She was originally proud. A mortal like Lan Yunai who had not even reached the postnatal stage was nothing but an ant in her eyes. It was a compliment for her to slap her. In the twisted space, Lin Ming slowly clenched his fists, and the void was almost crushed under his power. At that moment just now, he almost wanted to tear this vicious woman and Situ Yeoxi to pieces, but he still held back. He wanted to hear what they said, to know what Yang Yun was doing, and how to deal with him. This bitch is of course not worth mentioning in Lin Ming's eyes, but she is Lin Ming's former woman after all. I can't find Lin Ming, so it's not bad to use this bitch as a mate to vent my anger. It's a pity that I can't find Mu Qianxue and Qin Xingxun, otherwise I will capture them and make them my maids, beat and humiliate them every day, and wait for Yang Yun to capture Lin Ming, and then I will throw those 2 bitches to those lewd demons in front of him to practice as furnaces. I want a group of lewd demons to take turns to them until their yin energy is sucked dry. Humph. I want this little beast to want to dig out his eyes and make him live a life worse than death. Situ Yeox's eyes were full of resentment. She was very unhappy that she failed to capture Qin Xingxun and Mu Qianxue. At this time, the young man next to Situ Yeoxi said, "Grandaunt, let alone Lan Yunai, even the Lin family is probably insignificant in Lin Ming's eyes. If Lin Ming doesn't show up, are we going to stay here and be with these lowly mortals every day?" This young man also has the blood of the Sitter family. His cultivation is only the 5th level of life full, but he has the strength to be in the top 200 of the destiny list, and his future is bright. Geniuses all have their own pride. They are unwilling to be with mortals, living in this desolate mortal mansion, where the vitality of heaven and earth is so poor that it is almost non-existent. This is Yang Yun's order. Who can disobey it? However, even if Lin Ming doesn't come, it doesn't matter. Yang Yun has a big plan. He is carrying out a plan. I'm afraid that within a year, there will be no place for Lin Ming to stay on this continent. By then, even if he goes to the sky or the sea, he will be locked by Yang Yun and will die. At that time, I will take the soul of this little beast and slowly refine it. I will make him wish he could not live or die. Situ Yeoxi seemed to see the scene of herself wantonly killing Lin Ming, and a cruel smile appeared on her face. Lin Ming watched all this in the twisted space, his knuckles clenched and cracked. He had never wanted to kill a person as much as he did now, and he wanted to kill cruelly. Yang Yun is taking action against me. He will definitely find me in another year. Sure enough, he will not sit idly by. It's a pity that he could not have expected that I would be here now. At this time, Situ Yeoxi continued, we will continue to stay here for another year. Humph, we have set up so many traps in Kingsang City. If Lin Ming does not show up, it will be in vain. This kid left a tracking mark on Patriarch's son. He must know that we have discovered the Lin family. Is it because we didn't hit him hard that he didn't come out? It seems that just cutting off a few fingers a day and half a palm is too gentle. Miaou, cut off this bitch's arm and feed it to the dogs. And those direct descendants of the Lin family, pick out 20 people and cut them off as well. See if that little beast Lin Ming reacts. While Situ Yeoxi was speaking, he picked up the teacup on the table and threw it directly at Lan Yunai along with the scalding hot tea. Lin Ming's heart suddenly trembled. He suddenly remembered that Lan Yunai's left sleeve was always hanging down, covering her hand, whether she was boiling water or making tea. He thought it was strange before, but he didn't pay attention. Now he suddenly understood. He sent out his senses and shot into Lan Yunai's left sleeve, only to find that only half of Lan Yunai's left hand was left, and all 5 fingers were cut off. Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. He no longer cared about eavesdropping on Yang Yun's intelligence, and rushed out of the distorted space directly. Go to hell, I want you all to die. Chapter 918 Counter-Accusation. Looking at the flying teacup, Lin Ming's heart suddenly sank, and his eyes were bloodshot when he remembered what Situ Yeoxi had said just now. It's just a few fingers cut a day, half a palm is too gentle. He suddenly remembered that Lan Yunai's left sleeve was always hanging down, covering her hand, whether she was boiling water or making tea. He thought it was strange before, but he didn't pay attention. Now he suddenly figured out what might be going on. Thinking of the result, Lin Ming's heart shrank. The perception shot out and shot into Lan Yunai's left sleeve, but found that Lan Yunai's left hand only had half a palm left, and all 5 fingers were cut off. At that moment, Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. He had never burst out with such strong hatred and murderous intent in his heart. The teacup flew, and the boiling hot water spilled out. Lan Yunai looked at the teacup flying towards her, her face pale, but she couldn't dodge it at all. Situ Yeoxi threw it casually, and the power of the law was contained in the teacup. With Lan Yunai's cultivation level not even at the postnatal stage, how could she dodge it? Just when the teacup was about to hit her forehead, it suddenly broke, as if it was hit by something. Then, in Lan Yunai's astonished eyes, the teacup completely broke into powder and dust, dissipated into nothingness, and the hot water disappeared with it. It was not evaporation, but real annihilation. This is. Lan Yunai's eyes widened, and then she saw the space in front of her was torn apart. A young man in black clothes and long hair stepped out of the void, holding a blood-red fang Shinhuaji. His black hair fluttered, almost hanging down to his knees, and his momentum shocked the world. The man had sword eyebrows and star eyes, a handsome face, and a handsome face, but the hatred and anger in his eyes made the sky tremble. Invisible murderous aura enveloped the area, imprisoning a space. At this moment, Lin Ming no longer had the mind to eavesdrop on Yang Yun's intelligence. He only wanted to kill the people in front of him in the most cruel way. He spoke word by word, cold and bone-chilling. I want you all to die. Your souls will fly away, and you will not be reincarnated. Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming's sudden appearance, Situ Miayu and the young man jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Although they were arrogant, how could they be arrogant in the face of Lin Ming, an eternal evildoer? He was a pervert who could face the weakest sea of gods head on 3 years ago. Don't panic. Situ Yeoxi calmed down immediately after a brief shock. Lin Ming's appearance was exactly what she wanted to see. Lin Ming, this is really a case of you not taking the road to heaven and breaking into hell. You clearly knew there was a trap here, but you rushed out like an idiot. It seems that I underestimated the position of this little bitch in your heart. But, very good. Very good. If I had known that she was so important to you, I should have tortured her more cruelly, scratched her face, cut off her nose, and dug out her eyes. But it's not too late now. It will be more effective to torture and humiliate her in front of you. Ha 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 ha. Situ Yeoxi was already mad. When she laughed wantonly, she suddenly crushed a bead. At that moment, Lin Ming only felt that the rules of the world around him had changed slightly, and the space suddenly shrank. This is the Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array. The Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array is one of the formations that the ancient demon is proud of. It locks the rules of the world in a certain space and time, trapping warriors in it and making them unable to get out. This Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array must be set up in advance to form a trap with a radius of several miles. When someone steps into the several miles covered by the array, as long as the array beads left in advance are activated, it will suddenly start, and the range will quickly shrink, trapping people in a small space of 3 meters in radius, imprisoning their magical powers. Because this array is originally a trap, it is very concealed and difficult to detect. However, Lin Ming has comprehended the memory of the ancient demon and is familiar with all the situations of the Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array. If he carefully investigates it in advance, he will definitely find the Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array. However, he is hiding in the twisted space and wants to avoid Situ Yeoxi. Naturally, he cannot release his perception at will, so he cannot find it in advance. Ha ha ha. Idiot. What an idiot. I have seen idiots, but I have never seen such an idiot as you. Seeing that she controlled Lin Ming in an instant, Situ Yeoxi laughed. She knew that after 3 years, she was probably not Lin Ming's opponent, but with Yang Yang's array, it was so easy for her to catch Lin Ming. Behind Lin Ming, Lan Yunyu saw Lin Ming suddenly appear. At first, she was surprised and unbelievable, but then she became anxious. Of course, she didn't know what the Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array was, but she knew that these people had already set up a trap for Lin Ming. She shouted anxiously, "Lin Ming, hurry up, they set a trap." Ha ha ha, little bitch, you are such an idiot. This little beast was destined to fall into my trap from the moment he appeared. Now he has been trapped. The young man next to Situ Yeoxi laughed wildly. It was a proud thing for the first Evaldoer in their history to fall in their hands. Although they didn't expect to get the secrets of Lin Ming, they could more or less inherit some of Lin Ming's luck because of this. When Lan Yunyu heard the young man say this, she was immediately disheartened. Lin Ming. Lan Yunyu's eyes were full of tears. At this moment, her heart was broken. She would rather Lin Ming be cruel and ignore her, would rather have her arm cut off, would rather be humiliated by the demon, than to let Lin Ming die because of her. HMPH, little bitch, although you are stupid, you actually dared to remind Lin Ming in front of me. You must be impatient to live. Miaoyu, Yang Wang, go and tear off this woman's clothes, and cut off her flesh piece by piece. I'm looking forward to enjoying her expression. Haha, okay. The young man heard Situ Yeoxi's order and smiled lewdly. His name was Situ Yang Wang. Seeing the two people walking towards her, Lan Yunyu hugged her arms tightly. Her face was pale, her eyes were as hen, but now, she was not more worried about herself. She looked at Lin Ming, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. I don't deserve to die, but, you really shouldn't have come. In the Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array, Lin Ming just remained silent. His thoughts were completely connected to the core of the Zhuangzi Locking Heaven Array. The holy wristband on his left hand was shining with golden light. The more angry he was, the clearer his mind became. He had already understood this formation. Now all he needed to do was to understand its array pattern arrangement, so that he could inject true essence into it, and control the formation. Seeing the current situation, Situ Yeoxi became more and more proud, not to mention how clear her thoughts were. She had lost face and suffered heavy losses because of Lin Ming and was trembling with anger. Now she finally got revenge. I originally thought that this useless woman was worthless in your heart, so I didn't take her seriously. I didn't expect that you valued her so much. If I had known, I would have called a few evil demons to take turns entertaining her in front of you today and make her feel like she was in heaven. Haha, great aunt, your nephew does know a few sets of yin absorbing yang techniques. You can try it. However, this woman's cultivation is too low. She can't absorb much yin. Instead, she might take advantage of you. Well, I will give her a chance today. Situ Yang Wang said with a grin, and pounced on Lan Yunyu. At this moment, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly burst into a gleam of light. Only 5 breaths of time passed, and he had comprehended the Zhuangzi locking heaven array. Mysterious blood locking heaven array, expand. Lin Ming shouted, and the power of the evil god was activated. All his true essence was injected into the mysterious blood locking heaven array, and arranged along the array pattern, plundering the control of the array. The mysterious blood-locking heaven array, which was originally only 3 feet in radius, expanded directly to 10 feet in radius, covering Situ Yangwang inside. Bang! Situ Yangwang hit the wall of the array head-on, his blood surging, and stars in his eyes. How? Situ Yangwang was completely stunned. He actually came to the mysterious blood-locking heaven array inexplicably, and was locked up with Lin Ming! Exclamation mark. How could this be possible? Not only Situ Yangwang, but Situ Yaoxi and Situ Miayu were also shocked. They realized that something was wrong, and wanted to escape immediately. At this time, the range of the mysterious blood-locking heaven array increased wildly again, expanding to a range of several dozen feet, and suddenly covered Situ Yaoxi and Situ Miayu. In an instant, the 3 people and Lin Ming were all in a cage, just like 3 dogs and a tiger locked together. The end can be imagined. What's going on? Situ Yaoxi was shocked, and her face turned pale. And Situ Miayu and Situ Yangwang were even more terrified. The Zhuangzi locking heaven array was a formation arranged by Yang Yun. How could it be controlled by Lin Ming? Outside the formation, Lang Yunyu had no idea what happened, but seeing the fearful eyes of the 3 people, she could understand that Lin Ming was in control of the situation. She felt a little dreamlike, and it was hard to imagine that only 10 years had passed, and Lin Ming could scare such a person to death. Don't be afraid. Although this little beast has grown to the 4th level of life after these 3 years, I can still hold on for a while, until the reinforcement arrive with my divine sea cultivation. Don't panic. Situ Yaoxi yelled, while trying to send the message out. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly pounced over. His great wilderness blood halberd was useless. He grabbed Situ Yangwang with one hand, like an eagle grabbing a rabbit, locking a space, and making it impossible for the other party to hide. Grandma, save me. Situ Yangwang was frightened, and his face turned pale. Lin Ming's hand seemed to be able to grab a piece of void, and there was no escape at all. Facing Lin Ming, he was like a child facing an adult, with no power to resist. Even the true energy in his body was imprisoned for a moment, and could not be used at all. This made him lose his soul, and could only turn to Situ Yaoxi. Little beast, let him go, I will fight you. Situ Yaoxi screamed, pulled out a blood-colored scimitar, and chopped at Lin Ming's neck, but at that moment, Situ Yaoxi suddenly stopped. She saw a strange blood-colored lotus blooming behind Lin Ming. There is another chapter at 12 o'clock. Please vote for the monthly ticket, and like the single chapter. Chapter 919 Killing one person in 10 steps. Lin Ming was now completely enraged. These people entered the Lin family, took hostages, bullied the elderly, the weak, women and children, and even cut off the fingers of Lang Yunyu and many Lin family members. They all deserve to die. Seeing Lin Ming's murderous intent, Situ Yaoxi panicked. Yang Yun had given the task of ambush Lin Ming to Situ Yaoxi and Situ Bonan. After seeing Yang Yun's methods and the formation he had set up, Situ Yaoxi believed that Lin Ming would be doomed as soon as he came. In order to inherit some of his luck when killing Lin Ming, she summoned many young heroes of the Shura Kingdom, waiting to share some benefits when killing Lin Ming. So most of the people rushing in now are the direct descendants of the Shura Kingdom, and the future of the Shura Kingdom is related. Seeing them rushing towards Lin Ming, the god of death, Situ Yaoxi panicked. She wanted to let these people leave quickly, but just as she was about to shout, she thought of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was not from their Shura Kingdom. Of course, she didn't want him to leave. If this old guy was to stay and delay some time, maybe she could still be saved. Situ Yaoxi just had this idea, and was about to use her true essence to transmit the sound, to notify the young heroes of the Shura Kingdom to quickly flee, but it was too late. Lin Ming's control over the Zhuangzi locking heaven array has far exceeded Situ Yaoxi's imagination. In the blink of an eye, the Zhuangzi locking heaven array expanded by dozens of feet, and enveloped everyone in it. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed Lan Yunayu's purple extreme ring. Then, he turned to the crowd with a cold face and said with murderous intent, "You all have the way to die. Lin Lanjian, who do you think you are? You are only a 4th level life falling cultivator. Do you really think you can turn the clouds and rain with a flip of your hand?" After a brief panic, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun quickly reacted. As a bait to attract Lin Ming, Yang Yun had already given him a life-saving trump card. Xiaoshan, come out. In a flash, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun pulled out a leather bag from his arms and threw it into the sky. This is a fierce beast bag, a magic weapon similar to the Zuanling flower pot, except that the Zuanling flower pot contains plants, while the fierce beast bag contains summoned beasts. This summoned beast is a red swani, which looks similar to a lion, but is dozens of times larger than a lion. As soon as the red swani appeared, it occupied half of the spacious hall. Situ Yeoxi was overjoyed when she saw it. Xiaoshan, haha, Patriarch Sun actually got such a holy beast. I will join hands with you to destroy this little bastard. This Xiaoshan is equivalent to a strong man at the peak of the middle stage of the Sea of Gods. In addition, the holy beast has a strong body. The real combat power of Xiaoshan is not much less than that of Situ Heoshan. As Xiaoshan plus their 2 great Sea of Gods strongmen, even if they can't defeat Lin Ming, they can at least make the battle enter a stalemate. In this case, Yang Yun will arrive soon, and then it will be Lin Ming's death. Situ Yeoxi finally saw the hope of survival. As long as they can hold on until Yang Yun comes, they will win. Roar. The red swani roared, and red flames and gunpowder came out of his body. The terrifying resurrection of the dead emanated, and the surrounding warriors couldn't help but retreat one after another. This was the pressure of the powerful holy beast, splitting the sky. Following the order given by the middle-aged man surnamed Sun, the 2 large claws of Xiaoshan suddenly pounced towards Lin Ming's forehead. The holy beast was born with a strong body, and it could use energy without training, which was equivalent to a human martial artist who practiced both the Dharma and the body. This pounce of its claws shook the world, and even a sacred mountain would be torn into pieces in front of it. Swani? Humph, it is said that Swani is the son of a true dragon. With that meager blood, power that is almost imperceptible, you dare to call yourself Xiaoshan? Go to hell. Lin Ming sneered. The 8 gates of Dunjia opened, and the power of the evil god burst out. He suddenly smashed down with the great wilderness blood halberd in his hand. On the blood halberd, the power of thunder and fire intersected, and at the same time, it was infused with the Hongmeng battle spirit. As soon as the Hongmeng war spirit appeared, the Hongmeng space around Lin Ming suddenly became more powerful. The energy on the claws of the red swani had just rushed out, and at this moment, Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd fell heavily. Dang. The great desolate blood halberd in the claws of the red swani collided without any fancy moves. Although the roaring sky swani was a flesh and blood body, its claws were sharper than any heavenly treasure. When it collided with the great desolate blood halberd, it immediately made a loud sound of metal and stone. However, at this moment, a silver grey light flashed on the halberd blade of the great desolate blood halberd. The great desolate blood halberd, which was originally full of murderous aura, suddenly showed a heavy and majestic momentum, and its sharpness instantly became unmatched. This is the power of the Hongmeng war spirit. Catcher. The claws of the roaring sky swani were directly crushed by the great desolate blood halberd, and blood was splattered. Roar. The swani roared in pain, but how could it be Lin Ming's opponent when its strength was only equivalent to that of a peak mid-stage divine sea expert? The great wilderness blood halberd suddenly raised up and smashed directly into the chest of Xiaoshan. It wailed and was knocked away by Lin Ming. What? Situ Yeoxi and the middle-aged man surnamed Sun widened their eyes in an instant. Although they did not expect the Swani to defeat Lin Ming, they never expected that the Swani, who was equivalent to a peak mid-stage divine sea expert, would be seriously injured and thrown backwards by Lin Ming in a single encounter. How strong should he be? Is he already close to being the best in the world? In 3 years, his cultivation level was only the 4th level, and his strength was close to being the best in the world. Question mark? The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was frightened, and at this moment, Lin Ming had already killed him in front of him. I'll take your life. The great wilderness blood halberd stabbed out like a blood dragon. Facing the cold halberd, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun felt that all the true energy in his body was blocked at that moment, and there was no way to avoid it. No. At the moment of death, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun burst out all his potential, pulled out a 3-foot-long thick-backed knife from the zoomy ring, hammered his chest with his hand, and suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood on the thick-backed knife. This just offset the energy suppression of the law of the Hong Meng space, and finally called out the energy in the Danshan. The whole big knife turned into a blazing blood red, and the wind blew, the true energy whistled, and the god-slaying slash. With a roar, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun slashed at Lin Ming with a knife, and the god-slaying slash was triggered by his own blood and essence. The knife contained a material attack, and could also destroy the soul. This was the middle-aged man surnamed Sun's trump card. It consumed a large amount of blood essence and hundreds of years of life. Even if he hit the opponent, he would be injured and need to recuperate for a long time. He had no choice but to use it at this time, otherwise he would die in the next moment. Hong Meng battle spirit. Lin Ming didn't even look at it. The great wilderness blood halberd whistled down, breaking all the methods with one move. Bang! The extremely heavy battle spirit burst out, and the blood-colored blade light was pierced without any suspense. The great wilderness blood halberd stabbed heavily on the thick-backed knife. With a crisp sound, the heavenly grade middle grade precious sword was shattered by Lin Ming's blow. After the halberd light broke through the thick-backed knife, it changed its direction slightly, but it still had 40% to 50% of its power, and hit the right half of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun's body heavily. For a moment, it was like a sledgehammer hitting a rotten watermelon. The entire right half of the middle-aged man surnamed Sun's body was smashed to pieces, and bright red pieces of meat, internal organs, and bloody broken bones flew out wantonly. Ah! The middle-aged man surnamed Sun let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his body flew backwards. Lin Ming's attack took away most of his life. If it was just a broken hand or foot, it could be repaired with natural materials and treasures, but half of his body was broken, and even his right lung became a blood bag. It would be difficult for spiritual medicine to repair it. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun fell heavily to the ground like a dead dog that had been run over by a car, spitting blood. Run, run. The children of the Shura kingdom in the room were scared to death. The strong man of the Sea of Gods burned his own blood and fought desperately, but in front of Lin Ming, he was as vulnerable as a dog, faced with such a monster, who would dare to fight him. However, this Zhuangzi locking heaven array is a space of its own. If you want to escape, where can you escape? Lin Ming disappeared in an instant. He turned on the extreme speed, and no one could catch his shadow at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming appeared behind a young man who looked to be in his 20s. This man had reached the third level of life and death. Although he was still far from the level of Situ Luosha and others, he was less than 40 years old and could surpass the average 5th level life and death masters. He also had a chance to impact the Sea of Gods. He was a very good one among the direct descendants of the Shura divine kingdom. Bang! A punch was thrown, a bone-shattering punch. The young man's body suddenly shook, spitting out a stream of blood, and his body collapsed to the ground like a pile of rotten meat, and he died. Lin Ming, little bastard, I will kill you. Situ Yeox's hair was disheveled, and her eyes were bloodshot, but now she had almost no power. How could she threaten Lin Ming? You. It's your turn to kill them. I will wipe out Shura Kingdom from this world. Lin Ming's voice was extremely cold. Shura Kingdom's actions had repeatedly touched his bottom line. At least those people in Shura Kingdom who tried to deal with him, he wanted to kill them all. And these young heroes came to the Lin family to threaten the lives of Lin family members and ambush Lin Ming, wanting to get some benefits when killing Lin Ming. Lin Ming would never tolerate these people. I will tear you into pieces, even if I turn into a fierce ghost after I die. Situ Yeoxi shouted hysterically. Humph, you want to turn into a ghost? You're dreaming. Do you think you are the only one who can extract souls and refine marrow, and I can't? Lin Ming sneered. The essence of a ghost is the soul. After extracting souls and refining marrow, even the spiritual imprint disappears completely. What kind of fierce ghost can it be? Situ Yeoxi talked about extracting souls and refining marrow every day, but she never thought that one day she would be extracted soul and refined marrow by others. For a moment, she was so scared that her face turned pale and her whole body was shaking. Please like. The next chapter will be a little later. Don't wait. I updated 4 chapters yesterday. My vitality was greatly damaged. I have to slow down for a while, although the time will be a little later, but there will be no less chapters. Chapter 920 The White Demon arrives. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ming was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Killing the Shura Kingdom disciples was like killing chickens. He killed one person with one punch. There was no suspense at all. Wait. Don't kill me. I didn't bully your Lin family. I'm innocent. A young warrior who had not yet reached the Zuandan stage and looked like a teenager said in a crying voice. Really? Lin Ming sneered and pressed his palm on the young warrior's forehead. Energy poured into it wantonly, and he used the magic soul-searching technique without mercy. When the soul strength and cultivation of the caster and the castee are very different, the soul-searching technique can be used at will without fear of being contaminated by the other party's soul mark. Didn't bully Ma Lin family? It would have been fine if Lin Ming didn't search his soul. Once he searched his soul, he was furious. This young man had tortured and killed several young women of the Lin family. Although Lin Ming didn't know these young women at all, seeing those cruel killings made his eyes bloodshot. Magic warriors are cruel by nature. When they are young, this cruel nature will be reflected. You are so young, yet you are so vicious. Killing you is equivalent to saving thousands of lives. As Lin Ming spoke, he suddenly pinched his right hand, and the soul of the demon warrior was crushed alive by Lin Ming. Situ Yeoxi was almost mad. She tried her best to attack the wall of the Zhuangzi locking heaven array. However, with her strength, she was shrouded in the Emperor's force field. How could she possibly break the array set up by Yang Yun? The warriors of the Shura Kingdom died tragically one after another. Lin Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows. Huh? Situ Chuan? He found that a warrior who had been hiding in the corner before was Situ Chuan. Situ Chuan? Long time no see. Lin Ming smiled. At the Jiuhua banquet of Yang Yun, Situ Chuan knew that Lin Ming had the inheritance of the Demon Emperor and openly provoked Lin Ming, wanting to take the inheritance back. As a result, he underestimated Lin Ming's strength and was beaten by Lin Ming and fled in embarrassment. Later, in the God-forsaken clan, Situ Chuan clashed with Lin Ming again, ridiculing Lin Ming with his words. As a result, even though he was wearing the demon god heart mirror, he was beaten by Lin Ming and vomited blood and was seriously injured. The two of them were enemies. Situ Chuan had originally hidden in the crowd, fearing that he would be seen by Lin Ming. Now, half of the people were killed in a blink of an eye, and Situ Chuan was inevitably seen by Lin Ming. Lin Lanjian. Let's talk. Situ Chuan's heart trembled, but he didn't know what to say. Die. Lin Ming was too lazy to say anything to Situ Chuan, and slapped him with the palm. Lin Lanjian, you will die. Situ Chuan screamed hysterically, but was beaten into a pulp by Lin Ming's palm. Bang, bang, bang. With screams, blood, and flesh were splattered, and the young heroes of the Shura Kingdom were killed by Lin Ming. Situ Yeox's eyes were bloodshot, and she desperately hit the Zhuangzi locking heaven array, but it was no result. Lin Ming, holding the great wilderness blood halberd, walked towards Situ Yeoxi step by step. Situ Yeoxi collapsed on the ground, her face pale and her heart in despair. She didn't want to die, especially not at the hands of Lin Ming. He said he would extract her soul and refine her marrow, and he could definitely do it. Thinking of extracting her soul and refining her marrow, Situ Yeoxi shuddered all over. She didn't know how many times she had tortured her enemies with it, and she knew the feeling very well. She wanted to sever her meridians and commit suicide, but the true energy in her body was completely out of control. What kind of force field is this? How could it be so powerful? Question mark? Little bastard, I ordered the fingers and palms of your Lin family members to be cut off. If you have the guts, chop me to death with one palm. Situ Yeoxi shouted frantically, trying to anger Lin Ming and kill her with one palm. Lin Ming smiled, a cruel smile. Want to die? Not so easy. I'll keep you till the end. I'll just torture you slowly, otherwise I won't be able to swallow this breath. Just when Situ Yeoxi was desperate, a dark cloud suddenly gathered in the sky, and a huge bronze ghost coffin several feet long flew over like a ghost. 6 tall black-clothed ghost slaves each grabbed a thick chain and pulled the bronze ghost coffin. A strange boy, with a smile on his face, calmly sat cross-legged on the lid of the bronze ghost coffin. He looked as if he was traveling and enjoying himself, very relaxed and comfortable. This strange boy was naturally the white demon who followed the ancient demon. He had the strength of the best man in the world, even stronger than the old man of creation. If the old man of creation had not used the death bead at all costs, he would probably have fallen into the hands of the strange boy. Behind the white demon, there are 7 or 8 emperor level masters. None of them are human. They either have scales and fins, or gills, several arms, or long tails like sea snakes. These people look like deep sea tribes. There is no doubt that they are all subordinates conquered by the ancient demon. In the plain where Xianan continent and Shengmo continent are located, the land area only accounts for a small part. The truly vast ocean is the South Sea, Misty Sea, North Sea, and Red Sea. The 4 seas are connected together, endless, covering the entire planet. There are many more emperor level masters in the ocean than on land. And these sea masters come from the most mysterious Misty Sea in the west. Most of them are in the early stage of the Sea of Gods, a small part is in the middle stage of the Sea of Gods, and there is also an old monster close to the late stage of the Sea of Gods, who looks like a squid. With the means of the ancient demon, mastering many secrets and skills, promising some benefits to these deep sea tribes, plus strong strength, it is not difficult to requisition them. Seeing this strange young man and several powerful sea gods behind him, Situ Yeoxi was like a drowning person seeing a floating log. Her heart was overjoyed. She laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, Lord White Demon, God will not abandon me, God will not abandon me. Ha 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 ha. Lord White Demon, save me. Situ Yeoxi shouted. Lin Ming, you really dare to come here? It seems that Lord Demon has overestimated you. I thought that, no matter how stupid you are, you would know that there is a trap here, but I didn't expect you to come here to die. Well, let me send you off. The white demon waved his hand, and a formation bead was crushed, and the Zhuangzi locking heaven formation was broken. Seeing that the formation, that trapped her, was finally broken, Situ Yeoxi almost cried. The feeling of escaping from death was indescribable. Situ Yeoxi felt that her strength had recovered a lot. She looked at Lin Ming with resentment and shouted in her heart, little bastard. I will make you pay a heavy price for today. When you are captured alive, I will torture you for 1,000 years. With a move of her body, Situ Yeoxi used her body skills and tried her best to fly towards the white demon. However, as soon as her body flew out, she suddenly felt that the demon boy in the air seemed infinitely far away. She seemed to be shrouded in a space and could not escape from this range at all. The invisible force field also enveloped her again, causing her power to quickly dissipate. Situ Yeoxi panicked all of a sudden. She looked at Lin Ming in horror. Lord White Demon, save me. When the white demon broke the Zhuangzi locking heaven array, it did cause Lin Ming's force field energy to dissipate, but it was only for a moment. Lin Ming activated the heavenly demon martial will again, forming a complete Hongmeng space with a radius of more than 1,300 miles, directly isolating Situ Yeoxi. HMPH, don't worry, I'm here, he can't touch you. The white demon was quite conceited. Although he didn't care about Situ Yeoxi's life or death, he cared about his own face. Situ Yeoxi also had the strength of an emperor level strongman. If she was killed by Lin Ming in front of him, how could he save his face? Lin Ming sneered. I'm killing people. Do you think you can stop me? Hey. You are really stupid enough. You have already entered the trap we set up, and you still think you are in control of the situation? It's just a small force field. Do you think I can't break it? Baiyao said, and slapped down with his right hand. This palm formed a ghost claw with rolling clouds of will in the air, trying to tear Lin Ming's Hongmeng space and rescue Situ Yeoxi. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and the energy in his body burst out. The demon martial will was running rapidly, and the Hongmeng space suddenly trembled. Faintly, there was a trace of shallow gray airflow flowing in the Hongmeng space. That was the prototype of the Hongmeng key. The Hongmeng space shattered all laws, killed all life, true essence, and the power of the 5 element. These things did not really disappear after they turned to ashes, but were transformed into the prototype of the Hongmeng key. It was called a prototype, but it was actually far from the real Hongmenki. If you want to practice these things into Hongmenki, at least Lin Ming must become the overlord of a realm in the god realm to have a slight possibility. Boom. The black ghost claw slammed heavily on the primordial space. The space shook suddenly, and the ghost claw exploded, but the primordial space did not break. Situ Yeoxi, who had lost her strength, was blown away by the white demon and almost vomited blood. What? Seeing that her attack failed to break Lin Ming's force field, and almost injured Situ Yeoxi, the white demon was angry. At this moment, Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and a black vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. An invisible suction force acted on Situ Yeoxi and directly grabbed her. Situ Yeoxi screamed like a pig being slaughtered, but she could not resist this great force at all. Her body flew back. At this time, Lin Ming held the great wilderness blood halberd, and the halberd blade pointed directly at Situ Yeoxi's vest. No, Situ Yeoxi screamed. Her throat was broken, but at this time she had no power to resist at all, and watched herself crash into the cold halberd blade of the great wilderness blood halberd. Puff. Blood spurted out. Lin Ming's halberd pierced Situ Yeoxi's spine, breaking the keel, piercing her right lung diagonally, and directly piercing Situ Yeoxi's right chest, impaling her like a big toad on the great wilderness blood halberd. For a strong man in the Sea of Gods, his life would not be affected, unless his heart and brain exploded. However, Situ Yeoxi was restrained by Lin Ming's whole body of true energy, so she couldn't even commit suicide. Blood flowed down the halberd blade. Situ Yeoxi's legs kept kicking and struggling desperately, but she was like a grasshopper pierced by a straw stick. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. At this moment, her heart was filled with despair. Master Beiyao, save me. Lin Ming, you are looking for death. Beiyao was furious. He said in front of several men that he would protect Situ Yeoxi, but in the blink of an eye, he was impaled like a grasshopper by Lin Ming's halberd. This was unintentionally a slap in the face. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you all for yesterday's monthly ticket. It broke 130 Zuanhuan month. Let the cocoon take a break, and then burst out again after easing up. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please like. Chapter 921. Killing. Lin Ming used the great wilderness blood halberd to pierce Situ Yeoxi, and sneered at the strange boy in the sky. Your name is Beiyao, right? Why are you here alone? Where is your master? After getting the memory of the ancient demon, Lin Ming also understood the relationship between Beiyao and the ancient demon. The ancient demon was a general in the million-strong army of the divine realm that followed the heavenly lord to conquer Hunio and Xianzhen, and this Beiyao was its subordinate, following the lead of the ancient demon. Later, the two were severely injured by the people of Hunio and Xianzhen, and locked in the Sea of Miracles. They relied on the slow state of the ancient demon's time law to change the flow of time, which supported them for 100,000 years. As time passed, the seal of the Sea of Miracles loosened slightly. They saw the opportunity and spent the price to get out. Of course, this is also because they are lucky and were not locked in the depths of the Sea of Miracles. Otherwise, no matter how high their cultivation is, no matter how many hundreds of thousands of years they wait, it is impossible for them to come out. The demon lord is in seclusion. How could he possibly wait for Unia Xiana and country every day? But you are really stupid. People who practice martial arts are going against the will of heaven and breaking through the limits of life. They are destined to be lonely. Their families, descendants, even wives and parents are just passing by. You actually put yourself in danger for a family that you have no close relationship with. It's really a joke. For a person like you with impure worldly ties, how can you talk about exploring the path of martial arts and going against the will of heaven? The white demon now put away his arrogance. After confirming that Lin Ming's strength was not inferior to his own, he was not sure he could defeat the other party, even if he took action directly. He began to use words to break Lin Ming's martial arts heart, trying to make him waver. Lin Ming sneered and retorted, "Everything in the world has cause and effect. Cultivating martial arts depends on chance, which is inseparable from luck. If luck is insufficient, even the most monstrous genius cannot grow, or even die young. Luck is illusory, but it can be accumulated by escaping from danger again and again, fulfilling one's wishes, having clear thoughts, and defeating the kings of the same level. Luck is linked to the belief that one must win, and one will be invincible. People who cultivate martial arts have clear thoughts, do not owe favors to others, and are not affected by cause and effect. In the world of fate, all living beings, the world of mortals, wealth and glory, birth, old age, sickness, and death, everything is entangled together, but it is the most complicated cause and effect. If you blindly cut it off, because you can't figure it out, then the world of fate is not over, and the heart of Tao is not satisfied. I once saw 72 witch god towers in southern Xinjiang. They were the strong men in the divine domain, who spent a lot of effort to incarnate and stay in the world, in order to end the world of fate. You are a small demon cultivator, how dare you talk about the world of fate? Unconsciously, Lin Ming's words had already carried the momentum of a superior. Even Bei Yao, whose cultivation had once reached above the sea of gods, and who had participated in the world-shaking war 100,000 years ago, was just a small demon cultivator in Lin Ming's words. Not worth mentioning. Lin Ming's words, when he was only at the 4th level of life fall, were not arrogant, but showed his outstanding insight, confidence brought by his great strength and extraordinary talent. People did not find it abrupt at all. Bei Yao did not expect that his words would strike at Lin Ming's martial arts heart, but in return he would receive a fierce rebuttal from Lin Ming, and he was speechless for a moment. He had already lost the debate about the martial arts heart, worldly fate, and cause and effect. Being despised by Lin Ming, Bei Yao was furious. You are just a warrior in the life-destroying stage, and you dare to look down on me? You really don't know how to live or die. Haha, so what if I look down on you? You claim to protect Situ Yaoxi, but now she is on my halberd, unable to live or die. Good. Bei Yao said 3 good words in a row. You don't know yet. The Lin family has already set up the Yellow Springs burial ghost array within a 10-mile radius. I will activate the array now and refine you, the Lin family, and your earthly ties and karma into the Yellow Springs ghost. I want to see if your thoughts can still be clear. Bei Yao gave an order, and the 7 or 8 masters of the various tribes of the Divine Sea behind him dispersed in all directions. The Yellow Springs burial ghost array refines all living beings into evil ghosts. It is the most powerful array among all the arrays known by the ancient demons. Lin Ming seemed to have anticipated Bei Yao's actions. He activated all the energy in his body to the extreme, and the Hang Meng space suddenly spread out. The 1300 Li primordial space actually formed a virtual projection in the real world, covering most of Qianxue City. Purple extreme ring, collect. A huge vortex formed around Lin Ming, and countless vitality shot out, shooting towards the Lin family. Under the cover of Lin Ming's perception, all the Lin family members, including their spouses, maids, servants, and even cats and dogs were all wrapped in energy, and some houses and pavilions were pulled up by the energy and rolled into the purple extreme ring. How could those mortals bear such pressure? They fainted the moment they were included in the energy. In just an instant, the entire Lin family was collected by Lin Ming in the purple extreme ring. For the mighty sea of gods, it is not difficult to collect a city into a space magic weapon. The difficulty lies in having a space magic weapon with a large enough internal world. This is definitely a treasure of the holy weapon level, and its grade is also ranked high among the holy weapons. You know, even the wealthy Luosha, the original owner of the blood-killing sect, sealed a large amount of treasures in the treasury because he did not have a large capacity space magic weapon, and he had never even heard of it. Lin Ming has the purple extreme ring, which can only accommodate half of the people in the city, but it is enough to collect the Lin family. A space treasure that can accommodate life and form a world of its own. The demon boy's mind moved, and his eyes suddenly locked on the purple extreme ring. He did not have such a treasure. Lin Ming, you really have many secrets, and you seem to know some ways to break the formation. The previous Zhuangzi locking heaven formation was actually controlled by you, but this Huangquan burial ghost formation is different. It relies on absolute power to manipulate it. With the combined strength of the 9 of us, you have no way to break it. If you can't break it, it's your death. This formation can refine everything. Don't say that your strength may not be better than mine. Even if you are slightly stronger than me, you will die here. While the demon boy was speaking, the 8 deep sea tribes sea of gods were circulating energy at the same time. 10,000 ghosts in a radius of 10 miles cried out, and the sound was earth-shattering. The sky was rolling with dark clouds, and the wind was blowing the city. Demon boy, don't forget the conditions you promised us after killing this man, said a deep sea tribe strongman covered with tentacles. Yes, and according to the agreement, the wealth of this kid, our deep sea tribes will share 20%. A deep sea tribe member who looked like a sea snake echoed. They knew very well that Lin Ming's wealth was rich, and even 20% was very considerable. There is also the time artistic conception jade slip of Lord Demon Lord. I'm also very interested in it. The 8 sea gods of the deep sea clans laughed and injected energy into the Yellow Springs burial ghost array. The ground rumbled and trembled. For a moment, it seemed as if the sure hell was opened by them. Lin Ming felt the bloody air coming towards him, and felt as if he was in the 18th level of hell. The Yellow Springs burial ghost array is different from the mysterious blood-locking heaven array. This array is a killing array. Once it is arranged, it relies on absolute energy to activate it, and there is no array pattern arrangement password. Even if I want to crack it, I can only rely on absolute power. But there are 9 sea gods outside who have joined forces. Their power has been integrated into one by the Yellow Springs burial ghost array. I think it is impossible to fight against them, but Lin Ming's eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light, like lightning in the dark night, across the sky. At that moment, the compressed energy in the evil god's young buds burst out like a flood, and Lin Ming's meridians swelled all over his body. The 4 gates of Zuman, Duman, Jingman, and Shangman opened one by one. Exclamation mark. Crack, crack, crack. The land shattered, and a red flame ignited between Lin Ming's eyebrows. A golden phoenix rushed out of his body and soared into the sky. In an instant, Lin Ming burst out with all his strength, but he did not use martial arts, and poured all his strength into the Hang Meng space of Shai and Mo Wuai. Behind Lin Ming, the blood-red lotus slowly bloomed, and the Hang Meng space suddenly expanded. Although the Huangquan burial ghost array is powerful, it is a law after all. It can't stop the Hang Meng space that ignores all rules. For a while, including Bai Yao, everyone was shrouded in this force field. Hang Meng battle spirit, merch. A silver grey Hang Meng battle spirit shot out from Lin Ming's eyebrows. The battle spirit was added to the Hang Meng space, and the range of the Hang Meng space was increased by hundreds of miles again. The power of the Hang Meng space suddenly increased. At that moment, a series of explosions were heard, and the 5 Shenhe early stage masters of the deep sea clans had their body protection essences shattered directly. The other 3 Shenhe middle stage masters also had their bodies shaken, and their blood surged. Although their body protection essences were not shattered, the energy input to the Yellow Springs ghost burial formation was cut off. What? The White Demon and the masters of the deep sea clans were all shocked. Lin Ming didn't even move, but the force field made them feel like they were hit hard. How could this be possible? Demon Wuai, suppress and kill. Lin Ming said this indifferently. He clenched his fists, and the Phoenix Phantom behind him actually merged into the Emperor's Lotus, making the red lotus even more bright red and dazzling, like a bloody sun. At that moment, the embryonic form of the primordial energy in the primordial space rolled up a chaotic storm. This storm was like a sharp knife. The 5 early stage Shenhe warriors watched their bodies being cut layer by layer in the chaotic storm. Their flesh and blood were splattered, their meridians were broken, and even their bones were shattered into slag by the storm. No. Boom boom boom. With a series of explosions, the bodies of the 5 early stage Shenhe warriors exploded directly, turning into dust and annihilation, leaving nothing behind. Then, the 4 middle stage Shenhe warriors also vomited blood, and cracks appeared in their body protection essence. They were immediately scared to death. Run. Run. However, the Shai and Mo Wuai formed the primordial space by itself, so how easy is it to escape? Boom. The weakest middle stage Shenhe warrior also exploded in the chaotic storm, and the other 2 were even dead. At this time, Situ Yeoxi was still pierced on the great wilderness blood halberd. She looked at this scene in the air, her face as pale as paper, and her whole body trembling. Devil. He is simply a devil. Situ Yeoxi muttered to herself, with blood coming from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 922 Supreme Divine Martial Arts. All this happened in just a few blinks of an eye. 5 of the 8 seas of gods had been suppressed to death, while Lin Ming did not move at all. He just covered them with the force field and killed 5 people on the spot. The difference was too big. Lin Ming, you dare? The demon boy was shocked and angry. He never thought that most of the helpers he had found to launch the formation together had died before they even started fighting. He never thought that Lin Ming could achieve such a level of suppressing the sea of gods with the force field alone. Shatter the stars. The demon boy shouted and pulled out a purple spear from the zoomy ring. Endless starlight flowed from the tip of the spear and turned into a purple streak, pouring down like a galaxy. At this point, the demon boy completely abandoned the Yellow Springs burial ghost formation and attacked with all his strength. Crack, crack, crack. The purple long rainbow pierced into the primordial space like a sharp knife, and the attack was weakened layer by layer. At the same time, the primordial space also trembled and collided violently with the spear of the white demon. A sharp confrontation. After all, Bai Yao is a late-stage Shenhe warrior, and he was born in the divine realm. His various martial arts skills are not comparable to those of the warriors of Xianan continent. He deserves to be the #1 person in the world of Xianan continent. After using his weapon, he attacked with all his strength, and there was a tendency to tear the Hongmeng space apart. Of course, this was also because Lin Ming used all his strength to urge the Hongmeng space to encircle and kill several powerful people from the deep sea tribes, and deliberately did not target Bai Yao. Lin Ming knew very well that it was impossible to kill Bai Yao with the Xian Mo Wuyi. Just as the purple spearlight stabbed with all its strength, and the 2 surviving deep sea tribes were struggling to resist, Lin Ming moved. He threw Situ Yeoxi off the great wilderness blood halberd in an instant. Blood was spilt, and Situ Yeoxi's body was violently torn by the halberd blade, and she screamed in pain. Then Lin Ming opened the Jingmen, and his true essence was running to the extreme. The black thunder light and shadow, the golden rock broke through the void. At that moment, Lin Ming's body turned into a flash of lightning, and the speed was so fast that the white demon's attack missed. At the same time, Lin Ming appeared behind a deep sea demon cultivator as if teleporting. He opened his wound gate and smashed out with a halberd. The 800,000 Jin Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, combined with Lin Ming's 2 million Jin strength, merged with the Hongmeng battle spirit, and the void was shattered. The deep sea demon cultivator looked like a tiger-headed shark, with a bloody mouth, eyes spitting out, and bloodshot eyes. Ah! The tiger-headed shark deep sea warrior roared earth-shatteringly. At this point, he could no longer avoid Lin Ming's attack, and could only fight to the death. He held a pure black sea god trident, and hundreds of black dragons tens of feet long appeared around his body. These dragons were all poured into the sea god trident, turning the trident into a peerless divine weapon in an instant, turning the rivers and seas upside down. The sea god trident clashed with the great desolation blood halberd with great momentum. However, no matter how powerful the tiger-headed shark's attack was, it was no match for Lin Ming. The great desolation blood halberd was originally a holy weapon, not to mention that it had merged with the Hongmeng war spirit, making it indestructible. Crack. The sea god trident was smashed into pieces by Lin Ming's attack. The great desolation blood halberd continued to move forward, hitting the deep sea demon cultivator's chest heavily, directly smashing his ribs, and causing his flesh and blood to shatter. The true essence attached to the war spirit rushed into his internal organs, shaking everything into mud. The deep sea clan strong man spat out a stream of black blood, and his body fell down like a tattered blood bag. Kai. The body of the tiger-headed shark warrior from the deep sea clan was directly swallowed up by the primordial space, and turned into dust, and dissipated into nothingness. In fact, the warriors and energy decomposed by the primordial space will be transformed into a tiny rudiment of primordial energy and accumulated. The more warriors this primordial space swallows, the stronger its growth will be. In the future, it can evolve and evolve, until it becomes a real primordial space. After killing one person with a halberd, Lin Ming did not stop at all. In a blink of an eye, he rushed to the last Shenhe warrior. He was also the one with the highest cultivation among the deep sea clans, and was close to the late Shenhe stage. Seeing Lin Ming rushing over, the master of the deep sea clan was so scared that his hair stood on end and his body retreated violently. Lin Ming, your opponent is me. Do you dare to fight me? What's the point of always running away? Beiyao rushed over with a purple spear in his hand. He was already furious. Lin Ming did not fight him head on, but bypassed him and killed his men. Unfortunately, Lin Ming's speed was so fast that he could not stop him at all. Moreover, there was an extremely strange force field around Lin Ming. Being in it, his speed, true energy and strength were all weakened a lot. He could not catch up with Lin Ming. He could only watch Lin Ming kill all the deep sea tribes in front of him. At this point, Beiyao knew that the trap he had set up before had long been scrapped. The main body of the trap was the Yellow Spring Burial Ghost Array. Now that the host of the array was killed by Lin Ming, how could the array be activated? Seeing Lin Ming's halberd stabbing at him, the last surviving master of the Deep Sea clan was frightened. Wait. Don't kill me. I just took money and helped others to eliminate disasters. I have no grudge against you at all. We can talk. I can compensate you. The strongest master of the Deep Sea clan looked very much like a human except for the many scales on his face and body. At this time, his hair was disheveled and he looked crazy. If you take money from others, you must be prepared to die. I'm not interested in your conditions. Go to hell. The great wilderness blood halberd slashed down, and for a moment it was like a mountain collapsing and a galaxy falling. With the Hongmeng war spirit infused into the great wilderness blood halberd, coupled with the sharpness of the holy weapon itself, and Lin Ming's terrifying power, the heavenly treasure in the hands of the Deep Sea clan strongman could not withstand such an impact. Crack. The weapon shattered without any suspense, and the strongest of the Deep Sea clan had a good cultivation after all. At the last moment, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body turned bright red, as if he had used some kind of secret method to escape. Boom. The deep sea demon cultivator turned into a blood-colored straight line, and in a blink of an eye, it flew across a distance of hundreds of miles, and hit the barrier of the Hongmeng space heavily, but it failed to break it. Break it for me. He roared in despair and hit it again, but his power was too much, and a large amount of true essence was swallowed by the Hongmeng space and dissipated into nothingness. Lin Ming looked at him indifferently and spit out a word coldly: explode. Boom. The body of the last Deep Sea clan exploded, and the blood rain was swayed into the smallest macrosinks, and then it was completely decomposed and disappeared in the sky. At this point, the 8 Deep Sea demon cultivators were all dead. At this time, Situ Yeogsi, but still hanging on to her breath, collapsed in the rubble. She watched all this happen with her lips trembling, and was extremely terrified. Facing such a demon like Lin Ming, she felt like a stink bug that could be crushed to death by him at will. How could it be this bad? How could it be? Situ Yeogsi said tremblingly, and at this moment, Lin Ming fell back to Situ Yeogsi's side. Seeing Lin Ming, Situ Yeogsi broke out in a cold sweat. Old witch, you are very lucky, and you are not dead yet. Kill me if you dare. Situ Yeogsi's voice trembled. She really hoped that Lin Ming would kill her with a halberd, but it was destined to be a luxury. Lin Ming aimed at Situ Yeogsi's thigh and stabbed out with the great wilderness blood halberd. Puff. Situ Yeogsi's thigh and bones were pierced by the halberd blade. Situ Yeogsi screamed, and then she was hung up by Lin Ming's legs with her head down and her feet up, like a pheasant. Lin Ming hung Situ Yeogsi like this, and turned to the white demon again. Beiyao's face turned pale, and his eyebrows twitched. I know what your force field is. Beiyao's face flashed with fear when he said this. You are using the sub-martial power of Hunyuan Wuyi, the heavenly demon force field. That is one of Hunyuan Qianxue's strongest fighting methods. Hunyuan Qianxue can dominate the divine realm with it, and no one can defeat him. Impossible. Impossible. How could you learn the heavenly demon force field? Beiyao's voice began to tremble. There are countless magical powers and countless martial arts in the 3000 realms of the divine realm, but the magical powers that are truly famous in the divine realm and the best in the universe are extremely limited. They include exercises, martial arts, secret methods, soul magic formulas, martial arts, etc. These magical powers have a title, called the Supreme Divine Martial Arts. Anyone who can deserve this title is the best of the best magical powers. If a warrior can obtain one of them, after cultivating it, it is enough to dominate the divine realm with it. If the Holy Land can obtain one of them and pass it on, then it will develop into a major superpower in the future, affecting a large realm of the divine realm. Of course, the premise is that they can keep it. If the jade slip of the supreme divine martial arts is released, it will surely set off a bloody storm. Although Lin Ming has many skills, such as Golden Peng breaking the void and ancient phoenix art, these top level body skills and skills, even if they are complete, are not even close to the supreme divine martial arts. As for great wilderness halberd art, vermilion bird forbidden god record, Tei soul art, chaos gang dao sutra, let alone, the quality is even lower than ancient phoenix art. Among all Lin Ming's skills, there is only one that can truly be called the supreme divine martial arts. That is, the power of the evil god. The power of the evil god is a supreme divine martial arts of secret nature, which is particularly rare. Lin Ming can get it. It is entirely due to great luck. The supreme divine martial arts is so powerful, no wonder the white demon was extremely surprised and terrified that Lin Ming comprehended the heavenly demon force field. Although Hunyo and Wuai is a real supreme martial arts, the heavenly demon force field is only a part of Hunyo and Wuai, an incomplete supreme martial arts. However, even so, it is enough to make countless warriors jealous and crazy. How is it possible? How is it possible? Did you enter the Sea of Miracles and get the inheritance of Hunyo and Qianxue? The demon boy stared at Lin Ming with burning eyes. If Lin Ming can really get the complete Hunyo and Wuai one day, then as long as he does not perish, his future is limitless. This is a miraculous feat that turns decay into magic. Please give me some praise, everyone who has passed by. Please be kind and give me some. Ahem. Just kidding. To be honest, beggars nowadays are not willing to accept 50 cents, and we only want 2 cents for a praise. Chapter 923, Battle against the White Demon. A supreme divine weapon can completely allow a warrior to fight across several realms. For example, now, Lin Ming's real combat power is only stronger than Sitahe Ocean, and is much worse than figures like Day Emperor's uncle Ai Huadu, and Jihuding Supreme God Emperor Yang Luotian. He is even more incomparable with Bai Yao. However, with the help of Hong Meng Space, Lin Ming has suddenly improved his strength to a level that can compete with Bai Yao. Those who can create supreme divine weapons must be amazing and unique among the heavenly venerables. Some of them are even called gods. These supreme divine weapons are accumulated over hundreds of millions of years in the god realm. On average, only one kind is born in millions of years. You can imagine how rare it is. Many god realm lords do not have the opportunity to learn a supreme divine weapon. Among the many supreme divine powers, martial will is the most special one, because martial will cannot be learned and taught, but can only be understood. However, there is an exception. That is, the owner of martial will is willing to separate a part of his martial will to form a martial will seed, seal it in a talisman paper or a spiritual tool, and then directly give it to others. This situation is not common. First, no one is willing to separate their martial will and weaken their magical powers. Second, only those who have cultivated to the realm of realm master and heavenly master and have a very high understanding of soul and will have the ability to separate their martial will to form a martial will seed and give it to others. With Bai Yao's knowledge, he didn't know this at all, so he was shocked and couldn't imagine how Lin Ming obtained the heavenly demon martial will. In fact, he could recognize this heavenly demon martial will because he participated in the world-shaking battle against Hunyo and Qianxue 100,000 years ago. He saw with his own eyes that after Hunyo and Qianxue activated the heavenly demon martial will, he instantly killed thousands of god realm warriors. Each of those people was as powerful as Bai Yao. That scene frightened Bai Yao and left a deep impression. Otherwise, with his identity, he would never have seen this legendary martial will. I didn't expect that your luck has reached this level. You have learned part of the supreme divine martial level Hunyo and martial will. I wonder if I can get the inheritance of Hunyo and Qianxue by killing you? Supreme divine martial? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. This term appeared in the memory of the ancient demon. Lin Ming also knew about it. Indeed, if it was a complete Hunyo and martial will, it would be worthy of the title of Supreme Divine Martial. There are so many supreme divine weapons in the god's domain. What level can my evil god power rank among them? Where can I get the rest of the Hunyu and Wu-Ie? Will it be the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit? What level can the complete Hunyu and Wu-Ie reach? These thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind for a moment, and at this moment, Beiyao made a move. The Yellow Springs burial ghost formation failed, and Beiyao could only rely on his own strength. His clothes were torn, and a purple tattoo appeared on his back. The flow of true energy condensed into a huge black shadow behind him. This black shadow was dozens of feet long, and had a total of 9 heads. It was the legendary evil beast Hydra. Beiyao was born in the Hydra clan, which is also a large race in the god's domain, with countless clansmen. Although the Hydra is not a divine beast, and is not as good as the Phoenix, the blood of the Hydra clan in the god's domain is richer than that of the ancient Phoenix clan, so the Hydra clan is not inferior to the Phoenix clan in the god's domain. Snake swallows the universe. The demon boy raised the purple spear horizontally, and the 9-headed snake phantom behind him opened 9 bloody mouths, and the surrounding heaven and earth vitality became violently agitated. Roar. The 9 huge snake heads roared together, and the terrifying roar rushed straight into the sky. The demon boy has been in a period of physical weakness since he broke through the confinement of the Sea of Miracles. He originally did not intend to use the power of his bloodline, but now he had no choice, otherwise he would not be able to kill Lin Ming, and he might even be killed by Lin Ming. The demon boy carried the phantom of the 9-headed snake and hit the Hongmeng space heavily. The 9-headed snake, which was dozens of feet long, rushed towards the Hongmeng space and began to bite frantically, trying to tear the space barrier apart. As the saying goes, a greedy snake swallows an elephant. Snakes can swallow objects that are several times larger than their own bodies, and the 9-headed snake has reached the extreme in this regard. The 9 huge snake heads can swallow the sky, so the 9-headed snake is also called the swallowing sky python. The snake swallows the universe. The demon boy wants to use this move to swallow up the Hongmeng space. The Hongmeng space is an integrated offense and defense with a length of more than 1,000 miles. All long-range attacks will be weakened layer by layer after rushing out of the Hongmeng space. If you want to attack Lin Ming, you must enter the Hongmeng space with your body, but you will undoubtedly be restricted by the laws when you are in the Hongmeng space, and your combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. The demon boy did not want Lin Ming to take the initiative, so he used his blood power to break the Hongmeng space. As long as the Hongmeng space was broken, Lin Ming was no match for the demon boy. Want to swallow my Hongmeng space? Lin Ming's mouth showed a sneer. The world represents the supreme law, and all things are under the law. The 9-headed snake cannot swallow the supreme law. If you want to swallow the Hongmeng space, I will swallow you first. Lin Ming's great wilderness blood halberd shook, and his joints all over his body creaked. The compressed energy in the evil god's young blood spurted out again, and the Hongmeng space exploded, directly swallowing the 9-headed snake phantom released by the demon boy. Chaos storm. Lin Ming pointed his great wilderness blood halberd, and the invisible Hongmeng key formed a storm of heaven and earth, fighting with the black 9-headed snake. For a time, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The storm was shattered, and the sky and earth changed color. It was extremely tragic. The blood power of the white demon quickly dissipated, and Lin Ming was not feeling well either. The energy of the 9-headed snake phantom was too strong. The Hongmeng space swallowed and weakened its power, which also consumed a lot of Lin Ming's true essence. In addition, the consumption of burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, even if Lin Ming had a solid foundation in the support of the human, he could not support it for a long time. Seeing that his 9-headed snake incarnation was about to be swallowed by the Hongmeng space, the demon boy's eyes turned bloodshot, holding a purple spear and rushing in directly. Swish. The Hongmeng space was torn apart, and the demon boy merged with the black 9-headed snake phantom. With the sound of crackling, his muscles swelled all over his body, and his lower body was completely composed of black energy snakes. It turned out to be a monster with a human head and a snake god, and it had a full 9 heads, all of which were exactly the same as the demon boy. Broken star, break it for me. The demon boy spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the purple sword emitted a dazzling light. The 10,000 feet of purple rainbow pierced through the 10,000 miles of void, and the chaotic storm was directly torn apart. The primordial space also made a crackling sound, which was already overwhelmed. After fighting to this extent, both of them used all their skills, without holding back at all. It can be said that they were really desperate. The power of thunder and fire penetrate the rainbow. Seeing the demon boy rushing into the primordial space, Lin Ming's mental power immersed in the young sprout of the evil god, and completely detonated the power of thunder and fire in it. Thunder and fire intertwined, and for a moment, Lin Ming seemed to have ignited a round of sun, and collided heavily with the demon boy's broken star. Stars collided with the blazing sun. Boom. At the moment when the great wilderness blood halberd and the purple spear intersected, the sky and the earth lost their color, and the sun and the moon lost their light. After all, the demon boy's true essence was deeper. Even though it was weakened a lot by the primordial space, it suppressed Lin Ming. However, at this moment, a black light flashed between Lin Ming's eyebrows, and a spear-shaped war spirit whistled out. The Hongmeng battle spirit merged with the great wilderness halberd technique. The addition of the battle spirit increased the power of the great wilderness blood halberd by a large margin. The purple spear whimpered slightly at this moment, and it was unable to withstand such a huge force, as if it was about to break. The demon boy was shocked and used part of his strength to protect the purple spear. During this opportunity, Lin Ming suddenly took back the battle spirit, merged it with his soul power, and shot out. At that moment, a vague shadow of a chaos demon appeared behind him, and a spiritual thought shot into the eyebrows of the demon boy, and pierced the sea of his soul. This was exactly what Lin Ming got from the old man of the dwarf demon clan, the chaos demon art, a set of soul attack techniques. If used directly, even with the bonus of the battle spirit, it would not have much effect against the extremely powerful white demon, and both sides might suffer. But if he took advantage of the moment, when the demon boy was distracted, it would be very different. Lin Ming had just set a trap with his battle spirit, and now he suddenly attacked, catching Bai Yao off guard. Bai Yao only felt a huge shock in his spiritual sea, and his brain was blank for a moment. It was only a short blank, but it was enough to reverse the situation between masters. Boom. The halberd light and the spear light exploded at the same time, and the terrifying shockwave almost tore the primordial space apart. Lin Ming's face turned pale, and he put away his demon martial spirit and flew backwards. Bai Yao was even worse. His body protecting true essence was torn apart by the shockwave of the explosion, and his chest was a bloody mess. Arsehole. Bai Yao's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. Although these injuries did not hurt his vitality, it was a great shame for him. He was equivalent to the late stage of the Sea of Gods, but he was beaten to this extent by Lin Ming, a warrior with a 4th level life. How could he not be furious? But he couldn't do anything to Lin Ming. This Hongmeng space, which was both offensive and defensive, was too tricky. He was obviously much stronger than Lin Ming, but he was powerless. Although Lin Ming had the upper hand in one attack, it was extremely difficult to defeat the white demon. Lin Ming held the great wilderness blood halberd and compressed the range of the Hongmeng space within 10 feet to save his true energy. The burning time of the ancient phoenix blood is almost over, and that monster boy has the blood of the 9-headed snake, and his recovery ability is not much worse than mine. Lin Ming found that after the monster boy was injured by him, the flesh and blood on his chest squirmed and healed slowly at a slow speed. If they continued to fight like this, it would be a competition of who could hold out longer. Lin Ming activated the Hongmeng space and burned the ancient phoenix blood, which consumed a lot, but the white demon activated the power of the blood, which consumed a lot as well. It was hard to say who would win. At this moment, a fierce fire suddenly flashed in front of the white demon. It was the light of the super long distance sound transmission jade slip, flying over a distance of 7 or 8 million miles. There is only one person in China continent who possesses this kind of sound transmission talisman, and that is Yang Yun. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 924, Soul Extraction and Marrow Refining. HMM. Let me go back. After hearing the contents of the sound transmission note, Bai Yao looked at Lin Ming angrily. Boy, you are lucky. 1 year from now, it will be your death. After Beiyao finished speaking, his body turned into a stream of light and shot straight to the north. Lin Ming did not stop him. In fact, he could not stop him. The two were of similar strength and neither could stop the other. Lin Ming wanted to leave, and Beiyao was also powerless. In the blink of an eye, Beiyao disappeared in the sky. Lin Ming was silent for a while, and also retreated. He flew away from Xianan country at full speed, crossed the southern border, changed direction several times, and found an isolated island in the South China Sea to land. This is the strength of the number one man in the world. I wonder how strong Yang Yun will be. If it was 3 years ago, even with the help of the power of the ancient demon, Yang Yun would be about the same as the white demon. Lin Ming murmured to himself. Although the ancient demon was a general of the divine realm army back then, it now only has a broken soul body. The soul body has no combat power. It can only cultivate a Yang Yun and possess Yang Yun during battle. It mainly relies on Yang Yun's power and may not be more powerful than its subordinate the white demon back then. 10 months ago, I was able to easily kill the original owner of the blood killer and that old man from the dwarf demon clan. One of them was a 2-star demon emperor, and the other was a late 3-star demon emperor, which were equivalent to the middle and late stages of the divine sea respectively. Later, I went into seclusion again, and my strength increased greatly. I can now kill a middle stage divine sea strongman in seconds, and I can be considered to have the strength to be the best in the world. Even if I meet Yang Yun from that time, I'm not afraid. I just don't know if anything has happened to Yang Yun now that 3 years have passed. Thinking of this, Lin Ming entered the purple extreme ring with a thought. The first person who came into his sight was Situ Yaoxi. At this time, Situ Yaoxi was beaten to a bloody mess by Lin Ming. Her spine was cut off, her thighs were pierced, and she was like a piece of rotten meat. Moreover, her true energy was imprisoned throughout her body, so she could only suffer here. Little bastard, kill me if you dare. Seeing Lin Ming coming in, Situ Yaoxi's eyes burst into flames of hatred. She hated Lin Ming to the core. She also knew that, if she fell into Lin Ming's hands, she would have no chance of survival. She would die if she begged for mercy or continued to insult Lin Ming. Since that was the case, she might as well curse him to her heart's content. I have fallen into your hands and I admit defeat. Anyway, I don't have many years left to live, but you are different. You still have a lot of years to live. Unfortunately. Hahaha, you won't live long either. I will wait for you down there. Lin Ming glanced at Situ Yaoxi coldly. My life is not yours to decide. Humph, you will die. You will die ugly, your body will be used as a wedding dress, and your soul will turn into ashes. Situ Yaoxi cursed almost resentfully. Her eyes were bloodshot. She wanted to say something else, but at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly stepped down and crushed her hand bones. Ah, little bastard, you will be punished. Situ Yaoxi shouted resentfully. Retribution? You harmed me before. It was a cause. I killed you. The cause and effect are complete. Killing you is justified. Lin Ming grabbed Situ Yaoxi's neck and held her up. Situ Yaoxi's body was limp, as if she had no bones, and she was held in Lin Ming's hand like a chicken. Raw. Behind Lin Ming, a huge demon shadow appeared. This demon had 3 sharp horns on its head, a green face and fangs, and 6 claws, holding a war drum, a copper bell, a rosary, an iron nail, a hammer, and an ancient mirror. Around this 6-armed ancient demon shadow, countless creatures bowed down to it, with a look of piety on their faces. This chaos great demonic art is also a soul art from the eternal demon pit. Although it is not top-notch in the god's domain, it is very practical for Lin Ming, such as unexpected soul attacks, more advanced slave seal techniques, soul extraction and marrow refining techniques, and the soul search technique that Lin Ming is going to use now. Moreover, it is simple to practice and does not require too much effort. It is a very good transitional technique. The chaos demon stretched out his claws and grabbed Situ Yaoxi's neck directly. Situ Yaoxi screamed like a cat with its tail stepped on. You, what are you going to do? No. Situ Yaoxi let out a heart-wrenching scream. She saw that the chaos demon was holding a hammer in one hand and a rusty black iron nail against her forehead with the other hand. Obviously, the chaos demon wanted to drive this energy virtual iron nail into her spiritual sea. Anyone who saw a nail being driven into his head would be terrified. The chaos demon had 6 hands, 2 of which grabbed Situ Yeox's neck, and one of them swung a sledgehammer and nailed it down suddenly. At that moment, Situ Yeoxi seemed to have broken glass in her throat, and she let out a hoarse scream that was difficult for humans to make. Hammer after hammer, Situ Yeox's body suddenly trembled. Her soul, which was nailed into the iron nail between her eyebrows, was actually shaken out of her body by the shadow of the chaos demon. Little beast, you will not die well. Situ Yeoxi screamed loudly and kicked with both legs, but after kicking for a while, she could not kick anymore. Her body completely softened, and her 3 souls and 6 spirits were completely extracted. In the hands of the chaos demon, it turned into a soul light ball, which was stuck on the iron nail. There was a painful and twisted face on it, which was Situ Yeox's face. Puff! The light ball was pierced by the iron nail, and Situ Yeoxi let out a last scream, and turned into countless soul fragments, and was eaten by the chaos demon. Lin Ming closed his eyes and sensed, searching for information that was valuable to him. Soul search was naturally not like the magic cube that swallowed soul fragments, and could only obtain a small number of vague memories. It was basically impossible to search for skills, and at most he could search for news and events. Well, Situ Yeoxi doesn't know what Yang Yun has been doing for the past 3 years. But she is sure that Yang Yun's strength has improved by leaps and bounds again, and Yang Yun seems to be completing a secret method. It will take at most 1 year for him to lock my position. This time, Bei Yao has already figured out my background. If Yang Yun still implements his plan, after knowing my strength, it proves that he is sure to deal with me. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. Yang Yun is a man with deep scheming and good at forbearance. Such an opponent is the most feared. Even when facing Zhu and Wuji, Lin Ming did not find it so difficult. Lin Ming knows Zhu and Wuji inside and out, can estimate his strength, understand the comparison between his strength and Zhu and Wuji's, and know when he is sure to defeat him. So when he returned from the ancient Phoenix City, he killed Zhu and Wuji smoothly. But facing Yang Yun, Lin Ming has no confidence at all. The trap of Cheyenne country this time should be just a move that Yang Yun casually arranged. The original intention was probably to test my strength. He didn't expect to use this trap to kill me. Cheyenne country's trap, let alone whether Lin Ming would come. Even if he expected Lin Ming to come back, Yang Yun could not have stayed in Cheyenne country for 2 or 3 years. In that case, he would not be much stronger than Bei Yao now, and he still could not do anything to Lin Ming. So Cheyenne country was just a test, and the real killer move should be behind. Bang! With a light sound, Situ Yeox's soul was completely annihilated. Lin Ming opened his eyes. He didn't get much valuable information from the soul search this time. In addition to the above information, there was another piece of information that was barely valuable, which was that Lin Ming finally learned how his identity was exposed. When Lin Ming died, the wooden jade mask was shattered, and his appearance was revealed and announced to the world. Then, Yang Yun killed Yang Luotian and Ouyuya Huadu with his absolute strength, absorbed their blood essence, and restored the vitality that was swallowed by the magic cube. Next, he took out a part of the treasures and the inheritance of the divine domain, united the deep sea tribes of the Misty Sea, and planted tracking marks on many strong men in the other 3 divine kingdoms, completely controlling the 4 divine kingdoms. After controlling the 4 divine kingdoms, Yang Yun launched a search for Lin Ming, and Lin Ming's portrait was naturally posted. Li Yifeng, Duan Mukwan and others who knew Lin Ming's identity hid themselves. Of course, they would not betray Lin Ming. Yang Yun did not know that these people knew Lin Ming, and did not find out about them. However, there was another person near the 4 divine kingdoms who knew Lin Ming's identity, and that was Wang Yichen from the Northwest Desert. When Lin Ming got married, Wang Yichen had a dispute with Lin Ming because of Zhu and Wuji's inheritance. As a result, there was a fight at the wedding banquet, and he lost to Lin Ming, and also lost a concubine named Ju from the abandoned divine clan. Wang Yichen had a grudge against Lin Ming, so it was natural for him to betray Lin Ming, not to mention that Yang Yun had given him enough benefits. Wang Yichen, Northwest Desert, very good. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. Although Northwest Desert had a grudge against Lin Ming was too lazy to bother with them. Northwest Desert was just a weakest holy land. With Lin Ming's current strength, he could destroy him with a flip of his hand. But now, because of Wang Yichin of Northwest Desert, the Lin family and Lan Yunai have suffered this disaster and have been tortured for 2 years. He must settle this account. When you don't have enough strength, it is foolish to rashly get involved in the fight between the two giants. Once one giant is not killed, then it is unlucky for you, and it is easy to become a victim. Lin Ming has sentenced Northwest Desert and Wang Yichin to death. At this time, the children of the Lin family, Lan Yunai and others came over. There were hundreds of people, young and old, and the leader was Lin Wanzhan, the head of the Lin family. Seeing Lin Ming again, Lin Wanzhan's mind was very complicated. The young man opposite him, his junior, had already stood at a height that he could not understand, just like mortals and gods, to completely different worlds, with no intersection. And beside Lin Wanzhan, Lan Yunai was hesitant. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Time flew by, and he was filled with emotion. Please like, 1 like, 2 cents, is very important to the cocoon. Thank you everyone, just for this month, please like, exclamation mark. Chapter 925 Ending the Earthly Fate. The space in the purple extreme ring was extremely spacious. When Lin Ming took the Lin family in, he kept most of the buildings in the mansion. Seeing the appearance of these mansions, Lin Ming's mind emerged with the corresponding memories. Kangyan Tower, Yuhua Pavilion. Looking at those places that once symbolized the nobility of the family to him, Ming felt a little sad. Usually, only the young men and women of the family can enter and exit these places. They are wrapped in warm sedan chairs, enjoying the snow and flowers, surrounded by groups of servants, and exquisite fruit plates and snacks are always waiting. For Lin Ming, when he was young, such a life was the ultimate representative. He also yearned for such an aristocratic life that could command hundreds of people, thinking that when he grew up, he would achieve success in martial arts and become a superior person. But now, these are no longer considered pursuits for him. At that time, the few times that Lin Ming came to the mansion of his family was to follow his father to prepare birthday banquets. His job was to dismember the bones. With a sharp boning knife, he dismembered the beasts into various materials, and then watched his father cook them into various delicacies. Apart from this, he did not have much intersection with the Lin family. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. For a warrior who could easily live for tens of thousands of years, 10 years was really insignificant. However, when Lin Ming recalled the things from his childhood, it seemed as if he was recalling things from his previous life, which were already extremely distant and vague. The children of the Lin family were clearly arranged behind Lin Wanzhan according to their seniority. A mortal family like the Lin family had strict rules and complicated etiquette. Now that they were meeting Lin Ming, they naturally could not break the etiquette. The children of the Lin family looked at Lin Ming with full respect and uneasiness. They had long been influenced by this legendary figure of Lin Ming. In recent years, the status of the Lin family had been improved by who knows how much, and it was becoming the largest family in Xianan Kingdom. Lin Wanzhan was named Duke of Lin. The Lin family had countless land and businesses, and it was said to be in its heyday. Even the Emperor of Xianan Kingdom, Yang Lin, was respectful when he met Lin Wanzhan. Not only did he not need Lin Wanzhan to salute, he also gave him a seat and even called him Uncle Lin in private. This kind of courtesy is a rare honor that Xianan Kingdom has had since its founding. Lin Wanzhan certainly does not think that Yang Lin treats him like this because of his ability. He can have all this because of Lin Ming. Even Yang Lin, the emperor, was supported by Lin Ming to ascend to the throne. In fact, since Lin Ming left the Seven Mysterious Valley, the children of the Lin family have no idea how far he has reached. They just know that Lin Ming is extremely powerful. Even if Situ Yeoxi and others come, they can hardly understand the vastness of the world. It is completely beyond their imagination. Some children of the Lin family began to pay homage to Lin Ming after seeing him, even including some of Lin Ming's elders. This is not surprising. According to the rules of Xianan Kingdom, if a family has a queen, then when the queen returns home to visit her parents, it is a great event. The whole family must burn incense and bathe, entertain guests from all sides, worship their ancestors, and have a 3-day banquet. When seeing the queen, the head of the family must kneel and pay homage, even if he is the queen's biological father. Now, Lin Ming's status is many times higher than that of a queen in Qian'an Kingdom, so according to the rules of the big family, everyone must bow in front of Lin Ming. The Lin family has many children, and there are thousands of people in the main family and servants alone. Looking at such a big family, Lin Ming does not have much sense of belonging in his heart. In his mind, the real relatives are still his parents and Lin Xiaodong. Others can only be regarded as his distant relatives. No need to be polite, Uncle Lin, please get up quickly. I can't bear this. When I left my hometown to seek the path of martial arts, I didn't expect to bring such great blessings and disasters to the Lin family. Since the last beast tide, I have never set foot in Qingsang City. I didn't expect to implicate you. Nephew Lin, you are so embarrassed to say this. As long as the family prospers in the future, let alone let me lose a palm, even if I give up my life, I will never frown. Lin Wan's hand said very seriously. For a traditional big family, the prosperity of the family and the continuation of the family line are the most important. The lives of the clan members must give way in the face of such a big event. Lin Ming glanced at Lin Wan's hand's left hand, only to see that the hand had been cut off. Lin Ming sighed. In this catastrophe, many people in the Lin family must have died, and some had broken hands and feet. He was implicated. He took out pill bottles from the Zumi ring and said, I have some elixirs for regenerating broken limbs. If anyone has had their hands or arms cut off, take them and replenish them. The elixirs for replenishing mortal broken limbs are not very precious. Lin Ming can take out a lot of them, but this kind of elixir is not suitable for high-level warriors. High-level warriors have survived the death and their bodies have condensed into spirits. At this time, if someone cuts off their arms and connects them with ordinary arms that have not been tempered, it is purely a burden. Once the true essence is infused in the fight, it will explode directly and have no effect at all. For mortals, it is just daily life, of course, not a problem. After seeing these spiritual medicines, Lin Wan's hand was overjoyed. No one wanted to be disabled for life. After seeing these spiritual medicines, the resentment that the Lin family members had towards Lin Ming completely dissipated. There are still some spiritual medicines here. Although they are useless to me, they can prolong life and eliminate diseases for ordinary people. Living for more than 100 years is not a problem. The rest are prepared for warriors. If the martial artists in the family take them, they can break through the physical training realm and make rapid progress in cultivation. If the acquired masters take them, they can help them break through the innate realm. While Lin Ming was talking, he took out a large number of spiritual medicines. It was unknown from which of the warriors who were killed that these medicines were obtained. They were all low-level spiritual medicines, but they were treasures for small sects. Just these dozens of spiritual pills that allowed acquired masters to break through the innate realm were enough to make the third-grade sects jealous. Just think about the effort Kinzia put in to get a heaven-entering pill. These are elixirs that allow acquired masters to break through the innate. Lin Wan's hand swallowed hard. He had some experience and knew how precious such elixirs were. They were truly priceless. One elixir was worth a city. Lin Ming casually gave away dozens of such precious elixirs, which were equivalent to the value of dozens of cities. If they were placed in the Lin family, Lin Wan's hand would inevitably feel uneasy. Lin Ming saw Lin Wan's hand's thoughts and said, don't worry. Those who are interested in these elixirs are all small sects. They dare not touch the Lin family. Those who dare to touch the power of the Lin family will not care about these low-level elixirs. Lin Ming waved his hand. Such words made the children of the Lin family present a little dazed. He casually took out so many elixirs of the level of entering the heaven, but they were only low-level elixirs. Lin Ming's realm was really unimaginable. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and took out a set of puppets from the Zumi ring. There were a total of 18 of them. Each of them looked ferocious and looked like a demon from hell. These were left behind by the corpse ghosts after their death. These puppets were also used by the corpse ghosts when they were in a critical condition. Later, when the corpse ghosts entered the destiny list, these puppets were of little use and were only left behind as treasures. They were of no use to Lin Ming, but now they come in handy. Lin Ming copied the soul mark on a jade slip and infused it with his true essence. He then handed the jade slip to Lin Wan's hand. Just in case, these puppets are given to the Lin family as guards. If the Lin family encounters a disaster in the future, they can rely on this jade slip to command the puppets and get through it. This jade slip should be handed over to the successive heads of the Lin family to be passed down as a token of the head of the family. While Lin Ming was speaking, the children of the Lin family looked at the puppets with curiosity and fear. The corpse ghosts were bloodthirsty by nature. Most of the materials he used to refine these puppets were the corpses of top masters. The human skin and bones that had been tempered by energy were sacrificed and refined. The 18 puppets had all walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were soaked in murderous aura and almost condensed into substance. Mortals would be hurt if they looked at them for a long time. Don't look at it, Lin Ming said calmly, and sent out a beam of energy to isolate all the murderous aura of the puppets. All the mortal disciples of the Lin family were in despair. It was not until Lin Ming cut off the murderous aura of the puppets that they came to their senses. They were sweating profusely. A dead object alone could make them like this. If they were really activated, one could imagine how powerful they would be. Lin Ming flicked his finger and injected 18 grey energy balls into the 18 puppets. This was the compressed heavenly demon force field. He said, any one of these 18 puppets can easily sweep across the 7 profound valley. When the 18 are united, their power will increase 100 times, enough to keep the Lin family safe. One can sweep across the 7 profound valley. 18 combined, their power will increase 100 times. Lin Wan's eyes widened when he heard Lin Ming's words. Although he knew that Lin Ming had reached a height that they could not understand, the status of the 7 profound valley in the minds of the mortals of Xianan country was like that of the heavenly court. The emperor was irresistible and called himself the son of heaven, but the 7 profound valley could dismiss the emperor at will. If that wasn't the heavenly court, what else could it be? Even in such a heavenly palace, a puppet swept through. The impact on Lin Wan's hand can be imagined. Lin Ming said, yes, but the true essence contained in the jade slips are left behind is only enough to activate these puppets twice. After 2 times, the true essence is exhausted, and the force field are left in these puppets will engulf them and turn them into dust and dissipate. This is also to prevent these puppets from attracting the covetousness of other sects and bringing disaster to the Lin family. Only twice. Lin Wan's heard this, but felt a little sorry. Obviously, Lin Ming has the ability to activate these puppets more times, but he doesn't want to. Such a strong puppet makes them self-destruct, which is enough to prove that these things are nothing to Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, the limit of 2 times is to prevent the family's descendants from using these puppets to conquer the world, plunder at will, and do whatever they want. A large family established with the help of external forces will eventually have an unstable foundation and collapse overnight. The limit of 2 times is only to help the family survive the catastrophe. The development of the Lin family still depends on its own foundation, and the catastrophe of the Lin family will only come when there is a change of dynasty. A change of dynasty will take at least several hundred years. 18 puppets are enough to protect the Lin family's prosperity for nearly 1,000 years. I'm back. I'll make up for the 3 chapters today. This is a transition chapter. I still ask for a like. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.